membawa tumbang dan winner chicken dinner didapatkan oleh Alter Ego Limax, sebuah WWCD yang membuat kita harus mengatakan Alter Ego layak dan pantas ada di PMGC final.
Alter Ego, go go go! Luar biasa sekali pertunjukan yang ditampilkan.
Kami tidak pernah menyangka giliran ini akan datang. Didorong dengan dukungan dan harapan yang membuat kami percaya bahwa kami tidak sendirian. Kali ini bukan hanya tentang sekedar berjuang, namun untuk siapa kami harus menang. Untuk mereka, untuk kita, untuk Indonesia. Terima kasih untuk kesempatan ini.
Sangat disayangkan ternyata Titan join fight di sini. Tidak hanya Alpha 7, hanya menyisakan satu yang terakhir Liquid. Low banget Liquid, granat. Oh no, granat tersebut memulangkan semua pemain Bigetron.
Memang di-fight karena bagian dalam dan ternyata di low tertek juga terdengar masih berdansa. Ternyata terbait oleh tim Borg. Borg luar biasa sekali bisa melakukan bait karena bagian defense dengan sangat baik karena dia tahu di bagian dikatakan maju.
Untuk Genesis Toma ngeras maju karena bagian depan ibu-ibu beli beras. Ayo kita rush maju tembak dan ternyata malah Pubg foto hanya tersedia ibu suara diri saja. What happened? Sangat disayangkan.
Kita Indonesia.
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 Kita Indonesia. Indonesia.
яаж үзэхлийг одоо чамд харуулъя.
He's 5 out of 10. He looks funny and cute.
Espero que tenham gostado da minha dança.
Сайн байцгаана уу? Алтан гэрэл логтой бүрэн баяр.
Merhaba, ben Fireflux takımından Keç.
За би чамд 10-аас 7 оноо өгье. Би өөртөө бол 7.1 өгье. Тэгээд яаж үзэхлийг одоо чамд харуулъя.
5 points çünkü hareketi yanlış yapmış. Şimdi size doğrusunu göstereyim.
He's 5 out of 10. He looks funny and cute. I can do better. Let me show you.
Então, como eu disse, esse é o maior sonho de todos nós aqui do time. Então, a gente vai dar o nosso máximo, treinar bastante, estudar bastante, como se fosse o último campeonato de nossas vidas. E vamos trazer esse título aí para a Inf e para o Brasil. E é na raça que ganhamos.
PMGC Grand Final'ında hedefimiz şampiyonluk.
Ayagur Khali. This time we are here to win. So we'll come back home with trophy.
E torça pra gente na final da PMGC, que a gente vai dar o nosso melhor para trazer esse título para a Inf e para o Brasil. #GoInf.
Финал дээр та нарыг тоглолтондоо илүү их анхаарах болох гэж бодож байна. Бид бол стад баар финал дээр уулзцгаая.
Asla pes etmeyiz. Fireflux never play with fire.
Thank you for watching, guys. That's all from T2K. See you guys at Grand Finals.
Fans, both at home and here in Jakarta, welcome to the final day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals. My name is Banks and I am your host, and I'm joined right here on the main stage by my spectacular co-host, Donna Visca.
Thank you very much Banks dan teman-teman semuanya. Sekali lagi, selamat datang di hari terakhir dari 2022 PMGC Grand Finals. Luar biasa sekali energinya. We loving it here. Dan teman-teman sekalian, saya Donna Visca senang sekali sebagai host kalian bersama dengan partner saya yang kece luar biasa di sini ada Banks. Tapi mungkin sebelum kita mulai pertandingan ini, kita mau dengar kali ya yel-yel yang tadi tuh, yang tadi belum on air, kita ulangin sekali lagi kali ya. Boleh ya? Boleh ya? Indonesia. Everybody. Terima kasih banyak teman-teman semuanya. Tepuk tangan untuk kalian semuanya sekali lagi.
Yesterday, we saw matches 7 through 12, and we have just 6 matches remaining before we distribute that $1.5 million prize pool and, of course, crown our PMGC champion.
Ya, sejauh ini kita sudah menyaksikan total 12 kali pertandingan selama 2 hari kemarin. Dan kali ini hanya akan ada 6 kali kesempatan lagi untuk dimainkan oleh para tim, oleh para player di sini untuk bisa mendapatkan total hadiah paling besar dari total prize pool 1,5 juta US dollar dan menjadi juara PMGC.
The crowd is raring to go, Donna. I can feel it. The energy on the main stage, it is palpable. But before we get into today's final matches, we have a very special performance for you all.
So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mahalini Raharja and Alvin Jonathan. terlewati satu cinta. Kita yang pernah bermimpi jalani semua, hanya ada kita. Yang tahu nyanyi semua boleh. Namun ternyata tak mungkin bisa. Restunya tak berpihak pada kita semua. Mungkinkah terlintas dalam benakku bila hariku tanpamu? Segala cara telah ku coba pertahankan cinta kita. Selalu ku titipkan dalam doaku, tapi ku tak mampu melawan apa? Namun ternyata pada akhirnya tak mungkin bisa ku paksa. No, no, restunya tak berpihak pada kita. Mungkinkah dalam benakku bila hariku tanpamu? Segala cara telah ku coba pertahankan cinta kita. Selalu ku titipkan dalam doaku, tapi ku tak mampu melawan rasu. Aku meminta kisah kita selamanya terlintas dalam benakku bila hariku tanpamu. Segala cara telah ku coba pertahankan cinta kita. Selalu ku titipkan dalam doaku, tapi ku tak mampu melawan apa? Restu. Wow. PMGC 2022. Sebelum saya the next song, saya mau denger alter ego, mana sih suaranya? Woo. Oke, kebetulan karena diadakan di Indonesia, saya mau denger sekali lagi semangatnya dari Indonesia. Mana Indonesia? Alright. Alright, karena saya udah denger semangatnya, berarti kalau nyanyi galau nggak apa-apa sama saya tetap semangat ya? Siap ya? Benar ya? Sekali lagi, alter ego, mana suaranya?
Huh? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Hey guys, I'm back. Did I miss anything? It looks like we have a singing performance going on. I'm gonna turn off the light. I'll be right back, guys. Is she like a local celebrity? Why does it sound off? Is the music, is the vocal overlay off? Oh, now now it's gone. They messed up like the soundtrack or something in the beginning. All right, BRB.
Ketikaku masih mati rasa karena apa semuanya dia yang jadi apa? Jadi kisahnya.
What did Badasha's fall split performance? Was it not live singing? Go A7. We're trying to see blood and tears in this battleground. We gotta, you know, have some nice singing to begin with. What's up, Sardi? When will the play? I don't know. Do I think Nova's gonna win the 3-peat? I'm not gonna say. I will not cast the curse on the last day. Obviously, first game will start at 4:30. Seriously. So I got pizza, but I feel like they forgot a slice. Babe, how much is one slice of pizza?
Boleh nggak sih?
Okay, I got the right amount of slices
Saya
then.
minta flashlight semuanya.
It
Boleh
is.
nggak? Boleh nggak? Boleh nggak? Boleh nggak?
Write it on paper, your winning prediction? Nah. Nah. Alpha 7 will be the winner.
Minta flashlightnya.
How many songs is she gonna do? Her singing's good, but I don't understand, you know, the language. What's my team on the Nepal team's performance so far? Honestly, like, it's not bad at all. Let's look at the standings real quick. We can listen to this beautiful music in the background. So honestly, like, not bad at all. 4th place right now. It's better than a lot of strong teams. It's a lot better than all of these other strong teams. Train to Kill is also up there. So yeah, Nepal's doing pretty good. I know they get like DRS, like people say they're campy, and so I feel like sometimes they are. They definitely are. I feel like they miss out on a lot of potential strong opportunities because they don't know how to play aggressive enough. But the results are here. Like, they know how to play correctly when it suits them better. Do I have any startup ideas that I want to work on? What do you mean by that? You have a strong feeling IHC gonna win. You think it's because you're just their fanboy, but the way they play survival stage, I think they're gonna get 2 or 3. IHC, really? Well, actually, yeah, the points are hella close. One really good game, let's say Chicken Dinner 10 kills is what, 25 points? That'll put them at 3rd place. Just one good game. And yeah, 2 or 3 chickens, they could be 1st place for sure. Inco must be stopped. Shout outs to Turkey though, man. Turkey is showing up. 123 right now. Influence Kim and change their aggressive play and it's now too passive. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna mute my mic while I eat some pizza.
So much. Sebelum saya menyanyi di sini, karena saya sepertinya capek menyanyi sendiri, saya mau nyanyi bareng teman saya, yaitu lagu spesial. Ada yang tahu judulnya apa? Be the One. So please welcome Alvin Joe.
Alter Ego mana suaranya?
Hold up, look down, enter the fray. Lock in, drop out, become a memory. No time to wait, so don't hesitate. Keep fighting till they know your name. Falling, falling, plan of action. We don't lose, there's no extraction. Take them on, it's all at stake. The time has come, so steal your faith.
Clean this car off past mistake. To stay strong and refuse to break. You know the war is yours to take, and we will be the one.
Time to take a stand. The world is in your hand, and you can feel the way. The circle's closing in, and time to carry on, and we will be the one.
Roll the dice and hold them tight. Go all in the race to stay. Roll your lies and wait for you. Just give it all, make it true. Find a harder victory ways. Enemies will come all in your way. Shake them off, it's time to move. You have everything not to prove.
And pain is just no past mistake. Stay strong and refuse to break. You know the world is yours to take, and we will be the one. Time to stay to stand. The world is in your head, and you can feel the way. You can feel the way. The circle's closing in. It's time to carry on, and we will be the
Terima kasih buat PUBG Mobile yang udah undang kita ke sini. Terus senang banget karena acara ini bisa diselenggarakan di negara tercinta.
Indonesia, tepuk tangan dulu buat Indonesia udah bisa PUBG Mobile ngadainnya di Indonesia, tentunya pasti spesial banget. Dan semangat terus buat PUBG Mobile dan seluruh pemain, semangat untuk Day 3 dan let's go Alter Ego!
Mantap.
Once more, Alter Ego mana suaranya? So thank you so much guys, semoga Indonesia bisa jadi number 1. Bye semuanya, terima kasih
Bye-bye,
banyak.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow, that was absolutely incredible. Thank you so much once again to Mahalini Rahaja and Alvin Jonathan for that incredible performance, wasn't it, Donna?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and it is almost time for us to see the final matches of today, Banks.
Yes, but before we get to that, we have to say a quick hello and have a quick chat with the home team, it would seem, right, Donna?
Yes, jadi teman-teman semuanya, let's go aja kita sambut Potato dari Alter Ego. Let's go!
Potato from Alter Ego, for those of you who don't know, but everyone in here does. I have to say, you know what, Potato, I guess it's fair to say that your performance yesterday and day 2 was better than day 1. What alterations did you make between those 2 days?
Jadi sebenarnya ya kita bisa, fansnya banyak banget tuh. Potato! Jadi kita bisa dibilang lah ya, di hari kedua kemarin performance kalian itu bisa dibilang lebih baik daripada hari yang pertama. Jadi ada evaluasi apa aja yang dilakukan selama dari hari pertama ke hari kedua kemarin, Potato?
Kita evaluasi di eksekusi sama finishing di dalam in-game aja sih.
Alright, so the execution and also finishing inside the game, they really do the evaluation over that.
Well, one thing that we have to mention is the winner chicken dinner that you got yesterday. The crowd went absolutely wild. The national flag was being passed across everyone. I really hope you got to see it. Now, I just have to ask you, how does it feel to be participating in this competition in your home country and being the only team that's representing Indonesia?
Jadi kemarin pas udah WWCD tuh, by the way gue juga di situ, di tengah-tengah para outer champ semuanya, luar biasa sekali energi mereka semua. The crowd was crazy, mereka semua cheering untuk alter ego, bahkan ada bendera Indonesia juga yang udah dikibarkan, dikeluarkan di sana. Gimana Potato sendiri melihat fans atau alter champs di sana? Apalagi alter ego adalah satu-satunya, lebih tepatnya wakil dari Indonesia sendiri. Gimana perasaannya Potato?
Perasaan kita anak-anak Limak sih ya bangga lah, karena kan dari pendukung lainnya juga bersatu buat Indopret. Jadi sangat bangga dan nggak mau ngecewain mereka semua yang udah datang jauh-jauh juga.
Alright, they definitely are very proud of their fans, especially with Indonesian fans. They are coming all together to support Indo Pride, which is alter ego here, and they definitely don't really want to disappoint all of the fans here.
Well, speaking of your fans, you know, I'd love to give you the opportunity to say something to them, to your friends, to your family, and to your fans who have supported you throughout this entire year, all the way up to this point. What would you like to say to them?
Jadi mau silahkan sepatah dua patah kata mau disampaikan untuk para fans di sini.
Untuk semuanya mohon dukungan dan supportnya karena masih ada 6 game, semuanya masih bisa terjadi apapun itu.
Yes, of course, semua masih bisa terjadi teman-teman semuanya. Please support Alter Ego because they still got 6 matches left, still 6 matches to go, and everything can happen inside this game. They definitely can go up in the leaderboard as well.
Well, Potato, thank you so much for joining us in your pre-match interview. We're going to let you go back to your booth and practice, get the rest that you need, and get ready for that first match. And congratulations on all your success so far. You may now go back to your booth.
Terima kasih, Potato. Sekali lagi, Potato.
And now, I believe, without further ado, it is time to go over to the analyst desk where they can break everything down before we dive into our first match of the finals.
Jadi langsung aja tanpa basa-basi lagi kita lemparkan ke analis desk kita untuk bisa break everything down sebelum kita masuk ke game yang pertama. Jadi analis dan juga host kece kita silakan.
Thank you so much, Banks and Donaviska from the stage right behind us. And welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the PMGC Grand Finals 2022. My name is Felix, and I will once again be having the honor of hosting this beautiful desk. My goodness, a fantastic and beautiful, surprising year of PUBG Mobile Esports lies behind us, and it all comes down to this day. A world champion will be crowned today, and we will find out who will be the one. And who better to do that with than Maximan and 7 Worlds Gaming? How are you guys feeling?
Fantastic. I mean, we had 2 great first days of play here for the Grand Final 7, and now we're ready to crown our champions. Is it going to be Nova? Is it going to be a new team for the first time? I have no idea, but it's going to be wild.
We'll have to wait and find out, and I'm actually, you know what, the alter ego got to me. I borrowed the jacket from the coach of alter ego, and I'm looking forward that they actually have good performances. Yesterday's pop-off from the crowd was amazing, and I want to see that. I want to see that again.
We will see whether or not they will be popping off in just a couple of minutes. But first of all, we want to take a minute to thank our beautiful sponsors. First of all, Sony and Sony Xperia 1 Mark IV's beautiful smartphone. Also, Sony Xperia Stream, which were co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. So if you want to share your highlights, if you want to stream on any of the social media platforms, you will be able to do so with no problem at all. Also, we want to thank Prime Gaming. In case you haven't heard of it, make sure to sign up. You'll get free games, free in-game premium content for lots of games, also for PUBG Mobile. So make sure to sign up and head on over the links. You can find them in social media and in the chat. And also, we want to thank PBESI, which is the local esports association in Indonesia. Thank you so much also for supporting this beautiful event right here in Jakarta, Indonesia. In case you haven't seen it, most of you probably have, but if you haven't, you can vote for your favorite team. You see the graphic right there at the bottom of your screen. You can vote for your favorite team in the grand finals, and you can find PMGC tokens in Arangel, and you can use them to vote for your favorite team in the esports center. Make sure to open up your app and check it out. And last but not least, make sure to follow us on our socials. We've got plenty of them, and you can see them right there on your screen. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and Twitter. You can find us in the name PUBG Mobile Esports. Make sure not to miss us on these socials, and you will be informed about all and everything in terms of esports. Literally everything's there. Like, everything is so condensed, and all the highlights, all the players, everything that's going on inside the next year, you will not want to miss all these beautiful information and socials. Let's get over to what we actually have in store for today, because this is the last day of PMGC.
Yeah, last day of PMGC, 6 more matches now remaining, 7, and gonna see how things are gonna be coming out. We had some comebacks happening in the second day in particular. So many teams are so close. We'll look at the rankings later on, but I would almost have to say almost every single team have a shot in these next 6 matches to make history.
We were talking about it before we actually started. We were looking at the leaderboard, which we will show you later, and we're like, yeah, almost any team has a chance. Yeah. If they can get a win right off the bat, they might put themselves into contention. And I mean, look at some of these teams. Some of them, I will have to call them out. I kind of expected to see more, but there was flashes of greatness yesterday. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to be seeing that too from some of the other teams as well.
Exactly. I mean, some of the teams are a little bit lower, right? The reason why we say it's still possible for them is they need to start off hot today. And if they do so, they can be back in a race to take the trophy back home.
Let's take a look at the top 4 damage dealers inside this PMGC final so far. Starting off with the top from Starward. Godlike Starward, my goodness.
He had a banger day yesterday, Alex. I can tell you that much, but still no chicken dinner. I do want to see a Starward chicken dinner happening eventually, but if there's one player that's going to stand out from Starward, well, Godlike Starward, it tends to be top pretty consistently, and he's got the white hair buff now. He's on point.
I was expecting the red hair, but you know what? I'll take it, especially since he is currently #1. But then you can see Revo. I mean, Alpha 7, even though they were very quiet yesterday, it's impressive to see that Revo was able to still perform and be up there with the top 4. And then we go to the top 4 knocks. I mean, S2G, I can say I expected them to be in top 5, and man, they're currently in contention to definitely get that win. 64 knocks out of them.
Strong, insanely strong second day. We were saying it, they were not too consistent when it comes to getting elimination and placement points in day 1. They worked on that, they improved upon it, and that is why they're currently in that top 3 podium position as of right now. And the thing is also, Silas doesn't need a team. Very clearly. This man, give him 1 nade, squad wipe.
Okay, true, but then we have to be careful with Nova, right? We saw day 2 Nova yesterday. And they definitely pushed up. We heard it from Paraboy. They expected to be in top 5. Well, guess what?
They did.
They set themselves perfectly to be exactly in top 5 and try to chase down some of the teams at the top, like Inco Gaming. So it'll be interesting if they are actually going to be able to catch them up.
Talking about past performance, let's take a quick look and have a quick recap at what's been happening so far. I love it. Starting off with S2G, that nade was fantastic. I was sitting in my seat, and I literally just wanted to scream. That nade, you can see it right there from this angle. But that's an art, literally an art.
I mean, he didn't have his team. His team was like literally, I think, like 200 meters away. He's like, don't worry, boys, I got this. 1 nade, goes for the push, then the entire team just joins up. And their hold on this position, if Nova do not really put themselves in that position earlier, that would have been an S2G win, but then Nova does what Nova does on their second day, apparently. You know, they start off doing their research, then second day, that's when they pop off, and now they're in a position to compete, to claim their trophy back to back to back, and that was insane.
I mean, talking about Nova, I mean, Jamie, for him to be able to do that play right there, and Frozen throwing that nade, getting that extra knock, and then they just continue to push, and we didn't even...
come on!
We didn't get to see the Paraboy nade. That was so amazing. We were kind of joking about it yesterday, right? Paraboy was doing so well that he decided to nade his teammates as well.
I do wish I was as good as Paraboy, where I get 6 eliminations in 1 fight versus 1 team. Those are the stats we're working with on Paraboy's side, but once again, S2G, the big step up, so many strong plays when it came down to it. The thing is, hopefully it's not going to be just day 2 to be their legacy in these grand finals. We want to see if they can keep the pressure on and keep these matches going their way.
And with S2G, I mean, I think you mentioned it perfectly too earlier. It comes down to, are they going to be able to get those eliminations? They have showcased that they can actually continue to get those placement points, and that's why they're currently sitting in second place, as you can see right there with 123 points. And then we have Inco Gaming. That was the biggest surprise for me. I didn't expect them to be in that first place. I thought it was going to be Alpha 7, but Inco Gaming, they are very confident. And don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk about them a little bit more later on.
No, Alpha, not only Alpha 7 and Inkill Gaming in the top 3, also S2G, and we've talked about them plenty. They did have a rough start of this tournament, but you have come back, especially in terms of eliminations.
Exactly. I mean, we say we want to see a 50-50 split here coming out when it comes to rank with placement points and eliminations, and they've been able to do that in absolute banging fashion on the second day. And the most impressive thing, there's only 5 Western teams. 3 of those are in the top 3 right now, which is mental when you think about it, when in the past, it's always been dominated by Asian
predictions,
teams.
I'm not going to make any
We're talking
predictions. I don't want to
about
cast a
teams that
curse
might
to
be able
anyone.
to make a push
you
towards
know?
the top. This is what we meant. Any of these teams, I personally think up to 12. I think
But,
Max, you were saying up to 15, right, if I'm not mistaken. They can make a push to at least the top 2
If any team
to
is
at
going to
least the top
win,
1. It's going to be interesting. It
it's
comes
gonna
down
be
to
a
the first
team
game. It looked this head-to-head between Razy and Paraboy.
Okay,
in the top 5
of course,
right now.
this is the big step up. I'm sure that if Paraboy played like day 2 on day 1, I'm sure the stats would be way higher, but that just goes to show how much of a redemption they've been able to kick off.
Yeah,
on the
DRS
second
could
day.
win,
And I
honestly.
saw a lot of theories going on online. It tends to
DRS
always
could
be the
win.
case for Nova. Day 1, research, analyze. Day 2, start your comeback. Day 3, dominate. And I want to see if we can see that once again today.
You want to see dominate?
The score is actually really close.
Is going to be showing up. We saw him being a little bit of a rough stretch out of
Anyone
him.
in the
And
top
then we
8
go to
could
the top
win
Aerial
with
performance. I mean,
2
Inco
good
Gaming,
games.
this is what's so impressive out of this team. I feel like they could have gotten 2 extra wins yesterday when it came down to Erangel. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and they told me that they are aware of the mistakes. We were kind of pointing it out, right? Whenever they did a 2-2 split late in the game, we were scratching our heads. We're wondering why they were even doing that. They are aware of it, and they are going to be fixing those kind of mistakes.
Yeah, I was actually really happy when you told me that earlier when you had that chat, and the fact they knew that that was a big issue, and we do not want to see those same mistakes happen once again. If that's the case, they could potentially hold on to the place in first and maybe take the trophy home to Brazil.
Are you teasing me?
Yes, I am. A little bit.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen it. We will be starting off with Erangel in just a couple of minutes, and we want to take this time to maybe touch on the biggest storylines. Apart from Nova, maybe coming back to a team that we've talked about just very briefly right there. Godlike Starwood, they seem to be making a comeback. That was their first 2 times they've been inside the top 3 in the last 2 games. You think it's going to start off in day 3 as well?
That's the big thing. As you said, no, second
Which-
place and the third
which
place.
position do you think still has a
keep
chance
that
of winning
momentum?
this?
Because apparently, I talked to Senator, the coach of the team. The moral of the team is actually really good, which is surprising, knowing that they've been struggling. They've been seen as one of the favorites going into this tournament, not been able to really perform. So the fact that the moral is still there is good, but I do wonder if they can keep the momentum here.
Okay, let's take a quick look at the teams
I
to watch from
think-
both of our analysts, and maybe starting off with you,
Whoa.
7. Oh, what?
All of these teams
Okay.
could win, so.
I mean, tell me about one of your
But
teams. or maybe just all of them, because they're
realistically-
the same, you know?
Alter Ego. I mean, this is the only chance that I feel like I'm going to get a chance to actually talk about them. They showed up an amazing improvement yesterday with that win, especially in Sandhawk. We were talking about it. They played
Godlike
that
has a
perfectly, the
chance.
way they were
IHC
doing their
has a
splits and where they
chance.
were willing to take fights too. I feel like if this team can actually continue,
I don't know what happens to
continue
Influence,
improve
man. I feel
and
like
get themselves
Influence,
there within the top 3,
because they did
can
so
possibly
bad
get
the
the
second
win
day
here, and
compared
this
to
crowd
first
will go
day,
absolutely
I would
nuts.
count them
I
out.
just want to get one more chicken dinner.
4
Just
a.m.
give me
Yes. I think we all want you. Max, going over
They
to you. Godlike
can
Starwood,
win it,
we were
but I
just
don't
talking
think
about
they
them.
will.
I feel like
I don't
they
think
blame
they'll
me
even
already
make
on
top
Twitter
3.
for cursing them pretty extensively. I get it, but Godlike Stalwart right now, I gotta go entirely in. I got the
My big question
right
mark
now.
is DRS.
Okay, Godlike Stalwart. If there's one time to make a comeback happen, it is right now. And these next
My
6
big question
matches,
mark
I
is
believe
DRS.
they can make it happen. Keep on going, boys.
Uh-oh, he cursed them.
DRS
They
could
are
win it.
sitting
DRS
ninth
could
place
make
right
top
now.
3.
They
DRS could also drop down.
Let's not hope it's going to be
Who
that way
knows
for,
what's gonna
for them.
happen.
Talking about another team that's pretty far down there, Brewery Ram. They just won that last game. And we were saying, we were hoping for a comeback. Any words on Brewery Ram going into today?
It was a good third party. I think
Yeah.
there's one thing we
I
can
miss
say about that game. They were
HVVP too.
opportunistic. That's
HVVP
great. I want them to create their own luck.
was
I
a
want to
really
see a
good
game
team
where
that
they have a 4 players remaining and they
I
just
think
look
almost
hyper
everyone
aggressive,
wanted to
willing
see
to take
in
control
the grand
of
finals.
the position in the game. We haven't seen that at all this entire finals, except for that third party, as we just mentioned. I want to see the league stage, Bure Ram. They've been missing so far. I want to see them hopefully come back today.
And for me, going based on their performances so far up to that one game, right, it's just not going to be good enough. I actually don't even have them finishing in the top 10.
Brutal.
Yep.
Look at this. We will see some of the players in the backgrounds. And talking about the Brazilian region, maybe let's quickly touch on A7 because that was one of your favorite 7. They had only a single game in this tournament, but they did not get a single frag. Only one game. You expect that to continue?
No, I think the team is definitely aware of
Yeah,
the
I got
issues
Reva.
that they need to fix. I got a chance to talk to them, and they were very confident. Actually, impressively confident. Their mood was actually very high, too, because this is a team that we've been mentioning over and over again. They go on momentum very, very much, and I feel like it's going to come down to the first game. If they have a great first game, then Alpha 7 might have a chance to actually getting this win and being able to be the global champions.
Yeah.
But if they don't start off hot, I don't think it's going to happen, and I think it will probably end up with the top 3.
I mean, if you're purely looking at like the odds of the trophy going to Brazil, they're pretty high. Like,
Yeah.
you got Inco in first, you got Alpha 7 in third.
They're all in the
It's
lobby.
looking pretty
They're
good.
waiting.
Though, I do want to bring a little bit of an
All
underlying
in
team
the
that
lobby.
we haven't really talked about too much. It is DRS. We keep talking about these massive teams all the time. You're talking about your Inco, S2G, Alpha 7, Nova. But DRS, they're chilling in 4th position. And if they strike hard today, we might see a Nepali team become the world champion.
Max, and they do have 2 wins in Erangel. And
Oh, that's big.
We do play Erangel 3 times today, so if there was ever a time for them to win, it will be today.
If the Nepali region can prevail, we will see in game number 1 of the PMGC Grand Final.
we're starting.
Day 3. And who better to do that with than John Allen and Blank. Take it away, boys.
Nice, let's go.
Thank you so much. We are into that final stretch. So are the teams. We are absolutely ready for it. Only time will tell what is going to happen because it is still all to play for.
It is still all to play for. There's so much on the line right now. Huge amount of prize pool, huge amount of prize money, huge amount of glory to be found during today as well. Day 3, 6 more matches. That's it. You're done. You're finished. And that will be the 2022 book to a close. And I'm very, very excited to see exactly how that last chapter does finish and what it sets us on for next year. Because if it is the 3P coming through from Nova, once again, teams will be looking to dethrone that king right at the top next year in Turkey. Or will we have ourselves a new PMGC Crown Champion looking to defend next year? I think that one of the crazy things is that right now with the way S2G is currently playing, and you keep saying this, John, is that they could certainly be the winners. And it could be a home ground team defending over in Turkey.
It would be amazing to see. It would be quite the story as well to see if S2G can keep
4
that
AM have a
momentum
chance?
going through
Yeah, they
the
do,
year as
but
well.
I don't think they'll do
that's
it.
going to be an
I don't think 4 AM
important
will even
factor
end up
moving
in
out of
top
this
3.
tournament, but we've got to think about that later, Blank, because
I just have my
they've got
doubts
to
with
win it
4 AM.
first if they want to be defending
I mean,
champions.
we've watched them play
Plenty
all
of
year
other teams,
long.
though,
in
wanting to challenge
PL.
for that title. You talked about
I don't think
defending
they
champions Nova. Sure, they've
can
had
make
that rise
top
from 10th
3.
up to 5th so far over yesterday, but they still have a little bit more to climb, and teams like Inco will not be going down without a fight. Even teams like Alpha 7, who started day 1 very, very strong and coming back into day 2, didn't have as much power, are going to be looking to put their best foot forward here in match number 1 on the day. We are looking for the first Erangel.
Horrible playing path to start our day off here, though. Day 1 was very kind. Day 2, even kinder when it came to playing path. Day 3, no prisoners, no mercy.
There we go.
Playing path down from Sosnovka all the way to the western side of Gatka here. A horrific way to begin, but for Stalwart dropping out early towards Novo, this could be a really good start for these boys.
And actually 2 teams going to be dropping out on the eastern side of the military island. Going to be a little bit of conflict potentially over towards Novo, a hot drop, and 2 more teams, 3 teams actually dropping out over Sosnovka, but they're all heading north, so likely going to see them over on that main island. Nobody going for C block at the moment, not that I can see anyway, which is fairly interesting, I'd say, with the playing path as it is. Still time to turn around if they want to go. And you look at that, Alpha 7, they did drop out in the same position as Godlike Stalwart, but they are going to go all the way over the water.
I remember when 4 AM used to drop military base.
Yeah, I mean, but this is practically their
They
basic
realized,
drop spot
okay,
anyway, so this is
military
fine
base
for Alpha 7 and their
sucks.
backup. Other than that, towards North George, also an availability for Alpha 7, been dropping their majority of the time throughout this tournament. But Milta Power, Milta, very standard drop spot for Alpha 7 during this match. I don't think anyone's going to cause them too many problems on this side.
I am really surprised, though.
Military zone 100%. We haven't seen a military zone. Oh.
They're all going to have to head
Ooh,
north, and
this
not
spot.
only because of the plane path now,
That spot's gonna
they
be the
will
God
go up
position.
with the circle. Another northern Erangel.
I think for most people, they realize that, honestly, going down towards Sosnovka military base or on C block, with this type of meta, this type of
Oh,
lobby,
what of
when
Inco
they're all
already
going
down.
highly central. That's
S2G.
Inco, though, getting dropped upon by S2G. They lose a couple there. That's one already down. Vitali sends away. Takes a fair bit of damage on the way out. That's Inco already losing one player. This could be a little bit tricky for them now. Wanting to take that central position early on, play with 4, but now playing with 3. This will cut their chances a
Oh,
little
I thought
bit.
one of their players was disconnected.
With losing Nenebete as well. That's really not the ideal candidate.
Oh, Becker goes down too.
There as well.
Oh, what is going
Inco,
on?
They are getting chased down right now. S2G
Oh, this
with
is good.
the
This is
elimination
good.
point that they were able to get. They're now 1 point behind Inco at the top of the tables, Blank, and maybe looking to pursue a little bit more with only 2 players alive for Inco. You've got to
This
think
makes
that
things
central
interesting.
strategy of theirs is looking
That's all the
pretty
other
shaky.
teams
Yeah, this
catch
is
up a little
not
bit.
ideal for Inco, honestly,
That sucks for
especially with
Inco,
that
though,
playing
man.
path. It does not give them a lot of time to get set up and going. Inco is a team that tends to do very, very well towards that end game, honestly, John, and that's where they find their big rewards. And you can also get yourself some big rewards from 2022 PMGC Special Crate, only available till the end of today, January 8th, so make sure you get hands on that whilst you still can.
4 angry men just picking each other up and moving forwards. Look at this early moves.
Damn, Inco down to a
Generally,
2-man
what
already.
you will see from Inco this time around, though, they are cut down in half entirely.
That
Took
sucks.
a lot of
That's a
damage
rough
early.
start.
There's no meds on Squash. They still have yet to go for this loot.
This is
A
gonna
lot
be the
of
best
teams
spot
have
on the
made their
map
way
for
up
the first
north
zone.
fast, and one of those teams,
Spot
4
4
angry
just
men,
drove by.
will be across that river in North George 2-2 right
Do you
now.
agree that Green Lobby League stage was tougher
All
than
4 of
this
them
lobby?
still alive. T2K also moving to that north of the river. IHC.
Nah,
South
I
George
think this is the
occupation.
toughest lobby.
Yeah, T2K can head towards Box Compound, perhaps hold there for a little
You have
while
IHC,
longer
and
before
ST
heading up
in
towards
here.
Severny
You have
side.
Wolves.
4 AM picking up their usual
Yeah,
drop
like
spot in
Vampire
North
crushed
George,
it,
so they know
and
this should
their
be clear,
group
this should be
stage.
clean. They're
Like
at the
this
top
lobby
gets
just
towards
doesn't
that
seem
position
as
nice and
tough
early.
because
Inco's
some of the
headed
tough
towards
teams aren't
Rozok.
doing well, but that's because the other
Imagine that
teams are
they'll
just
loot up
that
quickly
strong.
and then head a bit further upwards.
Is it
but
quality
I
max?
think right now with Severny,
It
very
is
limited
not.
amount of places you can play in Severny.
There we go. Let's get it to max quality. There we go.
Imagine that they'll loot up quickly and then head a bit further
I think
upwards.
Green was
I think
better,
right
to
now
be
with Severny,
honest.
very limited amount of places you can play in Severny.
Green
And
was
around it,
very
it's required to have four
entertaining.
members, 3 members alive to be able to take some of the prime positions.
Green was
Right
very
point to start the day.
entertaining. I
However,
think
it
I
does
feel like
mean
the
that
only
it's a
team
storyline.
missing from
However,
Green
Rozok
is
still
oh
has a
shit.
here. Sends an absolute deadly spray his way, and only bandages on board for Jane, which means that this fight is
Oh,
pretty
Frozen,
shaky for
Frozen
them.
in a
Through the window.
1v4.
You only need 1 HP to be able to lob those nades through, and that's going to be a flash. Frozen eliminated by T2K. For Nova, that is such an unfortunate result. Like you said, Jane being on practically no HP there, perfectly lobs that grenade through the window.
What's happening here?
Will take down Frozen. Now Nova starting the day where they wanted to have that comeback, where they wanted to have that domination on day
Nova
3.
really wanted that
send
spot.
them towards that upper side and really be in the fight for those number 1 and 2nd spots. Realistically, they want the trophy once again. But right now, it's S2G and Inco hugely
man,
pulling
that game.
ahead. With Inco losing 2, it might just be S2G creating an even bigger buffer between them and the rest of the teams in this lobby.
Alter Ego. They have absolutely spurred the crowd
This point table
to
is
hysteria
extremely close.
sometimes, especially with their chicken dinner yesterday. But they do still have their work cut out for them. 15th place right now, 65 points on the board. They aren't lost. I think that's what we can say for them. But they did manage to get the chicken dinner, and the one that they did get, it was fairly convincing.
Yeah, it was a good chicken dinner. I was talking to Denny about it, the coach from the team, saying that, you know, they were given the circle. I had to be nice to him. I was like, look, you're given the circle, but you still have to play that out correctly. Take that win. I think that Indonesia could be certainly proud. And he said, yeah, well, we changed a few things, and we've worked on it. And again, this is PMGC. This is the hardest PMGC we've had in basically forever. So for Alter Ego to continue performing like this, it's really good to see. And I don't think there's a single team here that has underperformed massively. Maybe VPE, you could say, currently at 45 points, but there is 6 more matches still to go. Maybe they could change things.
Nova's played 3-man before
Nova
early
at the
on
top
and still
of
done really well.
Everest, after getting backed
You can
off
still get a
the
really good game
position in
here.
the compound across the river by T2K with a sneaky little nade. Godlike Stalwart moving on the southeast side as IHC and Fireflux in the crates near Georgia Pole, looking to lay claim. I think Fireflux, yeah, they have just been trying to move in on that west coast, and Solke gets spotted. IHC want to close the jaws of this, moving 2 players up to the warehouse. Solke into the vehicle as well, looks to hop out as they will have heard that one. The engine did switch on, and 2 players going straight on in.
Oh, Solke could have got away.
Now, half HP, going to be tricky to make it work. UMP to move forwards, a lot of damage sent in, but Solke's being flushed out. Goes for the challenge, and it is IHC to take him down. Solke falls, and the rest of Fireflux divert attention.
Why was he stuck there?
Go back south.
Very nice stuff there coming through from IHC. Well, let's get themselves...
Solke could have drove off.
Or at least 1
He
point,
could've.
right? That 1 elimination, but it gives them a nice little platform to play from going forward. Order. 50 eliminations.
Yeah, I can make it through to the end, I
Not to
think.
go for him. Yuhai did have 49 though, so you gotta respect that. Just a little bit behind Order, who is kind of too good, let's be honest.
Everyone's like playing really fast because this zone is so important to get a good spot.
Currently 93 points, 7th place. Nova only 3 points ahead of them. Svan, the legacy player.
Yeah, Nova's in a bad spot. I mean, if the zone goes south, Nova's good. But right now, Nova overall's position, like on the map, is not very good. They are stuck.
WWX has been doing a very, very good job as
if
well.
If the circle goes north.
Putting a lot of work. I don't think there's really anyone on there.
It's hard for them to even wrap around from their position.
The organization wanted. Yes, Svan is great at leading that team, and he certainly does look like he has a ton of experience on board. But I think they have created this core now, which is quite strong, and it's certainly something that will carry 4AM to even greater heights.
Oh, look at that T2K split.
They're not that far behind some of these big teams.
Well, T2K is going to leave, I think.
Today, which is fantastic.
And Nova could be able to see this and take this position.
The front runners. That's just one.
Yeah, this is good for Nova.
Right
Nova could get through to a strong spot now.
They maintain a lot of the control over towards that northwestern side of the
T2K
circle.
playing a very greedy split.
Really struggles when they lose players early on.
That was only Circle 1 though, if you think about it. So that's a good split for Circle 1.
Time now, I'd say.
That's a really good split that they took advantage of for Circle 1.
Players at this current moment means that I think this could be a good 4AM game.
Influence came in as well, shimmying around on that northern side. Alpha 7 just a little bit to their west right now. Influence came in the lowest scoring Brazilian team, but in 8th place with 91 points, still in that contest, which is saying something. 3 Brazilian teams here in the finals. We've got 3 Chinese teams, but those nationalities are the highest represented in this stage. So the fact that all 3 of those
can't be
Brazilian
crashing
teams
in the
have
trees on the
over
last
90
day
points is really quite saying something.
It's an astounding result for the region, honestly. I think if you're a Brazilian fan, you should absolutely be proud of your country. You know, they've really fielded not only 1 team, 2 teams, but 12 separate players, all right now here in the PMGC. Every single one of them of insanely good caliber.
PMGC playstyles finally becoming like PEL, don't you think? Yeah, closer and closer to it.
Of like, even if you're able to
the new point system next year is going to make teams even more aggressive.
This is a very rare occurrence that you do not see very, very often. I think it's wonderful to see as well. I mean, just Americas in general having this standout region for themselves, this standout country, bringing this kind of presence, this kind of pressure to every other team within this lobby. We've had a real turn of good events here in the PMGC, and over this last year, PUBG Mobile, a lot of successes. And right now, I think that PUBG Mobile is only going to get harder in terms of skill and what you're going to have to bring to the table. But I think we're only getting better talent coming through to the scene, and I think we'll see some more familiar faces going towards the future.
I feel like that is the story that we've seen over the course of this year, is the leveling up of every single region.
Yeah.
I think there is not one that doesn't have some sort of massive improvement.
You don't like the new system? We'll see how it goes. I like the new system.
Really excited, especially for, I mean, what is next year's final going to look like over in Turkey?
100%. I think that when you look at it, it's like, it feels very much like the PUBG Mobile team is trying to bring us more in line with the Chinese type of esports, PEL, for instance. Yeah. You know, we're getting similar points in terms of their point system. It's not exactly the same. I think they have some slightly different rules when it comes to eliminations, but we've got different circle changes now, making the game much more fair. I think overall, you know, not only is everyone leveling up to the level of China, but now also we're having our scene becoming much more similar to theirs. I think we're going to see a whole new game coming to the next year. It's just these little changes that are completely changing the dynamic of the game. It's very fun to see. You can tell that the PUBG Mobile team is
How many years do you think PUBGM esports will last? I think it's going to last another
during the tournaments, everyone who's competing in the tournaments
3 years at the least.
To compete in. So
3 years
I'm
at the
proud to be part of
least.
this community, man.
Well said.
Thank you.
An admirable sentiment, and one that I firmly agree with. The circle, coming back into this game, blank. It went hard northwest. This is a hard shift up to the north side, but it's probably one of the better circles for this current split. Isolating and leaving that river means that teams won't have to make that 50-50 coin flip. Instead, they'll look to play these set pieces around the river crossings. But Wolves going to look to hold that on the south.
Absolutely. I think that when you look at this as well, one team in particular catches my attention is Alpha 7. Not an easy push, not an easy rotation.
Oh, wow. What a shot. Whoa. They just knocked two?
Suddenly being towards the center of the circle here.
Wait a second.
Range, but
S2G just knocked two? Oh, my God.
Versus Wolves. Just one player remaining, and it's Nova as well off in the distance, taking some pot shots. They have one player that might be able to get the
Holy, S2G almost somehow cracked that open.
Coming through, and HamZG just sent for the water.
If Nova had four, they'd go aggressive here, I feel like. They're missing out on points.
Plenty of support of
Those points are going to get stolen.
Arena here in Jakarta.
They're all getting stolen.
Going to be taking shots actually.
Ooh, SCVE actually coming here.
Stalwart also third partying in. Beautiful wants to confirm these flushes. 2 players active for the Wolves. And he moves up on the ridgeline. HamZG is beneath him. Needs to be careful, but there does seem to be some backup
nice
there.
confirmation by
Silas,
Wolves.
both going to be flushed out. Now they can turn their attention to the reses, unless HamZG has something to say about it. Floating around near the boat. Remember, spots it. And there's no way
Ooh,
HamZG gets up
S2G
here.
and Inko down early.
Goodness me, the top 2 teams looking like they've come out of the ring from...
Top 2 teams down early.
Muhammad Ali, because honestly, they look battered at this stage of the game. I think that you're looking at this, and this is a great opportunity for teams underneath them, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th here even.
Wolves aren't
down
in
to
zone.
7th. They could jump up now. This is a great opportunity. The fact that Inko, as well as S2G, aren't really going to profit very much from this game if they don't get their players in towards that end game in the first place. This is a very, very wild start to our day 3 where absolutely no one's safe once again.
The southwest side being overseen by 4 Angry Men. We talked about how strong their position was for quite a while, actually, and now Vampire are finding out just what a difficult position it will be. The circle gives 4 Angry Men as well some legs into the next phase. On the south side of it, that cut does keep them in, but Vampire going to have to push further north.
I think we look at 4EM's position, it's actually incredibly good. Purely with where they're playing, they have a massive amount of high ground looking down.
This is going to be a very good game.
Ingo's making a swift rotation
with
on
that
that
circle.
northern side. In the meantime, got like Stalwart still taking some good shots. Memory pumps them down below. That's HamZG going down too. So S2G out now.
Second place team eliminated on
Oh no,
124
Jimmy!
points now
Jimmy
after
fell!
the game. Once you add that elimination point in, Inko might actually have, with a duo, an
They're going to
opportunity
leave
to
Jimmy.
open up a 7-8 point lead if they're lucky. See how much further they can go. God like Stalwart not stopping with just the one team. They want to try and take a second as well. They want to ruin the day of Wolves.
God like Star Wars. Maybe
Seemed
comeback
like they
day.
were somewhat back on form coming into yesterday.
Looked a bit better. I think that was just a case of being able to figure out the lobby. Again, one of the invited teams. They didn't get to play with these circle settings for our group stage. I think for Alter Ego, again, still very admirable for this team to be where they currently
left
are.
Jimmy.
Considering
Jimmy's
they did
dead.
get a lot of practice during that group stage against a lot of these teams and the new circle settings.
Jimmy hopped out of
It's
the
a lot
car,
to come
man.
into, a lot to figure out on the fly. Wolves now going down. Inko
Jimmy
moved
fell out of
across
the
that northern
car.
Side, like I said before, a bit of a dangerous push, but they made it happen. Unfortunately, Influence came in the wings on that northwest side. That will be a problem for them later. 4AM though, spot Nova coming towards them. Already find one, and I think it might be lights out for Nova at this rate.
Nova with just order now to keep them alive. Repositions, maybe looking for the res over onto Paraboy. Will not be the easiest, but no, they aren't actually going to try and
Nova's
make
dead.
that one happen. Probably wise. Only one first aid available for order in the meantime. Catch from Fireflux. 3 of those players alive as well. As got like Stalwart rocks straight on up into T2K. Scry has gone down, but they send Rig on kneeling as well. Pika on the inside of the shack.
Oh, come on,
Gets
T2K.
the knock. And got like
You can't just chill in
turning
there,
up the heat.
acting
Max
like-
Man with the jersey.
Oh, man.
I mean, you can only curse them for so long, right?
You got to
It's
go
gotta
aggressive
cancel
at
out
some point.
during this day, and it feels like it's right now. 6 eliminations. Good stuff. Alter Ego on the prowl, though, from afar.
There we go, Alter
Shots
Ego.
going through. Stalwart taking a heavy amount of punishment. Should be able to get some reses off, some meds through. Vampire Esports also looking towards his position. Mini 14.
Oh, not quite able to spot what they needed there for Fluke. Smokes to allow them forwards though, could sneak a couple nades into the shack. And they swing down low. Ravenclaw leads that charge. Alter Ego won't be able to spot that, but their shots still pouring on in from Godlike Stalwart. They've lost action, so they are at 3. 6 eliminations, and they are caught in the midst of it. A nade forwards from Ravenclaw.
Oh, nice
and a knockover onto Scry. Pika, half HP, has to move out the back there. Top wanting to try and play anchor. Nova eliminated in the meantime. Central position. Fluke
Nova's
spotted.
out.
And Alter Ego starting to light it up here. Ravenclaw wants another nade over the top, but taken very, very low. Has to run with the blue zone at his back now.
Ooh.
An uncomfortable scenario, but Stoned has it with the
That's 4 AM.
support coming on in. Stoned moves up around the edge, but the Vampire's not going to stand
Dude,
too
Top
much
is
longer there.
Top
13th
had
place
top
and only 2
damage
eliminations.
coming into
Only
today, and
4
Top has
AM
5
lead up to this,
eliminations
and
right
this is
now.
uphill, so a little bit
Top
more
is
of a
nasty.
tough angle to take
Top's
shots
got
at
the most
towards.
damage by far out of
Vampire
every
Esports,
player.
what a rough time of it though. Running through all this, trying to take shots at the team from Stalwart, also taking shots from Alter Ego, send them back, and Alter Ego is very happy to just send this one away. But at Amp, that's Sky Only running down one of Influence Kevin's players. Inco down to 1, they cut their losses, sent one of their players up towards the northwest side, and Vitali over towards the center. Right now, it will be earning 1 point just in terms of ranking from a 12th place. See how long Vitali can go for. Any kind of points he can get at this point is useful to them.
DRS. You call them a very effective edge playing team.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best in the lobby. They'll be playing from that north side. They were suppressing Alpha Ego's movements on the south side. As 4 Angry Men rack up their 5th elimination of this game so far.
4 AM up to 5.
They're going to hound on the heels of DRS.
Maybe I'm reverse caster cursing 4 AM.
Of the lobby. It's really fun to watch them play, honestly, because like I said, they are probably one of the best edge teams in the lobby. It's not easy to play edge. I think Fireflux has certainly suffered because of those reasonings. This lobby just doesn't take to it. But on this northeastern side and on the east side in general, DRS has found themselves
Oh, wow,
in
he
a
got
really, really strong
one.
position to play it from. The moment they're cutting down Alter Ego. Crunch between the vehicles, won't go down though, he's been sent all over the place.
Pops out for a trade, and Alter
Wow.
Ego rolled up on by
Wow, DRS.
A presence to be felt.
Fighting
and
in
feared.
aggressive.
5 eliminations now on the game for DRS as they take that northeastern side. Very, very close by to Alpha 7 on the
Okay.
overall standings.
DRS.
As Influence Kemin look to try
DRS
and
could
close
win
that
this.
gap as well. Law moving in against Buradam. Sky Only fades out in the background. Tiger last standing for the
Oh,
an excellent duck
sheesh.
shot there. But unfortunately, across the way, it's Alpha 7.
What a
Alpha 7
shot.
taking down. Influence came in. Well, Buradam saving the lives of their Brazilian brethren. Really good stuff there. But that season with 3 eliminations now. Before EM, not quite done yet. Losing 1 player is a little bit problematic. Geek Fam down towards their western side. Fireflux ahead. IHC looking to sweep on that northern side up towards Influence came in. But A7's got this real crazy lineup over on the northeastern side. Feels like they've found their footing, found their rhythm just a little
4AM
bit.
chilling
That's Geek
right
Fam
now.
going down. 4AM taking
Oh,
themselves
4AM
up to a
did lose
hefty
1 player
8
though.
elimination count. Sitting steady now with Stalwart, also on 8 eliminations.
Influence Kemin moving on through. I say Influence Kemin, it's only Federal now. Sneaking past IHC and their edge guard on the northern side. Alpha 7 as well. Wide spread on that northeast side. Spotting IHC with Mafioso. Ziol gets away from the spray as the reload forced.
Mafioso feeling himself. 4
tucks it back
eliminations
behind the headland
already.
as well. And Alpha 7 not really going to find too much value other than suppressing IHC from swinging out on the north.
4AM, unfortunately, lost 1 player, but they do get the circle now. There's a very good chance for them. I think for 4AM, if they get a massive game at the start of the day here, it'll see them in a position where they can fight out for that first place spot. Inco, though, still alive with Vitali. So good at just remaining in these games. Some more shots coming through. 4AM take this up to a 9 elimination game. Set themselves now over 100 points total.
IHC pushing in from the north. Corralled by Alpha 7 somewhat, and directly into the lines of fire with 4 Angry Men, who have been a massive force. As you'd said, 9 eliminations so far in the game, but they will hold their line. This hillside has been their sanctuary for so long.
It's a really difficult position to push up on. it is quite difficult.
Oh, DRS
to
versus
hold,
Alpha
though, as
7.
3. When you have 4 players, it is infinitely easy just to keep players off that position.
Let's see how good
But
DRS
WWX
is
has
at
to
fighting.
hold the southern side all by himself. So if Stalwart, DRS, wanted to swing in on that side, he'd have to hold it basically a solo gunman, because as soon as he goes down,
I like what DRS is doing here, actually. Applying pressure, but not necessarily just going for the kill.
Difficult for him. It will have to be perfect play here onwards for them. They want to hold this position, have a really dominant game going forward.
Oh, this is going to fuck them up so hard, though.
A7,
Oh, this is
DRS,
going to fuck them up
T2K
so hard,
still
though.
going.
Oh!
Gets value on that one. 2
Shit.
knocks found, and DRS
actually
cut in half
sucks,
for the
man.
moment. Legend looks to burn
I
them
feel bad
away
for
with that
DRS
Molotov
on
as
that
well.
one.
Rules
That
at Delta,
sucks.
they're not moving. Are they just going to give this one up? It seems like they might.
That sucks.
Killer, very, very tricky to get him back up, but that is massive.
I don't know where
A
this solo
player
Inco
from
player is.
T2K could have just changed the tide of the northeast side of this fight. Alpha 7 now with so much more room, and they've already started to take care
Alpha
of
7 got
IHC
saved
on their
right
western
there.
edge.
Yeah, IHC
Oh, there's
getting
Inco.
absolutely blasted apart at the moment. Alpha 7 really has just rocked this entire lobby's lives. The sound of resounding grenades, shrapnel all over the place, with Alpha 7's signature all over it. 4AM though, again, still hesitant to move. Pretty sure the circle's going to come down towards him. Not really much point in being too aggressive at this point, especially with 9 eliminations. You know, finishing this game out with second or a first place, ideally, would be perfect for them.
Legend spotted. Rules with a
Oh, they'll
little bit
get a
of
revive up to
retribution, and
3.
They will be able to res for a 3rd player on the DRS roster, but
So they only lost
that
one
leaves
player
Alpha
there.
7 at the advantage.
Yeah.
Inco still alive, by the way, in this engagement.
I mean, this is just typical Inco, honestly. I think that they're just able to slip past the defenses and senses of a lot of these teams. And he's even taking knocks over down towards Pika, leaving Top as the final player. Vitali will finish off
4AM up to
Pika
10.
with the help of 4AM. And now Top might be looking up that way, up to a 6th place finish if Vitali went down now. For 4AM, this is a really good circle. The fact that
Oh my
isolates
god,
WWX's
4AM got this.
position on that
4AM got
side
this in the
means it's a
bag.
nice position to have to take
4AM
care
got.
of on this hillside,
4AM finally
which
got
means
some
they can
circle luck.
consolidate their forces a little
They
bit
don't
more.
usually get
They
much
do need
circle
to
luck,
wait
but
for
they
that to
finally got
happen,
some
though.
circle
It
luck.
will be a little time, but with IHC and Alpha 7 in a chokehold, in a lock, which Alpha 7 is going to want to break right now, this could be difficult.
A double roll up, close range, up and personals. The
Oh,
old balls of the
goodness me.
mafioso shots from
Alpha
the
7
heavens
looking
as well.
sick.
Take them out, but
Never
Mythic
mind.
gets
Alpha 7
knocked
could
and
beat.
flushed as 4AM pinches
I
another
thought
one
Alpha
away.
7 was going to lose at
Revo
least
gets
one
the heel
player.
of Mythic down and out.
Honestly, such
Oh,
a
4AM got
good
one,
play
though.
from
4AM
Alpha
got
7.
one of Alpha 7
Similarly, such a
and
good
got the
play from 4AM,
confirmation.
being able to take that point
So Alpha
and
7's down to
flush,
3 now.
That means the team's down to 3. Their main advantage coming into this last circle, the fact that they were at 4 players total, really, really well played. Look at the sniper lineup on 4AM as well. AWM available, Car 98K, a Mini 14. They have the long range advantage. They can just get
Holy
involved in
shit,
all these
Inco's
fights.
popping.
Vitali though, 2 for 2, over on top of Stalwart. And that'll be them laddering up to a 4th place at least.
Guaranteed 4th place. Points starting to rack
Silly
up
stuff.
for Vitali. With their main competition going down early as well, it's going to be tricky. Here comes
Goodness
the roll-up
me.
for Alpha 7, 4 Angry Men. They do have a lot of snipers, but they've got a lot of firepower in those close-range fights too. Just Revo as the backline has been isolated. Revo moves forwards, a third of his HP, and that's
Goodness me.
swiftly snuffed out.
4AM.
4 Angry Men are dominant here in the
Oh my
open
god,
field.
Inco's still
4
alive,
Angry
bro.
Men with more to do though against Vitali
Inco's
and
still
DRS.
alive.
I mean, I was saying from day 2 that the way 4AM was playing on
Inco
day
started
1,
this
I
game
felt
as a
like he was
two-man.
in the back pocket for them. Vitali steps out for just a second. WWX with the M4 just sends the bullets in. That'll be Inco down up to 15 eliminations.
DRS
now.
versus 4AM.
AWM still in pocket. DRS, I still think that this is a team that can challenge versus 4AM. Circle will definitely be a big factor in this last engagement.
This is massive for 4AM, not only because of the difference that they have in points to the top of the tables, but also to stop DRS as well, who are a team ahead of them. If 4 Angry Men can convert here, it's huge.
30 points is what we were asking for. Right now, 15 eliminations.
I feel like
potential
DRS
3
has the
more.
advantage
33
here.
points total would be huge.
WWX brings
Like
out
they're all cornered
the
in
big
one
boy.
spot.
The AWM looks over towards that direction.
But just one knock onto 4AM and they're
Unfortunately,
done
with
for it.
DRS,
They
with
need
the
to move
circle
up.
at their back, they will have to move forward. So a knock at this point of the game, this stage of the game.
Whereas if they
is
knock
gonna
one
be
of
too
DRS,
influential.
there's a
Big
chance
Jen
that he
picks
could get
himself up a
revived.
vehicle. They know they'll need cover going into this last fight. Through the smoke. This is so smart from 4AM. They really are setting up this end game very well. And they're already inside the next circle, which was
This
their
is hard for
biggest problem,
4AM because DRS could pick who they want to shoot at.
is given that platform to move.
They could ignore, they could isolate 3v1's long range. 4AM's trying to get multiple angles, but that just allows DRS to choose which 3v1 they want to look at.
in the next circle.
All of 4AM got into the zone though.
And honestly, at this point in time, I think 4AM's kind of played the winning move, right? This is almost checkmate. With them in such a defensive area, and DRS now forced to walk down the hill, coming into zone 9. But that's a great
All
read,
DRS
a
needed
great
was to get
read
one
on
knock.
Ching Chen.
Oh,
Now it's
grenade,
1v2.
2v2.
It's going to be difficult for him to pick them back up again. Svan has to put the hurt down.
Oh,
up
don't
toward
go for the
DRS.
revive. That's so
require a
risky.
first aid kit.
Oh, what a shot by Spawn.
Down to one in just Giante.
Spawn is
taking this all
owning
by
right now.
himself. 15 eliminations so far. They want to rack up.
They're getting the
18
revive.
blank. It
They're
will be a
chilling.
monumental 33-point game for them.
This
And
Spawn
Delta
is
going to
ripping
go down.
it.
A 16th point on the elimination card for them now this game. And Ching Chen is rezzed. WWX has the nade, launching it on forwards. Behind the tree it goes.
Oh,
Logan
a
rolls.
re-knock. Oh,
Gianti now, the
GG's.
last on the menu. And 4AM are hungry. They want to take it here. They want to take it now. And the top of the tables
GG's.
is not safe. A disgusting game coming through
All right,
from 4AM.
well,
It's
sorry I
only a
doubted
matter of time.
4AM.
Not losing members early on seems to be the
The
key
reverse
for them, but
cast
they
the
got
curse.
themselves into a perfect spot. A long run for them with that plane path up towards North George. Played it perfectly out to the edge. What a way to set this one up, John. Lovely to see.
We said today anything can happen. Anybody in the top side of those tables can take this one, can move on up when it counts, and that has been proven. Match 1 here. We still got 5 more to go.
I mean, with that 93-point mark, I think that sits them in a really, really good position now. I think it's 126 points. I think Inco is still ahead, but regardless, that is what they wanted right at the beginning of the day, is to be in a position where the chase is on for them. And again, like you said, taking down DRS there, not allowing them to get a huge amount of points off the back of the chicken dinner, means that it's another team that might have been ahead of them that is a little bit more hampered by a chicken dinner they could have maybe got. Span with the MVP, of course, that had to happen there, John. This guy, 1,100 damage with the help of WWX, but look at the damage across the board. It's so even, with Good Shell going down early. The fact that all these players put in the work is astonishing to me.
And they traded that off. Huge, huge value for the position that they held.
Yeah.
They got there so early as
and
well.
set up off the back of it. I mean, taking all these long-range weapons, in which case...
Oh yeah,
just
Inco got a shit ton
adding to
of
these fights,
points
getting
though.
involved
Inco
just
got a
little
lot of
bit,
points with
maybe
just one
as an
player.
afterthought sometimes, maybe as just one knock, one elimination here and there. That was more than enough that by the time they got to that end game, you know, Alpha 7 taking that one elimination away from them, sitting them down to just 3 players, meant as soon as Svan found that backstop player, they had no one to res him. They had no one else there, and it was a Hail Mary from the 2 in front. He basically dealt with it by himself. Honestly, 4AM was on another level this game, but 4AM as a whole really played that game out super smartly.
We haven't had a global finals in PUBG Mobile history where we haven't had a Chinese team in the conversation at the top. We've seen right now that 4AM wanted to correct that. They've pushed hard. They've got an 18 elimination game here, Blank. They have managed to do so much, but it's not over yet. There's still more to do.
Oh man. Good job, 4AM.
What an absolutely unbelievable game coming in from 4 Angry Men.
They put on a show
33
coming into day number
points.
3, and that is the
18
strongest game that we've
eliminations.
seen so far in the PMGC Grand
18.
Finals. 33 points, Max.
That's more than
I think it's
50.
fair to say 33 points, that's going to
Wow.
help you pretty significantly. 4 angry men. We could
Jeez.
talk
Nova
about
got
this game
0
for
points. They didn't
ages,
get
Seven.
any
Execution
elimination
was close
points.
to maybe even we could say flawless.
Oh,
Yes. They were
yikes.
not in a
That
great
sucks.
position. They had to push against DRS. They had all the information, such a good defensive position, and yet they just pushed their way, their way forward, step by step by step, and the moment they're in there, it is not going to go away from them.
Little by little, just inching up, but I do have to appreciate what they did even before putting themselves into that situation to be in the end game. They were able to control the outside of their circle. They were able to take on fights with GeekFam. They were able to take on fights with Alpha 7 when Alpha 7 decided to make on that push, and they held them up. Yeah, they did end up losing one player, but it wasn't enough. And I mean, 18 eliminations, come on. Could you ask for anything better?
We were looking so much at the late game, but they started off so strong in the early game as well. Maybe didn't have the screen time, but at phase 3, 4, they were already at 9 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, they cleared the western side. They cleared themselves at GeekFam, Alpha 7 also. I think even 5flux, to some extent, they did it, and Svan, the MVP of 2 years ago over in Dubai for the Grand Finals of 2020. And he's going for the title once again. 7 eliminations, that puts him
Look
back
at Top,
in the MVP
though,
ranks.
man.
Earlier today, I got a chance to talk to him.
I was there.
You were next to me.
Yeah.
And I
Top
was
is the
asking him,
best performing
what's it
player
feel like
on a
being
team that's
back
not
at
doing
PMGC?
too great.
He was super happy to be here, and what he loved the most
Yo, what
is
up,
the
Dave?
energy from the crowd.
Good to
He
see
said
you.
that in China he doesn't really get to experience that, but every single time, whether he gets eliminated or whether he gets an elimination, he feels that crowd and it hypes him up and it gets him more excited.
I'm thinking of something. Powerboy said he's going to be in top 5, then top 5. Svan said he's going to get himself potentially 2 to 3 chicken dinners. It's looking that way. I want to ask them the lottery numbers.
Dude, Nova's not even in the front page
That is
anymore.
crazy because we were talking about Nova right now. They're not even in the top 8
Dude,
right
Nova's
now.
not even in the front page anymore.
Second place, Evan. What?
Holy
I am
shit.
speechless. By the way, Inco Gaming, Vitali, what a performance for your team when they needed a performance out of you. For him to be able to stay alive that long, and on top of that, he did have to snake for a long time, but when he got a chance, he decided to get some eliminations, and I thought that was massive for them. Alpha 7, I talked about it earlier too. That was a team that needed to start off hot. They did just that, and with Nova, it's a big surprise actually. They ended up losing a player super early on with Frozen to
Oh
T2K.
man,
And
I don't think
Nova
Nova's
thought
gonna
of their
get
big
first
rotation
place,
we
guys.
tend to see from them, going from that Gankstars
I don't
split
think Nova's
over
gonna
to,
do it.
Q position over to the east of George Pole.
I think the Nova
Unfortunately,
era
teams,
is
they're
done.
going to start to learn from you a little bit. They're going to know that your rotation is pretty much possible to shut down. And that's what they did. T2K sent one player taking himself a one-on-one fight versus, I believe it was Frozen. Eliminate that player, and then you're already hurting the numbers of Nova and struggling to get himself any points in that game.
We definitely saw them losing players on rotate. Going over to A7 because they were the other big contender in that late game area, right? They had such a good position. What happened?
Talk about it. Do we want to? Yeah, you know what? Let's actually talk about it as we do have Miramar coming up, and I can't wait to see who's going to be winning that Miramar. But with Alpha 7, I love the split that they had in Circle 4, but towards the end of Circle 5, when you have the same split and when you are that spread out, I didn't actually like that. I felt like they were getting away with it. They were getting super lucky. I did appreciate.
We still got 5 more
games
games though.
to be able to
So
eliminate them. How Mafioso was able to hold that.
a lot
top angle,
changed
and it
in
worked
one
out for them.
game
I
just
felt like
now.
they
A
were
lot
trying
can
to
change
duplicate that
again
against
in
Borg
another
and
game.
it just completely backfired.
Yeah, the longer they held on to that split, my hype turned into like worry and concern. I was like,
Yeah.
you guys are maybe stretching that split a little bit too long in time, but at the end of the day, they still were able to get themselves a lot of point in this match to remain in that top position. But man, S2G, one of the top Miramar performers right now. If they can perform right now in this match, they can claim their position back on the podium.
They're definitely going to need to perform. I mean, with just putting up 1 point in the last match, it was interesting because that 1 point came from Inco Gaming. We were like, okay, maybe S2G is going to be in first place after this match, and then completely backfire.
But Nova. That's my point.
But Nova.
Nova and Miramar. It's pretty good.
Talk about a team that we just saw in a great position as well that kind of just fell off there in the late game. It's DRS, and I was expecting them to perform well today in Miramar as well.
I wouldn't really call it a fall-off, to be honest, for DRS.
You don't think so? 4 AM will stop now?
They are so good, so strong at clearing the edge. Like that 2-2 split gets so much information. The moment they have one team, they know we need to clear out this team to gain even more space on the edge of the circle. regroup, full send it. I think they cleared like 2 teams at one point relatively easily too. And I'm telling you, they are a silent team. Sure, maybe not a team to get chicken dinners, but they get enough points where they could be in first place.
I appreciated their passiveness at one point when Alpha 7 was taking shots at them, and I think Alpha 7 knocked one of their players. They decided to just back off a little bit more and let Alpha 7 be aggressive towards somebody else. It worked out wonders for them. But that is Erangel. I mean, that's a team that has 2 wins in Erangel.
Emma's upstairs. She's watching
Netflix. Like that in Erangel's not going to be able to cut it for first place.
Talking about Miramar, let's look at some of the teams to watch for our analysts. We'll have them. Actually, talking about teams to watch. Oh, there we have it. DRS on both of you guys' schedule. That's a superb actually transition because we were just talking.
DRS could win still too. Honestly, I mean,
felt like they had a good chance in the last game as well. Going over to Miramar, that's your pick.
Yeah, I still have the jersey. It's a little bit cold right now, so
is it still
it's hitting me up right now. I do appreciate it, Stalwart, but yeah, I do think that Stalwart can be looking really good.
DRS just needs to be more aggressive sometimes when they have to.
Can they potentially build that momentum on that second and third place ending day 2? And seemed like they were looking aggressive. Sure, not a podium finish in that game, but for me it shows that there were some changes that were made, and I did talk to also...
DRS did a really good push against Alpha 7 though.
Yeah, I mean, Top was going absolutely ham in the last game. I think 5 or 6 eliminations on his own. Going over to U7, 4 AM is on your pick, and I mean, they just had a phenomenal game. You think that's going to continue into Miramar?
Yeah, I actually picked them way before they ended up winning
when
that
they already
last
had 9 elims.
When they were doing so well, I just controlled the other circle, and I think that's something that they're able to actually do really great in Miramar, that they have just gotten unlucky in certain situations. They got super blessed by that circle in Erangel. I want to see if they do end up getting blessed again, if they're going to be taking full advantage. I mean, to have 3 players over 1k damage, that just goes to show that they were being proactive, and I did pick DRS because of what I just said.
What I've been up to these days? Just casting, and I've been playing a lot of poker. I plan on streaming and doing more poker content, actually, or starting to do poker content. I've been playing a lot of different various games, but not any games have really like got me hooked. But I started learning poker, and like I don't know. It kind of gives me the same competitive drive I had when I was playing PUBG Mobile.
No, I think they just got caught with
it's a game, it requires strategy, requires thinking, and you gotta be, you gotta like beat your opponents, and it has RNG, just like PUBG Mobile.
When you have that phase 1, phase 2 circle, you got that ribbon play, it's about a 50-50 split.
Of course, I have like actual, I make enough money now where I can, you know, play poker for real, like play with real money.
Rivers are a big issue, so just be careful.
Going over to another team that's also at the very, well, not also.
Yeah, I see your comments.
It is at the very, very bottom actually. Is Vampire. They also again lost SwapX very early on. Any hopeful
I'm not even going to let you finish that question. They're absolutely done. Whatever changes they were trying to do yesterday, it's just not going to happen at this point. I think the team, what I expect out of them is at one point today, we might see some madness, and I felt like it's going to be in the last game where this skill is going to come through, right? They're going to realize, you know what?
By the way, if you guys haven't seen it,
we're definitely not even
next year there's going to be a new point system for all of PUBG Mobile competitive.
Let's try to make ourselves
it's still 1 point per kill, but the placement points are way less now.
They're already preparing for that one at this point. Okay, PMGC is done. It's just look to try and be the back-to-back champions of PMWI, which would be a good achievement. But
I believe first place is 10 points, second place is now 6 points,
I was very surprised none of
third
you guys
place
were
is
talking about
5
P2K
points,
going
and
into
fourth
the
place
next
is
match,
4
also
points.
Well,
it goes down
over,
a
but
lot now.
Legend had kind of a big moment there with his double nade, and I was expecting them especially to be.
I'm doing casting in PMGC. Oh, I'm not casting. I'm at home right now. I'm just viewer partying. Or are you talking about my casting during group stage? Yeah, I did get a cast group stage. It was really fun. I got the best group too to cast. Group green. The group with HVVP, who sadly did not make
We are
it.
into Miramar for game
Gamba
number 2
stream.
of the day, match number 14.
I might do some Gamba streams.
Only 5 matches remain now. What a game from 4 AM in that last one.
Some
that was a
poker
massive,
Gamba
massive jump
streams.
to be able to leap on up, but the crowd's getting settled for the Miramar match. The first one of the day, the first of 2 that we'll see. And the rest is yet to come. Nova They lost a player early.
Yes,
in
I'm
that
talking about
last
group
match.
stage.
Didn't
Yeah, thank
really
you.
get
Appreciate
going
it.
in that one. Inco as well, losing players early. They did manage to get up to third though.
I mean, that's Inco in a nutshell, right? They're able to somehow find a way into those final circles, those final zones, still pick up some points here and there. Getting into our match very shortly though. So you do a quick rundown. A little bit of stock checking. Crowd obviously really excited to be here. And I'm also really excited to be here just because of how amazing the crowd has been. Hello, my friend, my AirPod buddy.
Look at that, get those selfies in. Fantastic. Everyone needs to take a record of when they were here, when 4 a.m. did
the
that.
only time when you're allowed to take a selfie.
Yeah, I'm still with
by
Emma.
using the front
We're living
camera.
together now. She's upstairs. She's upstairs watching
Taking a photo
Netflix.
of just the old screen. Honestly, this should be a good map though. And again, an awkward playing path.
What do you
over
think
from El
Nova's
Pozo
lacking?
to Junkyard. Match 14, second match of our day. 3.
They're just making small mistakes that
Some of these
is
players
making them
and
make
teams
bigger
starting
mistakes.
to really bring up the heat just a little bit
Like,
here,
I
John.
mean, Frozen got picked off by himself,
Starting
and
to head
then
towards that
Jimmy
top
fell
side
out
of
of the
yeah,
car.
absolutely glorious performance there on our previous map of Angle. I was going to see
It's
that.
like Nova's
nice
just
and
making
happy
silly
towards the top of the
mistakes.
standing.
Not even like
A really good chance to bring
super
out something
bad
more.
silly
S2G
mistakes, just like
obviously
small
not
silly
having the
mistakes
best
that's
of
making
games
them
there
like
whatsoever for Angle.
lose players and
But
stuff.
yesterday it was Miramar where they picked up the vast majority of their points.
Can I ask why they didn't
where
choose
they
me to do
played out
casting?
very confidently. So we'll see if they can
Well, I
do that
mean,
again.
Blank
Kick off match
and
2,
John
saying that it is
are
that
just
same
really good
break
casters
from
as a
match
duo.
5. You are
So
SGG.
it's
A
hard
really
to get
confident
selected, you know.
run to actually pick up a massive win at that point of the day.
DRS denied at the final turn. They had a pretty big game themselves as well in the previous game, so it is very much tenuous. I think at the moment there's 4 teams in the lead when you bring DRS into the fold, with Inco just that little bit ahead of everyone else. Alpha 7 though looking to try and take down a major competitor here for Angry Men with a bit of a challenge. Iron sights on this. Not super easy to control. Plenty of kick for Mythic, and doesn't really land too many of those shots either. Blank, he will not be able to.
Imagine
curtail
4
for
AM
Angry
turn
Men
around and
early
just crash
on
him,
this drop.
4v1.
The vehicles gained and in operation for 4 Angry Men.
Good stuff there. Central circle as well, so the playing path not as awkward as we maybe have hoped. It does mean that Los Higos, Minas del Sur, Playa de Mar, Chumacera, a little bit inaccessible, but Torre Armada, Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca, La
Invite
Compañía
us to Nations
most
for Zoo and
likely
Emma
will
wedding.
be taken up by some of these teams. That's a tongue
I don't know
twister
about that.
and a half for myself.
Don't
I
worry,
didn't do
bro. I
any of
love
those
your
earlier 'cause I
casting
can't
during
do
group
tongue
stage.
twisters.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sadly, I just stay out of dodge of any dodgy words myself.
I've just got to say I'm really fast. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's fine. I
That's
don't
right.
have to do that.
I
So
know. It's my
I just
job.
keep it nice and chill, nice and happy. I bring that saxophone vibe to the broadcast.
Irish
You
wristwatch.
bring the electric
Irish wristwatch.
cello to the broadcast.
Do you think? I reckon I could rock a cello.
Yeah, I think so.
Give me, 16, 17 years. of
Yeah,
practice.
PMGC
I'll let
is
you know.
becoming more
Give
aggressive,
me 1 second on the saxophone.
which is good.
I'm ready to go. Or the saxoboom.
Well, they do
I
say.
can do the saxoboom.
All right, Jack Black, calm
Yeah.
down. They do say, though, music is more about what you don't play. So the fact that I've never played the cello up until now, I
Yeah.
feel pretty much makes me a master, right?
Well, I think that, the best times when you cast is when you aren't talking.
That was so mean. That was so incredibly mean.
Where do I live? I live in LA now.
And you spell. There you go.
There you go. Look, we've all got our faults.
If Brazil
Really
wins,
poor
I'm gonna
personal
quit
hygiene,
watching PMPL NA. Brazil's a
was
strong ass region, man.
Blasting on the old deodorant.
Gotta give NA a
aftershave.
chance,
I feel
though.
like I'm a smell sensation. Or
That is
smell.
not personal. Okay, that's not personal. That doesn't count as personal.
Yeah, that's all I use, though.
You've got to.
Right? That's what everyone does.
You haven't showered. Have you?
No, I absolutely have.
You are the most mucky boy.
It's a soak in the rain.
What are they talking about?
Look, man, it's Miramar. There's not much water around here.
Did you read
What
the
can I say?
book Attached?
These teams are
No.
certainly going to be thirsty for victory. There you
That
go.
is
How's
correct.
that? Inco still at the top.
That's
so
real
10
humble of you,
points
ZooTay. The
clear
knowledge of comments
with 5
and commenting
teams
style you bring to the casting
in
table is
that front
unmatched.
running section now.
Yeah.
Godlike Stalwart.
Yeah.
They To be
I
fair,
mean,
Gold
I
Star
think
did do
as a
very well in the
commentator
previous
or
game as
analyst,
well,
I
with the
literally
points they were
know
able to
more than
take,
everyone
launching
else.
themselves further
Because
up to
as far
boots.
as you know, the
IHC,
other
G2K,
casters and analysts
Nova,
go, because I've actually
all the way
competed
even
in
down
all
to
of that.
like Butterham and
But,
Wolves. I mean, they are not
you know,
out of it fully.
maybe
but
next
it is
time.
getting towards that way.
I did get selected
Yeah,
for
it's pretty
like
tough
all of
now.
the major
I think
events
our
this
front
year though
runners
for
of the pack
PUBG
are gonna be
Mobile,
quite
which I'm
tough to
really
catch up
thankful
towards.
for.
It'd be very unlikely that Inco, 4AM,
Just
A7,
didn't get
S2G,
selected for
DRS,
PMGC.
not one of these five
PMGC
teams
Grand
is gonna
Finals,
gain
that
a
is.
profit on one of these games.
I got
Before, it was
selected
a
for
little
group
bit,
stage. I got selected for
more
all the other
likely
tournaments.
that it could happen, and it
ZooTay,
did
you
happen.
miss
We
Papa
saw
Carnage,
STG
Mr. 1
go out
HP.
early. We
Yeah,
saw
I
Inco
do. Not
not
gonna
get
lie, man.
a huge amount of
Carnage,
points at the start of
like,
the day, which is kind of their signature move,
man,
right?
I get so pissed sometimes,
now
but
it's much less
he
likely to
keeps
happen
things
because
interesting.
Instead of only having 2 teams,
He
that have to
pushes
do
you
battles so
to
can catch up. Now you have
be
to hope for
better.
5
You
teams
know,
doing
Carnage is
badly,
one of those
which
guys
is
that
way out of the realms of possibility.
pushes you
here
to either
at this
be
point in time,
better or
especially
pushes
when
you
all
to
5 of these
want to
teams we
quit.
know are absolutely marvelous.
And for me, when
at
he was on
PUBG
my
Mobile.
team,
On their
we argued
separate
a shit
unique ways
ton,
too. I
but it
think
was
Inco
always
has their
for the
very
goal of
interesting
getting
central
better.
play style, in which case, you know, they wait until that
So,
very much
it worked
end game
out.
to pick up some big points. It would be super interesting to see how many points of Inco is purely ranking points overall. 4AM, great team when it comes to just that coordinated play. Alpha 7, just a hot streak.
Who's in charge
within
of the
them. They are
selection?
aggressive like nothing else.
I'm not sure.
Lions inside the lobby. S2G, and one of those teams that is able to really play well coordinated as
Keep
a
your
squad.
passports ready
And
next
DRS,
time.
one of our edge
PMWI
teams,
Riyadh is an amazing
inside the lobby.
place.
So
Oh
everyone's got
yeah.
like a very, very
I actually
different type
missed
of
one
play
event
style,
because my
but they all
passport
play
was
it to the
expired,
best here
so
in the
I already got my
PMGC, which shows
passport
you can play
renewed
absolutely
and
anything and
everything.
still work out
Uh-oh.
with it. And I think that is something that is great to take away from this PMGC.
Nova
is they've
gonna-
got a lot of individual characteristics.
Does Nova know there's
with these
players
teams
here?
at the top, so you don't have to play it
Okay.
one particular way.
Oh.
You just have to play it your way.
Ooh, what a
First
shot.
blood goes over to Kelsey from S2G. I feel
How
like
did the guy
we're
get
talking
knocked
about
up
similarities
there?
and differences in playstyle. The most similar in the top 5, I would probably say would be
Ooh.
4 Angry Men and S2G.
I wonder if
I
that
agree
player
that's
like
kind of
disconnected.
what you alluded to
There's
there.
no way you can
And
knock a player.
whilst it is
I actually I wasn't
different,
paying attention.
I feel
Maybe
like
he was
SCG
shooting and then he got sniped in the
maybe
head.
Stay a little bit further on the outside.
But it looked like that
for-
player was
for a
just
lot of the
staying
game.
still up there
Well, not a lot of
after
the
he got
game.
knocked.
They sort of come through in the mid game, whereas for
He might have been-
maybe a
he
little
might
bit
have,
more
like,
central leaning.
disconnected
that
or
might be
something.
where they differ. Although not this game.
That's just me pointing at the map
Yeah.
for John. Like,
But I normally see 4AM in the center a lot more frequently than I see S2G.
I think for 4AM, I'm
Do
sorry,
you think
I just
Nova will
dropped
come back and get the
water.
trophy? It's going to be
All
very hard for
everywhere.
Nova.
Look, we said
We
that
will
there's no water
see.
here on Miramar, so there's no water in Indonesia now either, for you at least.
We'll see.
Yeah, I think for 4AM and S2G, I would generally agree with you. I think what you're going off is mainly our angle overall, because our angle, 4AM does tend to move a little bit earlier towards the circle.
Yeah.
I think what they've been having difficulty with is making those movements, making those rotations, and they're quite speedy with it and aggressive.
Ooh, Alpha 7
That is
getting
interesting.
caught
That's very interesting. And
by
sometimes it does lead to them getting absolutely
the
demolished
Indonesian team.
by some of these teams within the circle.
Ooh, another one, Alter
Banana
Ego.
gets the next one.
Alter
I mean, I
Ego
was a
taking down
little
Alpha
bit happy about
7.
it on the first, but that is true elation coming through for Alter Ego. Getting the second onto Alpha 7 is a really, really big piece of news.
Holy.
Not only in terms of Alter Ego taking on one
Can't
of the top
count any
3
team
teams,
out,
but
man.
also
You gotta
the
respect
fact that
every
Alpha
team
7
here.
is down to 2 already here on Miramar when they're fighting for their lives in that top 3.
This is great news for the rest of that top 5 set of teams, right? They now have an opportunity to thin down the numbers in that lineup to try and open up a gap, turn up the heat. S2G already with a point in a central location. Hopefully they can hold on to it, have some power there. The Turkish squad wanting to have the honor of defending their title next year in Turkey.
Would be the absolute cherry on the cake there for S2G to take it all the way home. Max is back on the desk once again.
What's he got there? He's got goodies.
He's got a special little goodie. Is he going to show them to us? I don't know.
Oh, what a circle shift.
We'll find out.
Jeez.
What's he got there? What have you got there,
He's
Max?
got some BTR
Oh,
merch.
we'll find out later.
Repping the old Indonesia. Fair play to him. With that, the BTR merch not only brings Max a lot of happiness, it also brings Alter Ego the center
I like
of
the
the
circle, though.
Fantastic to see is, yeah, absolutely that hard west shift coming on through. The Indonesian roster will have to hold off against some pretty fearsome foes, though, as S2G swinging on the north.
Good position. Very difficult spot this is overall to play. There's a lot of space here, which is really inaccessible. Down towards Monte Nuevo on that southeast side, fielded area. The southeast of El Pozo, more fielded area. Last-ditch attempt resorts there on that side of the map. Down towards the south side of Credit Fields, a place that HVP would play very, very often. The S2G would tend to kind of challenge them out on.
Oh
not really
no,
succeed.
Spawn!
It's what would cause some huge amounts of problems. They've tried to get up towards it, but Alter Ego are already on that position
Oh
now.
no, 4AM.
Who's arguably their front man,
That
their lead
sucks,
singer
Spawn.
here in the PUBG Mobile PMGC.
There's too many P's
No,
and M's.
don't talk about it. Don't even mention it. In the PMGC, Xi'an going down in match 2. This is a bit of an awkward one for him. Now 4AM have to play just the rest of the instruments here.
Oh,
and work it through.
get that knock. Get a point.
A bunch of damage, but doesn't go down, doesn't fall just yet.
Slides through the staves of Nova. Keeps himself out of treble, keeping with the music.
Nova's in a good spot though, or decent spot.
I thought it was good. I liked it.
I liked it.
Oh!
Okay. Vitali doesn't know.
He
Oh!
is going to be pretty discordant with that one.
Ooh!
And ends up reaching the crescendo.
There we go. There's that
in
Paraboy
the
aim.
Stage 2. Middle of it. that was a stretch. That was a stretch.
That was a stretch.
Spawn, I think Spawn's car got like taken
straight
out,
back into the game.
and he thought he could run for cover
Vampire
or
Esports
something.
obviously struggling. We talked to Satani just a little bit earlier, saying that ideally they'd love to be in top 8 by the end of today. I don't know how easy that's going to be for them. It will have to be a real turn up in performance. The fact that they weren't able to get too many points on the start of the day, well, I'll take that back. They did get 2 points. I just don't know if it qualifies as too many points. Geek Fam also on our screens at the moment. That's towards that northern side. I think they fell down quite a bit right now. I think Geek Fam were on a pretty hot start for themselves. They looked good. You're dragging themselves out from PMPL, moving up towards PMGC with this core roster. Look strong, look promising. Fortunately for them, I think there are just a different type of beast in this PMGC.
Oh, what a
as
circle
whole.
shift.
Nova
That favors
towards that
Nova a
eastern
lot.
side. Influence coming in through San Martin. Stalwart as well in this circle. Alter Ego still
Who is
holding
in
on to
this
a very strong
tournament?
position
Have you
with
played
high
with?
ground, a very
No one in
typical
this
position
tournament
as
have
well.
I played with on my team, but there's
And Inco,
definitely
dead
a lot of
center.
players playing right now that
Again,
I've
I
played
think we're looking
against.
at the Inco game.
Like Nova,
This is just a case of racking up.
so Paraboy,
those
Jimmy,
rankings,
Order, played
not
against
putting
them.
too much attention
Lutz,
towards those elimination
Soke,
points. This is not a strategy
they
that
were
will
on
work next
Football
year,
List.
though.
I played against them.
I think that's something to consider right now. This is not a
Um,
strategy that will work next year. The ranking
Alpha
points
7
will be too low.
A lot of the Alpha 7
They're
players,
spread
4
out
a.m.
much
played
thinner
against
as we
them.
head down the table. So elimination points become all the more important. So I think teams at the moment you're looking at,
Nana
who are
Bete,
prioritizing, getting those high elimination
some of the players
point
from
games,
Inco.
getting those big chicken dinners. These are the teams that will be looking good going into next year.
You know what would be interesting is to take a look.
I think I played against
the points
Yuhai,
totals would
if
have
I
been
remember correctly.
if we'd have implemented the points change before this tournament, right? To see how these teams would have
What's up,
fared
Bad?
if we had changed it to that 10-point chicken dinner before.
Yeah, the Zeus
and maybe
team.
it could have changed some things up. Maybe I'll have to run those numbers afterwards, Blanca. If anyone out there is watching, they can tweet them at me, and I'll be very grateful for that. But for now, Inco
Yeah,
still
I've played against a lot of these
with a
players.
10-point lead in match 14. Like something else that's very
I've played
interesting when you
against
take
a
look
lot
at
of
the
these
numbers
players.
is
Do
the
you
fact that
ever regret
nobody right
quitting
now
comp?
has
No, I think
more
I
than a
quit
10-point
comp at a good
average.
time.
We normally see at least 2 or 3 teams.
I
at
quit
that
comp right
point
after I
at
finished
this
college,
stage.
and I
Yeah,
needed
what we're seeing at
to
the moment
like
is just a real even split between all these teams.
get a job
And again,
or have
this
some
is
source
what it comes
of
down to.
income that was
You'll
a bit
see
more
this happen
stable.
maybe in
And that was
PMPLs,
casting for me, so it
regional
worked out.
clashes or PMWI. But when you really do cut down to the leanest and the meanest of teams here in the PMGC, you
Yeah,
are
I had a
certainly
lot
gonna
of
see
fun
a
playing
lobby that
comp.
maybe
I
isn't
got to
able to hit that
travel a
10-point
lot
average just because
during
there are so many
college
teams winning.
because
There are
I
so
would
many teams
qualify
that
somehow,
make the right
some way
choices, and it is
to
just
like
a case of if you get the right circle, you have to
almost
win
every
within that right circle.
global
And
championship.
there are a lot of teams at the moment that are getting those right circles and then are converting those right circles into wins. So this might not be a case of any team particularly being terrible, but just some teams leading ahead by certain games where they don't get the right circle, but they're able to get a 5th place now and again, with some eliminations here and there. It's really just chopping away at that points total time and time again, and never letting it up. And I think that's what 4EM's been able to do a lot.
Will I ever go back to pro
has a
scene?
different
No,
approach
I
there.
won't.
They're a bit more momentum based. You know, they burst
I'm not
out
going to
from
go back
nowhere,
to
get some
pro
big
unless
points,
if
and
I
then fade
have
away just a
if
little bit.
okay, if
Always
I
bring
win the
it back.
lottery
Inco, on the other
and I
hand,
have
a
all my
ranking
money
points-based team,
and I have just like a
100%,
lot of
a little
money
bit of
and I can
circle
do
look
whatever
throughout
I
this
want,
tournament.
I
Regardless,
might
they
try
can
it
go on
competitive
with it,
again
and
just
I'd
for the fun
still
of
be
it.
happy to see them take the grand title home.
7
The
times
drums
global
bring
land, yeah.
the circle to keep Potato in it.
You
on
guys
a
know
high
the
ground
you guys
position.
know you guys know the accolades.
The
7
occupiers on
times
the
global land
northwestern
competitor.
edge. DRS potential to move in behind that position and wrest control back, but Potato, if he spots that, doesn't want to take the fight, there is a massive opportunity to just jump off with a vehicle, roll over to the rest of the squad just further south.
You can certainly disengage from this one, down towards the rest of your team.
Oh.
Alpha 7 though, damn rude. From Geek Fam, looking to finish them off, but it's S2G from along the way.
Uh-oh, Revo has to evacuate and will be cut down in the process. Alpha 7, 16th place, they're eliminated. Geek Fam stay alive, get to cover, but there are shots coming through from across
man,
the road.
Geek is getting
S2G
torn apart.
doing hella damage, having an impact here, and racking up the points where they can. That's one of our top 5 teams out already, Blank.
Alpha 7 certainly having their fadeaway game right now. Not good for them. Only 4 more matches after
SCG
this
in
one.
a nasty spot
Not
though.
really a case at this point in time of
SCG's in a
losing
really
that
good
hope
spot.
anymore. You're going to have to keep
They're in a
pumping
good
those
spot to
numbers.
like make it to
You
the
pump
late
those
game.
numbers right at the end of the day, it might not be enough because by that time a team like Inco or 4AM S2G might have already built up that consistent average.
It'll be
that
hard for
they're so
S2G
far ahead
to
of you
fight
that
out
one
of that
chicken dinner's
position
not going
though.
to cut it. It would have to be
I'd rather
one
be in
hell of a
T2K's
chicken dinner
position.
to make something like that happen. We've seen it before.
Interesting
Big
little
break
spot
conclusion to
T2K's got
PMGC,
going on.
But is it likely? No.
DRS slowly encroaching
I
on
mean,
the
I
high
like
ground territory on
T2K's
the
position
northwestern
a lot.
side, but Potato, he's well aware of it.
I feel like
Influence
T2K
Kevin
is in a
might
great
actually
position.
force their hand slightly. Rules going down, getting flushed out as well by Alter Ego. Really quite big, brings them down to 3, and Influence Kemen can start to move in behind. 4 players alive, and they have really gone for a wide swing here. Potato, if he can just stop DRS from pushing forwards, he can play them off against one another. Influence Kemen, position aware of now. Killer moves in with the auto shotgun, but backs off.
DRS, you
Don't
gotta
wanna
go
for the
aggressive
crease just yet.
sometimes.
Federal and Lil Boy close by, and Gianti nearly gets the better end of the deal there. Potato not chiming in just yet. Kajowski is lit up as well, and Influence Kemen's push has some trouble.
Nade around the side.
Oh. Okay.
Beautiful nade there.
Now you gotta
coming
go
from
aggressive.
Gianti. Little Boy goes down. Fair amount of damage towards Law and Federal.
You guys gotta
Can't
go
really afford to
aggressive.
get the med kits
There
off
it
just
is.
yet
There
because
we go.
there's
Nice.
more nades, more
Okay,
damage
now
coming through
push.
that way. Alter Ego, Potato
There we
might wanna
go.
get involved on this
There we
one.
go.
Delta
DRS going
looks forward
aggressive.
towards the smoke. Federal all by himself. UMP looks to shoot them through the smoke here. Can't find it. And that's
Nice.
Influence
Good
Kemen
job,
down to one player.
DRS.
DRS taking them apart systematically.
Good job. Good job,
Oh dear,
DRS.
they will fall all the way on out. 15th place and no eliminations. That's big news for DRS, picking up 4 elimination points as well. They are 1 point behind Alpha 7 now. How much further can they go? Inco with a challenge. 3 players alive from them after losing 1 early. Nova will be rocking up on them. With 1 player down, they are at a numbers equality.
Ooh.
But that res is available on Jimmy.
Nenabelli making some good shots there. I did
Ooh.
like them.
All the shots
Trying to
connecting
angle
onto
them
Inco
over
right
the top
now.
of that ridge side. Hit some soft flesh where he can. Fortunately, not quite enough, but now Inco's in a pretty tight spot.
Get the res on Jimmy.
Over on the east side.
STE's in a dangerous spot for
With
Nova
the
though.
backstop. Potato still holding on the high ground.
Do they get the res on
400 men
Jimmy?
Further out west, and will need to push on in.
Oh, they got the res on
400 men
Jimmy.
Probably with the toughest time of the teams at the top right now, Blank. Alpha 7 having already gone out. So I suppose the time is tougher for them, but of the teams still in it, of that top 5, 400 men with it all to do on this rotation.
I think
We
Nova's
said
fucked.
S2G is one of the best teams here on
I think
Miramar.
once that blue zone closes,
Towards
STE
the
is going to
center
get
they
on that
are
ridge
right
side
now,
and
a really
screw
strong
Nova.
spot. Helping Geek Fam take down Alpha 7. During that initial push, it will be hard to remove them from this compound. 4AM, like you said, tough rotation ahead. over some rocky
Yeah,
terrain
SCE
towards
is
Alter
gonna-
Ego's position. Potato.
We'll see what
over on
happens.
Sandhawk. We saw
Oh,
how
yep, there we
effective
go.
his high ground position was.
Yep.
Stalwart will send a grenade over the top towards Nova.
Oh,
Frozen
Nova's
already
really
falling.
fucked here.
A grenade is in the hand and the pocket of Nova themselves. Try to send one back to push action away, but Pika.
Paraboy
really
needs
one of
to
his
swing
own. It
over the
looks good
side,
as well.
almost like
Oh,
into
it's
the
right
blue
on the money.
zone.
Jimmy goes down frozen.
Yeah.
Has a teammate now to join him.
There we go.
Action
There's that
back off the
Paraboy cover.
hillside, and that is the backup that you want. It's Paraboy.
Oh,
From a
Paraboy.
position
Oh,
further up.
oh,
Order
order.
launches one over.
Ooh.
Frozen needing to get
Ooh.
res now, and action burning down low. The nades don't burst on target as Paraboy
Okay,
rolls in for the
but
backup.
still,
Inco looking
like,
to put pressure on
I
now
think
as
they're
they take
screwed.
their approach. Top up in the
Oh,
party
they didn't get
bus.
the confirmation
Smoke
there.
blooms over on the godlike stalwart position, and that fight is just about
That
to start
Paraboy
heating
cover,
up.
though.
Nova caught in the middle
Crucial.
of it. They are all together.
I
They
think
are all
Nova's
as
still
four on
going to
the
be
eastern side of the circle.
really screwed, though.
Not much hope for 4am there. We saw them in a dire situation. More nades still popping their way. Sky only comes up. Good Xiao cannot finish it off, and Ching Chen still going for the heel. Pushes out wide, tries to go for the finish. Will find at least one, but I think Kengzo might just be able to finish this. Possibly, maybe not.
Needs the reload. Ching Chen spotted, and there they go. 4 angry men fall, and now 2 of our top 5 teams are out of this game. DRS still moving in. S2G.
Oh, one of
Inco
IHC just
all
got
still
knocked.
with the fight.
Or no,
In the
no,
meantime,
wait.
over on the eastern side,
Oh,
Nova,
look at the bottom
a
left
fight
screen,
for their
guys.
lives.
Oh, you
Caught
can't see.
between
Gotta move my
godlike
camera.
stalwart to their
Okay,
north.
never mind.
And
They
Inco to
switched
their
it.
south.
They switched it to the main screen.
Nade over to the back, found peak.
Oh,
Order
Nova's
doesn't
crushing
go down
right now.
quite yet. The second peak from top is good, but it's traded off by Jimmy.
Nova
With the
also
Mike
knocked
Rosie
one
at
of
range.
Inco.
Action now last standing in the engagement for godlike
Oh, they knocked the
Stalwart.
Overwatch, too.
Down
Look, look,
to
look.
the north.
The player covering from back here is knocked. Scry's knocked.
Nova just want to stay alive.
Oh,
as
Nova.
on the eastern
I don't know
edge.
how Nova managed to do
This
that.
is ridiculous for Nova at the moment. Almost feels like they picked up a rainbow mushroom
Nova
there,
knew they
because
were
are
dead, so
pretty
they had to do
invincible over on
something.
that side, taking
And they
that
took
fight off
a-
not only towards
I don't know
Stalwart,
how they managed
but
to make
also
that
towards
push work.
Inco. Alex, though, what a disgusting spray coming through. Finds at least 2. IHC really struggling, but Ravenclaw last alive for Vampire. Tries to finish off the fight. 1v1 available.
Ziol, last standing, a sliver of HP, first aid allowed, but the res coming through potentially from Ravenclaw. Fluke will be the target, and the res is coming through from both of these rosters. Nova, in the meantime, are still all alive.
Oh, I think
Looking to
Order
try
just
and
got
keep themselves
finished.
going. Ravenclaw around the edge, has got a teammate back
Nova-
in, and Ziol falls.
oh, no, Nova still has
IHC
4.
eliminated. And Vampire stay
Oh,
alive.
no.
Jimmy, Order
Oh,
transferred
no.
on by top as we hop back on over to the eastern edge. Paraboy with the off angle, not quite able to slow down godlike Stalwart.
Oh, good thing
Frozen,
Inco is
the
a
only
third
player
party.
holding now on the main position from Nova. They'll have to go a little bit further into the
Oh,
circle.
no.
A flush onto one for top, and Paraboy starts to light it up. No
Oh,
punishment
shit.
found, no knock in response. But a lot of damage.
Oh,
and there's a
Paraboy,
beautiful
come
knock
on,
coming
man.
through from action. Over the top of the smoke. 2 players up top to deal with now. Order and Frozen both in action. Top not going to take the knock just yet. There's the
Oh,
first spray,
my
and action
God.
is good for more. He takes down Paraboy. He moves up, and he takes down the rest of Nova as well.
The roughest
What
of
was that,
positions there.
Paraboy?
But the boys, the deadly duo, still go strong. They make it happen. Not even Nova can bring this duo down.
Oh, Paraboy got so greedy with that
But look
spray.
at S2G in a veritable fortress of their own.
And why did they
Inside this
not
map,
finish off STE
Still
down there?
trucking, Inco. with the
They
game
let
soon,
him get
down
a
to
double
9 teams
knock.
remaining, 26 players. A lot of teams. A few players still left alive. Fireflux with 4 though. Alter
Oh,
Ego still
man.
going strong, looking over towards DRS's position on the north.
That was bad. That was really bad by
Potato on
Nova.
the high ground. Inco swings wide.
The
and
push
does what
was
Nova
so
could
good,
not.
and then I don't know
Okay.
how they didn't
It's been
manage
put
to
back just a little bit.
finish
Potential
it.
to get flushed here, and then I bet they close by. Don't really want to step out that nade. Oh my goodness me. Catches the sliver and catches the sliver of HP on Becca for Nenebete. They want to stick this heal. They want to stick this res. Going down to 2 wouldn't be the greatest right now with a little bit more to go, but unfortunately they don't have a choice in the matter.
Nenebete gets knocked. Action looks to steal.
Oh dear.
4 eliminations now to 5. Great stuff. Now just squash remaining. Inco, 0 eliminations on this game. Going down in 8th. It's a few points. It's not a lot.
Alter Ego, they have been dominant on this northwestern side. DRS now losing another player down to 2 against the hold from Potato. Action falls and Godlike Stalwart with them. Inko also taking the knee.
Fireflux doing really good.
No more will they fight on. DRS and S2G now are 2 remaining teams in the top 5.
Fireflux, 9
S2G has been
eliminations.
chilling.
Really strong game from them. And again, not too far away from 6th place, well 7th place realistically with 72 points and 9 eliminations.
Top is built
on
different.
board.
Yeah, top is crazy though.
6 teams remaining.
Top is built different.
I mean, sure, it might not be a top 3 moment, but Fireflux might just be able to reinstate their name.
Top is the best performing player right now in the whole. Like, he has the highest damage out of everybody.
Something big out of it.
And
Alter
his
Ego
team
still
is only
in.
in
You can
6th
hear the
place.
crowd behind us cheering them on. See how far they can go with this.
They've already got 8 eliminations and 4 players alive with Potato on such
Oh
a
man, look at this
massive,
guy.
powerful high ground.
You can see everything and
DRS
everyone.
not taking it from them. The 8 elimination count will be crucial.
The guy's
They
chilling
want to
up
launch
there.
themselves from the bottom of the table.
Oh, what
with
a
Kelsey
nade.
from S2G. This is a team that has power on Miramar all their own.
S2G, again, compound still, and this is why this compound's very strong, especially when you know circles ending around here. It's such a large
Put my
compound,
face cam
no
up
matter
top.
where the
My
circle
face cam
shrinks
down
to,
here
a
doesn't
little bit
usually
should
block
still
anything.
just be about in that you can play
Sometimes,
from.
in
The
very
lead in
rare
this area
occasions,
will
they'll
be
block
difficult for
something.
S2G, so I
But
hope they
it's
brought
fine down
vehicles
here
with them.
for the most part.
DRS playing around the shadow that Potato creates. Some good nades from S2G, honestly. Vampire finding it very difficult to find any kind of respite on that area, on that side.
Reposition up to the top floor from Hamzy. Spots Lutz trying to flow down the hill and will be able to get the spray. Hamzy lighting one up, and Solus actually under pressure as well. Razy spots a player over towards Alter Ego, knocks Potato up the top of the hill. Unfortunately, that would be a really, really valuable pick, but the blue zone will push them out nonetheless. These shots are going to be so crucial. Keeping that K9 in the hands of Razy could prove to be a game changer as Silas sits Ponbit back.
Jeez.
I think realistically, a lot of these teams just have to wait right now. Fnatic finds Ravenclaw. That's another 1. 9 eliminations so far.
No
Fnatic,
helmets.
an absolute roll at the moment. 7 eliminations, all is lonesome for him.
SCG's just taking heads
Razy.
right now.
This K9.
Popping
disgusting
heads.
weapon. I think for Alter Ego,
SCG
patience is the
farming
name of the
damage.
game. SCG's
Softening
life
up
is going to become
all of the players.
hellish when they have to leave this compound. I think they realize they need some more points, so going for these eliminations, risky, but also rewarding.
They don't have many options, and Ponbit will look to start the scout. They have
Nice
to move
bold.
up to the ridge line. Razy loses another bullet. Silas as well with angles over towards Fireflux, who are split right now and burning the candle at both ends.
To be fair, this ridge side, well, this little ditch that
SCG
Alter Ego is
fat
able to play
chilling.
underneath the road, actually fairly decent. Getting Ponbit down there immediately whilst the other team is probably thinking about rotating. That's fantastic.
Oh, I don't even think Kelsey knew there was a player there. He was just shooting out towards a buggy. Saw the tag and went, oh, okay, I'll pick that one up. S2G, 4 players alive and still going strong. Ponbit being the forward guard for Alter Ego, the other 4-player roster.
Sending smokes down the train.
It was S2G's
Allowing
game.
the rest of Alter Ego to move up, move through, some high ground potentially. Circle moves a bit further away from S2G. That is absolutely disastrous for Alter Ego. At this point in time, they needed no casualties coming through. Getting up towards that high ground position was fantastic for them. S2G will have to move on the next zone, but Alter Ego, they need to play their cards right now. They need to be calm, they need to be patient, they need to breathe this one out.
Like a spotted Silas.
SCG
picking up
farming.
points for the squad. Snipes last for Geek Fam. A team that we haven't seen too much of. And S2G need to do the work now, Blank.
And it has to happen now, purely because of the open ground in front of them. With one player already taken down, taken low off of Hamzy G. Potato. A nade over the top, a good lob. Fnatic still on knee. Looks to be picked up. Potato is providing them a little bit of support. And outside the play zone go down DRS.
They've got
10
10 eliminations
now on the board
Jeez.
for Alter Ego in the final zone. Shots over towards the high ground there from Silas, but S2G are going to have to leave into the sightlines of everybody else looking their way.
They knocked one.
There's a crossfire established, but out go the smokes and out go the vehicles. S2G with a fast crash across the road. Razy goes down, opened up on as well. The rest of Alter Ego looking to finish it here and now. Silas is cut out
Like
of the
that?
fray.
Really?
But now the players at the back are all they have gave left. it all. S2G are gone. It's only Geek Fam. The reses are available. And 4 players from Alter Ego. A high ground position. And that's all they need. Alter Ego.
Holy shit.
Take it home. A massive chicken dinner.
I'm surprised
Make that
S2G.
two.
Did S2G not have any smokes?
What a way to finish that one out.
I thought they would lay down a lot of smokes and let the blue zone push everyone out slowly.
They are giving it out in droves for the crowds. This PMGC really taking it all the way. What a good
Like, throw a lot of
crossfire they
smokes
set up as
down.
well for that end
Use
game.
your
They knew
cars.
that
They have
S2G
multiple cars,
might have
no?
had
Like
their
UASs
number
and stuff.
If they were given a single place to look, so
Throw
they
down
do not do it.
smokes.
It requires gumption and determination.
Let the blue zone
and a little
slowly
bit of
push
ballsiness,
everyone
to be quite
in.
honest with you, to make those plays, to make those
And then use the
movements.
cars as
But they
cover
knew what they had
with
to
the
do to
smoke
set up
as
for the win,
cover.
and they just went for it. That is just a case of, like, you know, everything has to go
I don't
right.
know.
If it
I guess
doesn't, we don't
S2G
taste
didn't
chicken
have
dinner.
any
But
smokes.
Alter Ego, they just
And
do
I guess they
not
didn't
let
have
it
that
up.
many
Really
vehicles
big chicken
either.
dinner there for them as well. We'll get them a whole hunk of points. That should see them towards the top end of the lobby,
Interesting.
towards that top 8.
Good game
Fnatic
for Alter
got
Ego.
the MVP title there, but I feel like Potato was so pivotal for them. Stopped 2 teams on the northern side from moving on in. Influence came in and DRS, forced DRS around the side instead of the high ground. I mean, for Potato, we've seen it twice now. You give him high ground, he'll work with it. That is just the way it works. I think that he prefers to be up in the clouds. You know, that lack of oxygen gives him a sense of calm and concentration, which is great to see. I like to kind of watch that. I like Alter Ego when they have this particular play style they like to move from. But again, a very, very strong position. It's quite difficult to hold on to that position as well for a long time. They had several spots they were holding in the beginning as well, up towards that compound. Up
That guy
towards
only
the
took
field.
73
They moved from
damage.
there. They still decided where they wanted to go next. They knew they couldn't take those fights with S2G.
What's going on with
so they
Nova?
just
Nova's just choking, man.
quietly trying to finish off.
Nova
conclude
is
some of these
cracking
fights
under
around
the pressure.
the actual battlefield before waiting for S2G, knowing that at some point they would have to leave, and it's just bare ground for S2G. They knew they had to get as much done as possible. And I do think it's a slight mistake on S2G's part. They were far too focused over towards Vampire Esports, when realistically
Rigged chicken,
they should have
JK,
100%
JK.
had angles over towards Alter Ego as soon as that Zone A came through, because they would have to move. They had to make a rotation.
With that game, that puts DRS and S2G ahead as well. Late game performances for these 2 rosters to push on up. But the big news here is that Alter Ego play in the rarefied air up on the high ground and take home a big chicken dinner.
Ooh.
And welcome back. Let's take a look at the match rankings. Alter Ego Limex with 28 points. Oh my goodness. Is that one hell of a performance?
Exactly what we needed from the boys here to try and put themselves back in a race towards the top, and 7. They played such a good position. Potato, the absolute monster on that hilltop position, clearing off the position away from DRS especially, and giving that information over to all of his teammates.
Being able to fend off people, and on top of that, I love the rotation they did end up, especially at the end. They ended up getting one of their players knocked, He ended up getting revived too, and it worked out wonderful.
Yes.
They didn't wait long enough. That's what I'm talking about. The execution is there for this team, and we're starting to see it. S2G, by the way, with 16 points, that's going to be nice for them being able to bounce back from the horrible first game.
DRS also with a great performance going into this match again. We just saw them in the late game and the game before, and they have done it again. They're racking up points right now.
I mean, you said it during that game, I think, Seven, right? That you were saying, oh, they could win. And I was like, the game? And you're like, no, the event. They could win the grand final. And with the results consistently coming their way like this, I gotta say, there's a clear possibility this could be an Nepali champions after this grand final. This huge, but looking at a few extra stats. Kelsey, my boy, from Turkey, looking good, but...
But by the way, the only reason why I said that about DRS is because they answered the main question that I had right before this match. Are they going to be able to perform outside of Erangel?
How dare Nova not get first place 3 times in a row? Very disappointing.
This team can definitely take the championship home.
I can't believe Nova are 2-time champions and they're not gonna get first again.
And then it all turned around.
2 words. Top
Can't
action.
believe it.
You don't mess with them, okay?
Gotta bring it up.
You got to eventually.
Yeah.
It was not
Can't
the best
believe
push
it.
from Stalwart. I
Yes.
think we were both like definitely having some criticisms for what God like
Nova's
Stalwart
a
did at
fake
that time.
champion
And
team.
Paraboy, he was like super proactive. He's like, okay, they're on a ridgeline position on a road. It's not great to defend it if you're getting just pinched upon. He's like, a little bit of an off angle, and then they shut down Paraboy. That was such a key moment for God like Stalwart to get himself those eliminations and take down Nova. It was good, but I think knowing God like Stalwart, they can do better.
Talk about shutting down your opponents. Hardware is needed for that as well. And what better hardware than the Sony Xperia 1 Mark IV? Sony Xperia 1 Mark IV and Sony Xperia Stream were co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. And while we're already at it, let's thank Prime Gaming as well. With Prime Gaming, you can get not only free games, but free in-game content for lots of games as well, such as PUBG Mobile. So if you want to get free rewards, skins, content, then make sure to sign up. And also, we want to thank PMSC, the local esports association in Indonesia, for supporting this beautiful event right here in Jakarta, Indonesia as well. Thank you so much for all of your support. If you haven't seen it already, there are links in the chat linking to a PMGC survey. And you can find that survey either in the chat or on social media. And we want you to let us know your feedback about the show. Positives, negatives. By doing that, you may get the chance to win some prizes as well. Thank you all in advance if you are participating in that survey. With that being said, we're going into a short break before we dive deeper into match number 2, Miramar, that we've just seen.
What do you think about Nova not overcommitting against STE? I feel like Nova, like, I don't know. It looked like Nova, like, forgot they were there or something.
Playing around the shadow
Like-
that Potatoes creates. To the north, a lot further. The nades can start to pour in, but
Look, they
instead
knocked
Nova
an
just want
Overwatch.
to stay
They know there's
alive
two
as
down
four on
there.
the eastern edge. But also towards HC really
And then,
one
like,
node, the target, and the res is eventually from Ravenclaw.
So,
Fluke
Jimmy knocked Pika.
will be the target, and the res is coming through from both of these
Finished
rosters.
off Pika. Pika, I'm guessing, was the player over here where Paraboy is.
Nova, in the meantime, are still all alive. Looking to try and keep themselves going. Ravenclaw around the edge, has got a teammate back in, and Ziol falls. IHC eliminated.
And then Jimmy healed up. Order got revived. And then, look, like, it just looks like they've totally forgot there's 2 players down here.
And Vampire stay alive. Jimmy, order transferred on by top as we hop back on over to the eastern edge. Paraboy with the off-angle.
Like, I don't get it.
To try and keep
It's like they forgot there's players down there.
HC eliminated. And Vampire stay alive. Jimmy, order transferred on by top as we hop back on over to the eastern edge. Paraboy with the off angle, not quite able to slow down Godlike Stalwart.
And then Paraboy
Frozen,
fucked up.
The only player holding now on.
All Paraboy had to do was protect his teammates.
The main position from Nova, they'll have to go a little bit further into the circle. A flash
Like,
onto
this
one
was good. This was good.
for top, and Paraboy starts to light it up. No.
Okay, go back into cover, and now, like, look. He just needs to watch this area, right? One of his teammates already got thirsted. They're already getting the revive. So Paraboy just needs to keep them safe. Paraboy doesn't need to apply more pressure now. Paraboy just needs to keep this area clear.
Punishment found,
And
no
then
knock in response.
he peeks up and he starts just spraying into the smoke.
But a lot of
And
damage.
look at how long he sprays in the
Light it
smoke
up.
for.
No punishment found, no knock in response. But a lot.
Paraboy sprayed 15 bullets into the smoke. 15 bullets. For what? No reason to spray that much into the smoke when your main job is to just get your teammates revived and then, you know.
Lots of damage, and there's a beautiful knock coming through from Action. Over the top of the smoke. 2 players up top to deal with.
Yeah, Frozen was running over here to kill these guys because he was expecting Paraboy to stay alive. But then Paraboy got knocked, and now Frozen has to back up because Order needed time to heal, and Frozen needed to stay alive now to make sure Order gets healed. And then everything just, like, this is not a good position for them to be in. Like, this 2v2.
With now Order and Frozen both in action. Top not going to take the knock just yet. There's the first spray, and Action is good for more. He takes down Paraboy. He moves up, and he takes down the rest of.
Yeah, Paraboy messed up there for sure, but the whole team overall messed up. Like, it looked like they just forgot there were 2 players down there. They're just making, like, Nova's just making, like, silly mistakes. They're playing, like, everything else at a high level, but then they make, like, just silly mistakes, and it's costing them.
Welcome back to the desk after that short break. And my goodness, we are going into the last Zenhawk game of the PMGC Grand Finals 2022. And talking about Zenhawk, that last game, that last win from A, it really reminded me of their Zenhawk win.
Absolutely. I mean, starting from the high ground, being able to control a lot of teams, being able to output a lot of damage, and being pretty much guiding the teams exactly where they wanted them to go. It was alter ego, exactly what we want to see out of them. And going into Zenhawk, do you think they might get a chance to win again?
I mean, now when you're looking at the chicken dinners from Alter Ego, they didn't win on like a mountain for some reason. So if it goes towards the northwestern island, but there's a chance, clearly, right? It does feel like they're confident, and especially when you have a home crowd right now supporting you the way this amazing crowd are, it's got to be a big moral boost. So I am hoping we see another win from them. I'd love to see it.
Me too.
Really interested in your opinion also of Geek, because they're also alive in the late game, and they did a really risky move moving into one of the only shacks inside that late game area, but it did kind of pay off, didn't it?
It did kind of pay off. Unfortunately, it's really hard to
DRS is in 3rd place, guys. DRS could win it.
Tough to try and find yourself some good
DRS
shots.
could win.
S2G. Wow. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Turkey showing
Nepal
up
could
strong
win
here
this.
once more.
And
no
Godlike
evidence
and
of their bad performance.
IHC,
And you said it was a terrible game.
they
But now they're making
are,
back
they
home
are up
7
there.
in big way. And they're just looking so
Nova's
good.
back in the
thing is,
first
I mean,
page at
they're not even
least.
comfortable. Just 3 points ahead of
Got
Inco.
4
hot on their
games,
heels.
anything could
And
happen
even
still.
to this point, still have no idea who will be in first place.
Anything
Yeah, I
could
think anybody
happen
from
still.
that first page can honestly take that first place.
Up
And
in
then we
10.
go here, T2K, Alter Ego, the big jump up now with 95 points. I'm telling you, if they can get another win here, this crowd is going to go absolutely nuts. I'm going to go crazy. You're going to go crazy. And I think we're going to see them at least in the top 7.
You know what? My objective for them is I would love to see them make it in top 5. If they keep getting
Okay.
results like this, I think that would be a win.
Yes.
For Alter Ego, if they make it in the top 5, that would be their goal right now, but not an easy goal to achieve, so we'll see if they can pull it off.
Let's take a look at some of the next matches that we have coming up for you. Once again, it is the last day of PMGC 2022, and especially of the Grand Finals. So we have Sanhok coming up. We were talking about that last win from Alter Ego, the last big one at least, before going into match 14, and that was Sanhok. So we're already talking about some of the chances, but going maybe over to some other teams haven't really talked about too much today. 4AM, obviously, they did have their chances today as well, but they also had some good chances in Miramar just now. They get taken out by Kangzhou pretty early on, though. Any thoughts going into Miramar about 4AM?
I mean, going to Sanhok for 4AM, I don't know. Don't really know what to expect from them. I mean, they're really good when it comes to Erangel, really good when it comes to Miramar in particular. Sanhok is not a map for me that they really stand out on, so we'll have to see. Though one team I want to see a win for, Alpha 7. They're going themselves the first one. They didn't drop off boot camp. My heart is broken, but if they can get chicken dinner, I'll forgive them.
You want them to jump on boot camp?
Because it's fun. It's fun. Tell me it's not fun.
It's absolutely amazing.
Exactly.
map
My
now.
point exactly.
I
Let's
don't
look at some of the
mind
teams to
Sanhok.
watch from both of our analysts. And
Sanhok's not that bad.
I'm surprised none of you guys picked S2G because they're still at the very top of the table, and they did just have a good round as well. 7. What about your picks?
You know what? The reason why I picked Inco instead of SCG is because Inco, every single time so far this tournament that they have lost the lead, they come back the next game and they regain that lead. I expect to see that of Inco Gaming. I felt like this past 2 matches, even though they did get a good performance in the first Erangel, I felt like it was super lucky. Yes, Vitaly did end up getting 2 eliminations, but it just wasn't what I expect out of Inco Gaming. With Alpha 7, I feel like it's going to be now or never. It is going to be the map that they got the chicken dinner on. You can hear everybody screaming in the background. That's because they were showing Paraboy to the crowd. And that's why I picked Nova, because for Nova, if they want to get that repeat, it is now or never. We were walking around before that Miramar started, and we saw the analyst for Nova Esports just going, all right, we need to get things dialed down.
I wanted to decipher what was going on there, but it's too smart for me. It's too 10,000 IQ what's going on in the brain of the analyst for Nova Esports. But of course, no, it's Sanhok. When it comes down to it, they can perform so on this map. Like every Battleground, despite Miramar being their one standout map, they can still get themselves some wins there.
You had Alter Ego?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, I got it. I said if I get at least
some
another
water.
chicken dinner, I would love to see them get themselves in the top 5. That would be the win in my eyes for the home team.
Also, going quickly over to one of the other teams you picked, DRS. I feel like they deserve it as well at this point. They have such a good showing, not only today but throughout this whole tournament. They've been so consistent.
Yeah, exactly. For DRS, they play this edge position just so damn well every single time. And we said it, they could be the silent winners here of this Grand Finals. It could be happening. If they get themselves another result here, it will be down to the last 3 matches.
Let's see whether or not DRS is going to give themselves a chicken dinner as well. We are heading over to the commentary desk with John Annan and Black.
Plenty of support for plenty of the players here.
He's
not even playing, but he's getting signs. I mean, fair enough to him. He's a cool guy. You gotta get some support from the fans. Fans are here for PUBG Mobile as a whole, not just PMGC 2022 is what we're here for right now. The last Sanhok of 2022, technically. I know we're in 2023, but we're closing the book on 2022 first. Make sure you're reading everything before we head towards that sequel, which is going to be very good, or so I hear. Right now, this is the exact kind of ending that we wanted. Very competitive, a lot of very good teams up towards that top side who are still performing extremely well, even under the conditions of war. An absolute crazy finish to a tournament. Massive amount of pressure still on board. Playing path on our screens though as we head into Sanhok very shortly. In fact, right now, heading down from Cow to Docks. See where this one heads. We did see it go all the way towards that northwest side where Alter Ego were able to pick up their first chicken dinner of the tournament. So they just grabbed another over on Miramar. Towards the top, especially after
My
this
theory,
gameplay,
Paraboy
I
is
imagine that we're
physically
going to
mentally
start to see
fatigued from taking pictures
teams
with all his fans and signing autographs.
dropping out of the race for that top spot for the champion title to lift the trophy at the end of the day. Match 15, it is so close to the end
See
of
if
what
we
these
could
teams have worked
speed this
all
up a
year
little bit.
for. What a way to cap it off it would be. for anyone really, to lift that trophy. Phenomenal news. Nova, if they want to defend their title, they have to stand up now.
Did the 2x speed
7 play best.
strat.
Honestly, this has to be the time for it, right? Because 3 more matches. If the absolute blinders, you have to hit it outside the park every single time. You want to be that guy that has to make that poor dude run all the way to the car park to pick the ball back up again, just so you can hit it for 6 once more. If Nova's going to do that, it has to be some extremely potent games coming forward. Already Circle heads up in their direction.
Good circle for Nova as far as Sandhawk is
concerned. Left it so
concerned.
late at this point in time that you're doing it on Sandhawk, a pretty unreliable map when it comes to hitting those points. It's a map where you just want to be consistent. 10 points average is absolutely fine. But for Nova, 10 points is not enough. They're going to have to go for the chicken dinner. Second place with a lot of eliminations, first place with a lot of eliminations, third place might just cut it. But again, you don't want to have to go into a wrangle. And Miramar and have to continue to pump up those points. But Nova right now, this is certainly a chance to pick up a huge amount of eliminations from Painan, which does fall in the path of a lot of rotations of these teams coming down towards the southwest side of the map.
Nova might be able to pick up a whole host of points for themselves if they play their cards right here. Controlling their crossing could be crucial for their chance at the title. But for Angry Men, a little bit closer to that title right now, sat on 126, 14 points behind S2G and the top spot. And they'll be looking to try and close that gap here. Unfortunately going down in a not great performance over on Miramar for 4 Angry Men. And S2G obviously doing as well as they did. It is going to be difficult.
Yeah, 140 points. I think a lot of the attention was on that alter ego win. Now that sits them in 10th. With a very good capability to get in towards top 6 if they really push it to the limit now. But for S2G, can't take from the fact that they were able to get that second place, right? Well, third place over on Miramar from a very nice compound. Good amount of eliminations as well, which sits them now at 140. Inco behind at 137. 4 AM really did not get a lot of points on that last match, getting crunched away on that western edge.
Godlike Stalwart playing in boot camp central, yet to make their full decision on rotation to move down to that southwestern island potentially. Most likely we will be finishing over there, so at least getting to the compounds to their southwest on the confluence of the rivers on that trifecta compound blank could be a good decision for Godlike Stalwart, because remember they're on 110. They're an outside shot, but they are still very much a horse in the race.
Yeah, I think that is something that we need to consider. They do keep having these pretty good performances throughout our matches today and yesterday, in fact, with Top at the start of the day being the highest damage dealer by quite a fair bit as well. He has really been putting in the work for the team.
Oh, DRS?
Versus DRS. Scary engagement for the Inco here. I do think that DRS brings a lot more firepower to punch here.
No, really?
Inco
DRS brings more firepower? Actually,
a
yeah.
bit of
Inco.
safety, though, going
Inco's not a
forward.
very
DRS
strong, aggressive
still looking
team.
to push in on this one, though.
DRS.
I
Ooh.
feel like
Disgusting shots, though.
on the
Nice
defense, Inco have had lots of practice. So if they are
Nice
given a
shots.
compound like this to hold,
yeah,
this is them at their best. And DRS, again, same as what you said, on their best performance.
Exactly. This is their kind of best scenario. It's a very, very good point, John, in the sense that Inco is playing their best sort of gameplay, and DRS is the one who is very good with the battering ram.
Killer needs to be very
pushing in
careful.
from the edge side.
Yeah, they
Needs
need
to
another
prove
player
that
where
DRS
Killer is to help
playing
Killer
this
out.
marvelously, backing off.
Yeah,
Texas
Rolls
takes
needs to
that
wrap
here.
around here to help out
Not
Killer.
allowing Inco to get
Oh,
anything done, and then
There
the
it is.
Metse falls from
oh,
Delta.
what a shot from Delta.
That was the position on the outside as well for Inco.
Okay, I mean,
An off
you
angle
guys
from
have
Nenebete
you guys
is
have
dealt
it
with,
now.
handled, and 2 players from DRS are going to start
But
to move.
can
on this hillside.
DRS
Look
play
how
aggressive
far away
correctly?
Giante and Delta are,
Okay,
but
yep, this is
they
the right
do
move.
not lack the confidence here.
Push with 2.
DRS are going to play off against one another. Sees
use
Nenebete
that
get
rock.
behind the rock. And the information should
Oh,
be
no,
gathered
no,
on
don't-
over.
don't
No
just
nades
drop
for
down like
Rules
that.
to be able to lob that behind.
Use some
no
nades.
Molotovs either.
Where do you think the guy is? Nade behind the
Teammate just
rock.
suppressing those angles for Tali in the compound for
Where's the
Inco.
Where's the other
Actually, Nenebete
teammate
has been
that was
rezzed
up
now.
here?
The QBU, an ankle spotted for Rules. Does
Nade.
get a
Oh,
little
he doesn't
tick
have a
damage,
nade.
and up
What
in
about
the
his
hunting
teammate?
tower,
Oh, his teammate's in the
Killer
tower.
doesn't quite find a knock either.
They don't have a molly?
Small amounts
No
of
molly,
healing
no
to start
nade?
to come through.
Nothing?
Vitali wants to leverage position. This is a crucial
Oh, yeah, they
fight
don't have
with
it.
Inco on 3 players
They don't have
already.
any util.
They might be letting this second place on the table slip just a little bit.
Delta
No
with a
util.
nade could go straight through that window there. Lobs it in. Vitali's fine. Good sprays though. Vitali
Oh,
takes a
Delta's
lot
gonna
of damage.
try and be the hero
We'll go
here.
for the pre-spray on the window.
If Delta wins this
Runs
1v1,
back. That could
it's
be
all
bad
over.
news. Vitali does not peek out quick enough, and Delta finds himself in a very strong spot. In the meantime, Squash goes very low, goes down now. Vitali, last member remaining. Inco, 137 in second place, crumbling at this point in time.
This is massive for DRS. A nade out through the window, and Vitali now last standing. A massive powerhouse for Inco during
Damn,
the
okay.
games we've seen
DRS,
so far. The first 14 matches, but in
DRS
match
could
number
play.
15, he has to go 1
DRS
versus
aggressive
4
isn't
against
like
DRS, who started the game 4 points behind them.
fast.
With this final
It's very
point,
controlled.
they will find the equalizer. They are neck and
That
neck
was well
now.
done.
Second
Well done.
place for
Well
both
done by
teams.
DRS.
DRS must be extremely happy with that one. Both in the same type of position too.
That's what I want to see out of DRS.
And for Inco, this
a
is
little bit more aggression.
similar rotation, so you wonder if DRS have targeted this. Taking them down here and early does not allow them to go for their classic approach in towards the circle. Alpha 7 though versus S2G, currently low on members.
Alpha 7 getting pushed down the pecking order somewhat in that last game. Looking to try and slow the lead over on S2G side. Nades are really putting some punishment heavily in the way for S2G. Ray-Z with the DBS around the rock. Silas and Hamzy G both going low in a lovely little opening
Top
round.
two teams taken down
No
once
peaks
again.
being made by Alpha 7. We've talked about how they're streaky, how they're hot, how they have some power, but here they play it calm and reserved against S2G. One player remains, it's Kelsey.
Kelsey does send out a dodge. 7 was saying he'd love to see Alpha 7 come out on top here on Sandhawk. They're certainly an aggressive team. They work well on Sandhawk as a whole. Those nades were perfectly placed. In the meantime, though, we do have a botation coming through. One of the first of PMGC 2022.
Oh, yeah.
It's 4 AM. Coming all the way from docks. And you wonder where they're going to sit in place. Maybe drop up towards where Wolves are playing. In Tambang. Be a potential position to rock up towards. Or towards that western side of Bantai. Also a pretty good position to play from. Maybe going for more of an edge play here for 4 AM. But again, I think this is another very important game for 4 AM because at 126 points, behind Alpha 7 now in 5th place, really will take something special for them to get towards the top. Back in that conversation, John.
Crashing into
Oh my God,
Vampire's
the
position
DBS.
1 and 2 fall. 9AP will be joined by Sky Only as well. Third player to fall for Buradam and Vampire. This is a solid hold. They
Buradam
managed
getting
to
Buddha
allow them
destroyed.
to step into the Lion's Den. And they will keep on going. Bottom of the tables for Vampire, but even they have so much power to play with, Blank. It is so difficult to make headway in this lobby.
Nice
And
shot.
finally, they're able to pick up the points against Buradam. 4 eliminations. They crossed that 60-point threshold.
Finally. It's taken a while. Again, though, as we said before, no one's really on that 10-point average at the moment, so it's really still quite malleable in terms of gaining those points, getting higher within the tables itself. T2K coming in from the southeast side. 4 AM opting to go even further outside of the zone on their botation. Could even drop up towards IHC and Alter Ego, just the south side. Camp Alpha, though I do think we might see this engagement coming through between IHC and Alter Ego. Already those Yol down. This is a great opportunity for Alter Ego. Renorex.
Oh, Alter Ego again.
DBS was a bit of damage, but not enough.
Oh my God, that DBS shot.
Alex goes for the full lap of the compound
Oh,
and takes a
take me.
little bit too much damage there from Pombit.
Oh,
Has to back
4v4.
off though. Nade in hand could prove to be really very troublesome for IHC if he able to land it right around the edge or put it into the building as well. Pombit wants to pop it through
Holy
the door,
shit.
back up to the building he has for cover.
They're looking good right now.
Alter Ego playing a little bit smarter. IHC allowed to get the res, however, and now both of these teams have to share it 4 apiece. 2 buildings held, and a lovely little off angle from Fnatic. The high ground held. What a rotation from him. Gets the flush over onto Demo. Needs to be going from the side, and Ziol does not manage to slip it on through. Nade over the top might be able to do the job, though, and if Fnatic goes down here, they might turn it topsy-turvy. A lovely reposition away.
He runs from that.
Excellent heads-up play from Fnatic to keep that high ground under control. And in goes Alter Ego. Godless and Alex.
Oh, they
on
gotta
the
win
inside.
this.
The first is rebuffed.
Oh,
Now
no.
the rest of the team need to step
Oh,
forward.
no.
Godless finds a second.
Oh,
and the third is
no.
there. It's all coming crumbling down. Only Fnatic now standing for Alter Ego. It looks
Nice
so
try.
hopeful
Nice try for
when
Alter
they taken
Ego.
down Demo. But now
This is why
they're
some
left high
teams
and dry with
shouldn't
only
play
Fnatic.
aggressive.
The 3v3 could have been there, but I think with that
Because they're
man
just not an
advantage, you
aggressive
never
team.
push on that. But again, the
That was
from
that
the
was the correct
crowd,
play. Pushing was the
that's
correct
type of
play.
thing that really could take you
100%.
into
That was the correct play.
a new type of drive, a new type of sensation, just wanting
But
to push it out.
that was
Fnatic
IHC.
just has to live for a little bit longer.
Very strong,
Real
mechanical
unfortunate
fighting
stuff.
team, close
Circle
range.
heads up towards the northwest side. Influence Kevin
And I
in a
don't
really
think
strong
that's
spot
Alter
towards that
Ego's
bridge, but a lot
forte,
of
fighting
water in
close
this one.
range.
Not a lot of places to play. 4AM ditches their boat.
That was a
and
very
start to
nice
swim
try by them.
towards the docks of Tambang.
That was correctly done too.
Somehow it's the best strategy out of a lot of these teams from the top 5. I would say in this next circle it's probably about 30% playable terrain at this stage, Blank, if you don't count the water, which I guess you could say is technically playable, but even then it's going to be very, very tricky. Not only that, but you've got a lot of shallows in that water, which you can't hide in. You can't just swim around there in that river.
No, it's very difficult, and I think that even if you look up towards that northern side, that landmass is sort of not what you want right now, particularly with the fact that it most likely will move away from there. Could even end up on the bridge, you know, which would be absolutely crazy. Alpha 7 moving up out of the blue now, just getting out of it, heading up towards T2K's location. S2G still in the game with Calci all the way on that northern edge by IHC.
With the eliminations that Nova have been able to find so far, too, they do break into 3 digits. 101 points now. We said at the start they need a big game, every game from here on out. They are still as 4, and they're on the southeast side, and pretty much the center of the playable terrain. Mythic spotted, cut out, and Vampire continue picking up their 5th elimination of the game. Oh, Carrillo wants to push them back though, and Schwepp.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my! Oh my god!
He gets it as well.
Oh my goodness me! But not going to be good enough. Unfortunately, a third party comes on in. And that is beautiful news for Vampire to keep themselves alive, but my
Holy
what
shit,
a
Carrillo.
go of it
Oh,
from
look at
Alpha
that circle
7.
for 4
Shift
AM
comes
though.
in, it's all the way down south, and 4 Angry Men, with a rotation, playing out in the water, somehow, Blank, have one of the best positions in this next circle.
Wait, is 4 AM like stuck in the water
The real
though?
question for me is, can they get up onto the coastal side?
Yeah, they're in the water.
Still in the water. Most likely we'll have to move up towards the docks on the northern side that Influence Kemen are currently holding on to.
Nova could still
A little
win,
bit
yeah.
awkward, but certainly still playable. Question is how
It's
much
gonna be
loot do they
difficult,
still
though.
have. They weren't out in the blue for a very long time either, considering how much water was still in. I think they played that move very, very exceptionally well. Just because you're on that western side anyway, usually they might have thought about dropping in earlier on the south, but they understood that there's so much water out there. We're outside that 400-meter LOS range, so we can just drop out the vehicle. No one even knows we're here. We swim towards the coastal side. It's not likely anyone's going to be looking at that coast anyway if they didn't see a boat in the first place. So for 4 AM, this is a very heads-up play. It will kind of run on the curtails on the fact that if they can get up onto the island itself without Influence Kemen spotting.
4 AM
Some
best
more
position. If they
Swimming
could get
going
on land.
through. IHC sharking off the Fnatic. Trying to live his best dolphin life here. Going to struggle with it. 3 players in pursuit for the squad. Nova playing on the eastern side of the circle, just to the southwest of Ruins, will be guarding out DRS. A very important fight for not only Nova's progression, but DRS's to try and climb up those tables towards S2G, who are still going, by the way, with Calci on the northern shore, but I'm sure that's going to be very difficult to make any more headway.
Oh my god, they're so focused on IHC, they didn't notice a whole entire team of 4 AM just snuck up here.
Right now.
Oh, the tunnel vision. They let a whole 4 AM team up.
Fortunately spotted much quicker. DRS just to move in towards Nova's position, but gets sent back fairly quickly here. Good Xi'an. The rest of 4 AM. Frozen though. That's a heavy hit there, but DRS is just slowly but surely bleeding out as the bullets find the target too many times.
Just Delta remaining under the purview of Nova, who seem to have turned it up a notch. 5 eliminations now in the game. That nade is going to cross with the one from Frozen. And Delta takes a little bit of damage. Frozen and Jimmy playing off that same angle, trying to move on forwards.
Oh, Nova's got to push
as much as they can. As Godlike Stalwart on the northern side clashed with Influence Kemin, it's going pretty even on that trade over on the northern side. If DRS go down here, it is going to be so close, with Kelsey almost certainly going down fairly soon. I think he's still healing right now in the blue zone. We saw that strategy go a little bit down the pan with the changes to the circles that we saw, but you can still get to maybe a top 8 if you're lucky.
Top 8 certainly still available. Stalwart moves up though. Influence Kemin taking punishment here.
Dude, Influence Kemin fell off so hard, dude.
Finds another little boy.
Dude, Influence Kemin's down to 12th place.
Wolves, in the meantime,
oh my god, Influence Kemin fell off so hard.
Pushing them back. Pick Feet, the only casualty so far for Wolves, but in come Nova to try and play spoiler. There they go for S2G as well. So the top of the tables is down and out. Delta.
Oh, that's a good
most
nade.
Likely not long for this game.
Never mind.
Either.
That was not a good
and the
nade.
nades from Nova start to pour in through the windows. One more launched on in for Order. 3 eliminations for Order. 3 for Paraboy right now. And they're going to try and add that one as well.
Oh.
Pick Feet still down for the Wolves.
Oh my god, that's
Chinese
bad.
team pushing onto Chinese team, but Memory shuts down Frozen's close position. A second knock
Order
got
knocked.
from Remember finds Order. Jimmy wants
No.
the res on the player towards the back. Paraboy still active. Order super low, and there's the knock. Paraboy now in a 1 versus 3 on the hold. Needs to push in, but Delta's still there. DRS are still going, and they might be the spoiler that they were looking for. Frozen knocked on the front, and Jimmy resable here, sure, but the nades can come from the Wolves, and Paraboy, he's not looking his back, he's not checking his 6, and Delta might move on through and play complete spoiler. Delta falls to Geek Fam, who play a third party, and Nova are going to stay alive for it.
Jimmy might stay up here, 33 Xi'an. Also on that western side, have been watching as Fnatic and IHC have rolled in, giving the information back. WWX looks over towards that spot, and Xiol might just try and play spoiler, but the information's already been gathered, it's already been thrown through, and already 4am are starting to swing, sift, flow down towards this south side. And Fnatic's still going for Alter Ego.
Let's take a minute to talk about Vampire, though. They have reached 10 eliminations. They hold a massive high ground compound in this next circle, Blank. We've seen them take a fight. They held out Buriram really nicely, and they've been leveraging their position ever since.
Absolutely, it's going to be difficult to remove Vampire from this spot. They knew they needed the big game. Scry tries to run across, but it's over open ground. It was only a matter of time before some of those shots hit, and this is the PMGC. This is where the players don't miss. This is where you give them an easy shot and you go to your knees.
Speaking of, Paraboy and Jimmy lighten it up against Godlike Stalwart on the hillside. The Wolves still in their compound, holding out Nova with the blue zone pushing in. They do need to go for this fight. It was slowed down earlier and taken out of the mix. And teams are really not willing to give any ground. 4 angry men want to go on the chase. They had 14 points to make up, but Xi'an goes down to top. 2 players active for Godlike Stalwart. Fnatic still in the water underneath.
And
but
Xi'an died again.
flying. Looking to roll that one up. Paraboy knocks Nova, find the last as well, and Wolves alive with 3. 7th place, 6 eliminations. It's not terrible, but Blank, they needed more than that.
They did need more than that. 4am as well. I thought that push from Xi'an was a bit weird. Massive grenade there. The only saving grace is a nade takes down top. WWX has to hit this first aid kit soon, but he's out into the open now. I think 4am's going to struggle. Already down to just 1 player in WWX, and he has to hit
Korea
one of these
almost
shots.
1v4 Vampire.
Alter Ego, Ravenclaw nearly gets away with it, but WWX Meerkat's back. Underneath, peeks down. Wolves are now looking to roll on in and play from the bottom of the hill that everybody else has struggled with so much, but Underneath them, it's action and maybe a little bit of an unknown X factor here. I don't think they know. They're certainly not aware. Steps up, pick feet. Oh, he's whiffed the spray completely. Action now. 3 players bearing down right upon him.
He's
somehow
away.
gets to some sort of semblance of safety.
Oh.
But he's finally sought out and sanctioned for his trouble.
4v4.
Wolves
Let's go.
versus Vampire, and Vampire up on high. But it's a 4v4, an unlikely setting here on Sandhawk that we see this type of engagement. Both sides own some cover. There's a row between both of them. But Vampire want to end up in the top 8 today. Like Sir Tanny was saying earlier, the coach from the team, this will have to be the clean 1v4. 4v4.
Vampire have the
They started
advantage.
the game on none 157.
Circle-wise.
That is true.
So they are going to
Most
need to.
teams are on the hundreds and somethings.
Exactly. So hopefully with this game, 14 eliminations, they're looking to put more up as well. They might even challenge the 18 elimination game we've seen already today, Blank. Coming on through, but Pick Feet has other ideas. Memory has fallen in the meantime, so 2 players active for the Wolves. 15 eliminations on the card for Vampire with 3 more left to gain. 1 more now stands between them and the chicken dinner. It is Vampire from the bottom of the tables. The looks of relief on their
Vampire.
faces as they pick up an 18 elimination chicken dinner.
They're last place, though.
33 points on the game. That'll see them up to 90 points now, Blank.
One of the most inconsistent teams I've seen in a long time, and one of the most interesting teams in their inconsistency, because they can either be very low on that streak or be up towards the 20 points a game mark. You don't see that very often in a team who fluctuates in performance like this so often. PMWI was a great example of when they were up on their numbers, right? And again, this is the type of game that we saw so often from them. And it looked almost effortless over the time when they went up against Alpha 7. But other than that, it was effortless for them. It looked like they made all the right moves at all the right times. They were taking some incredible shots, which were pinpoint accurate, by the way. And that end game, which is a case of Wolves came up. They were expecting they were going to go for a very rough fight. But it was just a ridiculous amount of grenades going over the top, all perfectly placed. Bish bash bosh, the fight's done.
Well, they wanted to be in the top 8, Blank, and they might have been able to do that here with a big chicken dinner. 18 eliminations and a chicken deer.
Whoa.
Chicken dinner for Vampire Esports.
Not sure what a chicken dinner is, but I do believe we've had a chicken dinner in our hands anyways. Vampire! They are coming out of the gate swinging today, apparently, at least in Sandhawk. And that is something I think none of us... Actually, did one of you pick... Oh my goodness, Seven says yes. You did pick Vampire. If that isn't the prediction of the century.
Remember earlier when you were trying to ask a question about Vampire, if they can make the first place, and I just absolutely cut you off, but I also said that this team does have the potential to get a win today and just showcase their skill, because we know they have the skill. I mean, we got a chance to see it firsthand when we were at PMWI earlier last year, actually. It's just, as Blank put it best, like, it's one of the most consistent teams out there, and they're just fun to watch.
Yeah, they're really fun to watch, to be honest. That push on Alpha 7 was like, this is actually a good push. Good push. Then Carrillo had the DBS. Then it was not a fun push anymore for them. So, as stated, then, very inconsistent team when it comes down to it. And for this event, not been looking so good so far. But no, this is just like a little explosion. Like, we're still here, guys. Don't forget about us. And they'll get a little bit of a prize pool increase too. But as you said, Sir Tanny said, if they can get himself in that 8th position, that is going to be their objective. And with games like that, it's definitely in arm's reach.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm going to go
maybe one team that was
take
on
a
the late
shower.
game as well that I
I'll be
wanna
right
touch
back.
on. Wolves.
Trying
They
to
still haven't gotten a chicken
wake up a
dinner
little
in
bit.
PMGC 2022 in the grand
BRB
finals,
guys.
but they've come so close just now. Is it something you expect to happen?
I didn't hear the team name. Can you say that? The team
Wolves.
name?
Wolves is what I mean.
Yes, I think it could be happening for sure. I mean, I think that the way they pushed out that compound more specifically was really good on the player was talking about. They're lucky. If TGK do not third party that fight, Seven, I think we lose both teams potentially to like whatever the hell is happening in that fight. But TGK saves it up for VP.
Why you gotta bring that up? Why you gotta bring that up? With Alpha 7, by the way, the crazy rotation that they did in that match to just go through everybody and try to push it, it kind of worked out until it didn't when Vampire Esports did end up pushing towards it with the match ranking. Here we go, 33 points. I mean, that's definitely gonna put them closer to that top 8. Which one do you have in mind?
I was going to say a VP. I was going to say that was not like celebration. That was just relief on their faces after that game.
A good performance out of 4 Angry Men. I mean, a team that definitely needed Nova as well. We're talking about how this team definitely needs to react, and it's good that they did that because guess what? Inco Gaming, 0 points. S2G Esports, 2 points, and then Alpha 7, 3 points. So if there was ever a time to get a little bit closer and make it even tighter at the top to just leave us suspenseful, I think even going into the last match, I think last play is going to be the deciding factor for who wins.
I think it's going to be down to the last game between, what, 5-6 teams potentially? that is how close it is currently at the top. But I also want to bring up, that was absolutely Chinese dominated this game when it comes to Sanhok. Wolves Esport in 2nd place when it comes to point. 4th and 5th respectively for Angry Men and Nova. Really once again doing good on this battleground, but we're done with Sanhok. It doesn't matter anymore. You only have Miramar and Erangel left to go.
And with that said, I mean, DRS Gaming, they did end up with 5 points, and now we're going to be going into Erangel as well. I'm pretty sure those extra points are going to push them up even more, as they are currently in 4th place. S2G maintaining that 1st place. 4 Angry Men now with 2nd place, 138 points, and Inco Gaming does go down.
It is absolutely furiously close. Look at this, 142 points going down to 6th place is 123 only. That's not even a win essentially. That's just a good game. And looking over at the 2nd part of the ranking, we will see just that as well. Still plenty of teams that have got the choice to maybe come out swinging, just like we just saw in that last game from some of the teams on the 2nd half. Maybe not Vampire again. I mean, we were all kind of counting them not into the favorites anymore, at least the possibilities. Maybe someone else from that 2nd side.
I think up to 7th place, up to where Nova is, any of those teams can take 1st place.
Yeah, but even that, you're looking at teams on the 2nd page, if they get themselves a pop-off game, they're in the race. Like, you're asking for predictions. How the hell are we supposed to predict 7? We're supposed to do analysis. How do you analyze this situation? I have no goddamn clue right now.
All right, let me give you a little bit of context of why I didn't pick anybody here from the 2nd page, at least towards the top, right? It's because T2K, yeah, they did have a 16 elimination game. Yeah, I think it was the 2nd place finish. I just don't see any of those teams having 2 pop-off performances.
But it could happen.
But I don't see it.
You're telling me there's a chance.
But I don't see it.
Fair enough. You know, I do respect that point, because if your team is inconsistent, not able to close off games, you're not looking confident. But the fact that the hope is still alive, and we saw insane comebacks in every esports, even more specifically in PUBG Mobile esports. So the hope is still alive. The teams can still make it happen.
Let's look at some of the drop spot locations. I quickly want to touch on I and F, because I really thought they had a great chance of the great game in the last Sanhok match that we just saw as well. But they have been so inconsistent the last 8-9 matches almost.
We're going to have one of the Brazilian teams, unfortunately, be behind, and in this case, it is going to be Influence Kemin. And I still think this is a team that, during the league stage, just showed absolute greatness. But the grand finals, I mean, they're just completely outclassed by your Incos, by your Alpha 7s. It's unfortunate, but a team that still has potential and could still make it up there. They need a win, though.
I think it would have been reasonable for me to sit here and with my bias towards Brazil, think that there was going to be 3 teams at the top continuing in the next 3 days, right? That's why I was waving the Brazil flag at the start of day 2, because I knew
still could.
Yeah, exactly. While I still could, because I knew one of those teams was going to end up dropping off, and it definitely happened that way.
Talking about dropping off, Fireflux is in last place right now. And whenever I watch them in the early game especially, I always feel like the rotations, sure, they're maybe a little bit late, but I feel like they do have opportunities. They're just not capitalizing on towards them.
I think you just described it super well there, right there, Alex. They have such good opportunities to get in good positions, to do their rotations. They're just unfortunately a little bit too slow. They hold on to their splits too long, and they lose players like 1 player or 2 just too quickly, and that really just hinders their chances of a potential chicken dinner almost instantly. So at Fireflux, I had high hopes for them, but right now my hopes are just crumbling down to pieces. I'm disappointed this event for them.
Disappointed in Fireflux, Maxman is. Let's look at some of the teams to watch. And Maxman, starting off with you, Nova, 4AM, and Starward. Can't explain.
Star Wars been having a little bit of a redemption, right? Their 2nd, 3rd place of yesterday, then we gave themselves some good points. 3rd place here. Like, that is not that big chicken dinner that I still want to see from a godlike Star Wars game, but it's enough to still remain in the race, to slowly but surely climb back up. They're in 6th position right now, I do believe. That is close enough to still become the world champions right now. That is how close it is for them in this event.
Oh man, I have DRS because
just but
yeah. Sorry, Max. I'm just thinking about DRS. They were able to show me some stuff in Myanmar. We still have one Myanmar left, and then we going into Erangel. We have seen what they're able to do in Erangel. We do have 2 games left. This team set themselves up perfectly for this chance to go for that push to first place. We've seen S2G have some great performances, but they are just not able to be consistent, right?
Yeah.
They're not able to be consistent to the likes that DRS has been able to be consistent and maintain themselves there towards the top. God, like Stalwart, I 100% agree with what you were saying there. And I mean, with Nova, I was saying it earlier, if there was ever a chance for them to try to go back for that three-peat, it's going to be now. We did see some flashes here and there. We saw what Paraboy was able to do. And we saw Order wake up a little bit. He has had not the best tournament. We saw him get at least 3 eliminations in the last match at Sandhawk. This could be a chance.
I think it's fair to say if we see Order wake up and play at the level at which Paraboy's been playing, especially Frozen, like a big surprise. Didn't really know what to expect from Frozen. He's really stepped up in these past 2 days. If we see Order on the level we saw him last year, where he took the MVP award for that season, I'm telling you, they're going to be unstoppable. But we need to see Order up there for these 3 matches.
Yeah. I also really want to, now that I quickly want to touch on that topic in terms of who we want to see in that first page as well, Alter Ego. I was surprised you picked them, I think, almost all of the times today, but not now. And I really feel like if they do want to make it in, if they want to keep that momentum, they need to perform now. They need to make this Erangel game count.
I think the reason why we keep having them as their team to watch is just on your screen right now. All the fans. Well, you got the Geek Fam fans also. Every once in a while you'll have like some Geek Fam like cries in the background, but I think it's a little bit drowned by the Alter Ego war cry. Do we have every game pretty much at this point?
They have made us biased. That's what it comes down to.
It's your fault, audience.
To be fair though, hey, the audience has been absolutely amazing. Even when it's not their team, even when the team goes down, they're still clapping for them. They're still supporting them. Even when some other fights are happening too, like they just maintaining that hype, and I absolutely love the crowd.
I felt starved for the past 2 years now of not having. That was a weird way to put it, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Not having a live audience for the past 2 years. I think the last time was actually Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, an era where you actually were at 7. It was great to have a live audience, but we're back here once again, and some of the teams have been able to just pull some true strength from the audience, being here, able to support them. And Vampire, no. Seems some smiles on their faces.
I was going to say, if this audience is like this, I can't wait to see what Turkey is going to be like in December. Okay? That's going to be absolute madness as well.
I really hope, really hope we're going to see just as strong of a performance in terms of Turkish teams as we're seeing now in terms of STG. I quickly want to touch on them because they're still very much in the race. And they've just had maybe in terms of
rough game.
Yeah, rough game. Let's just say they've just had a rough game. But going to the next ones, I mean, Sandhawk is always a little bit unpredictable. What are your hopes for now?
It's weird because we talk about SGG as being like this consistent team, right? Especially in day 2. Day 1, it was a little bit rough, topsy-turvy. But now they're back to that topsy-turvy situation where they had themselves that good Miramar match. Sure, we're not able to actually convert it in a win. But it was like, so far it's down, up, down once again. So I want to see just some more consistent point coming in for them. I mean, I don't think, I watched the VOD yesterday. I don't think you guys can actually hear the audience because our headphones are so good. The noise cancellation is top tier. But I can tell you, we can hear it through the headphones. And it's a true ambience.
We feel the floor vibrate. That's how amazing it is in
here. I kind of want to throw my headset in there just for you guys to actually listen to it. You know, get right there into the audience. But talking about SCG, yes, I mean, it's so weird to see, you know, SCG performing that well, and Fireflies being at the very bottom, because I wouldn't have expected that going into the grand finals. The skill discrepancy and also the experience isn't that much. There isn't that much difference between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's some disappointments for some of the team, right? But that's unfortunately how it goes when you have the top best teams in the world participating in one single event like this. I mean, you're going to have some teams at the bottom. It's the nature of esports. It's how things are going to be going down for some of these teams. And no, unfortunately, for the side of Fireflux, that's how things are going right now. Meta late game. I mean, that's it. Hashtag Nova Meta late game. Day 3 is the late game, technically. So
if we're going to be talking about Fireflux, I mean, something that we got to keep in mind, and we just saw it perfectly, especially out of Vampire Esports, is those teams at the bottom that are going to be playing that spoiler role, right, for the teams at the top. For the teams that are going to be working to try to get those points, that man's just taking a nap. He's waiting. He's waiting patiently. And he's also thinking about, okay, which team from the bottom, Vampire Esports, Fireflux, maybe influence Kamen. They're going to decide to wake up at least one game, take some points that are much needed from the teams at the top, and it's going to make it even tighter.
I feel bad. We have these our teams to watch every single time. We need like 15 teams to watch. We need more slots to be able to show the teams you want to see perform.
It's literally every single team.
Exactly.
It almost is. Talking about teams and U7, A7 has been really, really good, and I'm especially excited going into the next game because, well, they are very close to making to the very top as well. Just 15 points difference between champ and the first place. Let's head over to the casters because we are going into the next match of the PMGC Grand Finals. One of the very last ones, unfortunately. John Allen and Blank.
Another match, another Erangel on the cards. Blank, correct. Can't believe his eyes.
I can't believe it, no. It feels weird. This is our second to last Erangel coming through. After this, we will have a Minimar. And then finishing off with Erangel. Sadly, honestly, I'm tearing up. I don't really want to leave. He has been so fantastic here. Luckily, I don't have to leave. Happy days, happy days. But yeah, we will be finishing PMGC 2022 very soon. First, we will have to crown a victor. That game was extremely important for a couple of teams, particularly DRS, able to get a little bit far into that one. But at least they did get some elimination points, especially versus Inco. But for 4 AM, very important how far they got. I mean, with a very odd rotation, they were right on the eastern side of the map, went to docks, rotated round through the water. It worked out quite well for them. I think it was a 4th place in the end that they were able to achieve, they were able to pick up, which is very good stuff. But that means that they are still in the running now. S2G have performed their little hearts out. I'll give them that. I think they've done really well at this event. I think that they've played a very dominant game. It feels like they're in some very good priority positions. They fight for these priority positions. They take them comfortably. And I think that S2G can definitely take it all the way at this rate. And for Turkey, this would be a monumental achievement for them should they pick up the grand title of PMGC 2022 champions. However, all that remains to be seen as we head into match 4 of Erangel.
Plane path. Very heavy south lean here from Novo to the middle of the west coast, just a little bit north of Quarry. So a deep cut there, difficult to get to. Places like Severny is going to be very, very inaccessible. So T2K might go for a backup drop. Last time we saw a plane path, actually fairly similar to this. We had a northern circle on the back of it, and nobody went to C block. So I'm going to be interested to see if a team adapts to that information, or if more than one team adapts to that information.
Again, I don't think you'll see anyone going to C block on Sosnovka. I genuinely don't see it happening. I think most teams are prioritizing getting these central spots on the circle, and that means being up towards that northern side.
There you go.
I think a change like that would mean that you are in contention with Stalwart crossing these bridges, those kind of late challenges a bit more difficult. I think everyone just realizes, look, we're just going to allow Stalwart to have it. There's no point us clashing with Stalwart at this point in the game. It's not really a chance we want to take, especially with Stalwart playing much better today as well. That's one of those things that you have to watch out for, is which team's on top, which team's looking a little hot today. And I think Stalwart's certainly one of them. In terms of a team of team fighting prowess, one of the top out there, that is for sure. Looking at a lot of the other teams dropping out, Vampire coming off the back of a big win there over on Sandhawk. I think that is our elimination lead for the entirety of PMGC 2022 with 18 eliminations total. Primos drop for them. 4 AM able to get out towards North George, especially with this little bump up at the end of the plane path up towards the western coast. This does give time for 4 AM to head up there.
Influence came in close to Kengzo with Koyovsky. Federal's there as well, but he's too slick with it. Might be able to get in the vehicle. It's just wasting time until there can be some backup from the rest of the squad. You can see there is a micro Uzi on a bike. Wow, Koyovsky actually in a little bit of danger. Might be going the wrong way if he heads towards Sky Only. There's more bullets to worry about, I'm sure. Keeping them separated and actually regrouped up, so does not get pushed into danger, into the line of fire. Unlike Vitali, and Inco lose a player early. Really, really good news for all those teams around. They might lose a second as well, as Nene Bete jumps into the vehicle and hightails it out of there.
Once again, this issue is coming through for Inco without...
They're still in the air.
We're still in the air as well. Without a set and fair plane path, Inco really struggles right off the bat. Because they don't have that set drop spot, like I was saying before, when everyone has a fair
place to land. You aren't seeing people dropping in random locations. But when this happens, Inco doesn't have those little areas that are free that they can start to trash loot in, then move to the center quite quickly. They have to drop in areas where other teams are. I don't think they are the best at early game team fights whatsoever. So for Inco, this is really bad news having these two Southern Playing Paths matches in a row. Right now 137 points in third place, tied up with DRS. In fact, after losing one player, it might even be Inco slipping even further down the leaderboard at the moment.
You cannot let these opportunities pass. But Inco's record is undeniable here. Over an 80% top 5 rating. I mean, 400 men over 70 is incredible. But to be that consistent from Inco is something else indeed. IHC, though, clashing with T2K. Shotguns and pistols at dawn of the game leave both teams a little bit hampered and harried. IHC, though, managed to keep everybody alive, and that is a big bonus against Rig and Jane, who did go down for T2K.
4AM also close by in this area, John. They do have weapons. They do have things to play around with. A UMP, a micro Uzi 2, demo down the way, and it looks like 4AM is just going to pick up the vehicles and head back out. Try and meet back up again with Xi'an over towards North George, waiting for this engagement to conclude. Now IHC moves further down towards South George. The rotate 4AM becomes a little bit more easy. Central position, central spot. Central spot is great. Alter Ego also towards the center of the map too, so Rozok is looking good for them. Inco, on the other hand, have had to move up towards Yaz at the moment, which is a little bit more awkward, John.
Going a little bit further north on the 3-player rotation. DRS on the southeast side, just leaving Milton now. DRS tied right now with Inco, 137 apiece. Alpha 7, 128. Godlike Stalwart, 123. It's a top 6 race at this stage for me. Blank, we have 2 matches remaining. There is always the outside possibility of a Nova standout performance, and Wolves, who have put themselves in the conversation, and we have to mention Alter Ego, of course, just a little bit behind them, but that possibility is shrinking fast. You need to start to rack up eliminations now if you want those things to come through.
Exactly. Alter Ego on 1, on 10 and 2. Very good scoring for them so far. And I mean, look, up towards 7th place, they're only 5 points behind. It really is 6 to first place at the moment, which is a bit more difficult to get into. I think top 8 is a really good result, whatever team you are. Top 8 in PMGC means you're in the top 10 of the world. You're not 10th place in the world, which is kind of not what you want to say, but you're in that top 10 of the world. So getting into top 8 is a really good goal for a lot of these teams. Vampire, unfortunately, after that last game, even though they want to be in that top 8, that huge chicken dinner has only dragged them out of 16th place by 3 points.
DRS take control of the north side of Potato Hill, but the west is threatened by Wolves. They'll need to light the torches and ward them off on the west edge, but they're just staying grouped up for now, not taking too many risks. It's slap bang in the center of the circle, and there is room for 2 teams on the top of Potato Hill, but if they're going to turn their attention their way, certainly if they're going to pop shots like that, maybe that will spook DRS into going for an engagement over the top.
Inco takes themselves out of the picture. They're going to head up all the way towards that northern side of the map. I don't think we're going to see too much out of this team and towards that end game. And I think that's going to be the killer for them, because they are not playing like they are a champion team, right? That is the issue for Inco, is that they play to survive, they play to get big points, but when you get towards those last 3 games, you have to play like that championship depends on it. I think for Inco, they are relying on other teams doing badly as opposed to themselves taking it home for themselves.
And then you compare that to teams like S2G, to DRS, I think, one of the very proactive teams in this lobby. And you've got to wonder if they've got the legs to make this one work. Inco, a surprise from the Brazilian region to be such a hot contender in this one. Alpha 7, maybe a little bit less of a surprise, but still very far up there, and Brazil will be proud no matter what the result at the end of these 2 matches.
Absolutely. It's a good result no matter what happens. Wolves
Just sending off these warning shots, letting everyone know that this territory is already claimed. A good thing to do this early in the game as well, especially towards Potato Hill, which is such a massive landmark when it comes to rotations. I think you certainly need to be on the ball with it, or at least letting other teams know that this is taken. DRS off towards that eastern side certainly is going to try and move towards that west. This is the first time in a while we've seen DRS get so close towards the center of the circle so early, and I think that's purely based off the fact that they haven't had to play edge here. They were already in a location to play towards that center, and I respect that from DRS. If they can play center and they're in the position to do it, go for it.
T2K on the north side, south of Inco as the circle pops on the south coast. I say south coast, sorry, south side of the river. On towards Pachinki. Slap bang in the middle of this next zone. Nova may be looking to move into very powerful positions on the north side of Pachinki. If they want to get some big games here, this is where Nova can maybe make it work for themselves in a central position, playing on that church on the northwest side. They're very split right now, though. And a long line out from Jimmy and Order leaves themselves potentially vulnerable to teams moving through.
Potentially vulnerable to some threats coming in from that northern side, especially S2G. Influence Kevin also coming through from school side. I think Nova would love to get down towards where Wolves are currently playing as a strong position of Pachinki to be in. Vampire Esports also down towards that southwest side, towards those hills. 4AM has to make the cross over the island bridge. S2G is waiting. The direct competitors for that first place spot would be 4AM. They've spotted now actually S2G waiting on the other side. They instead intend to just bucket out of there and head up towards Ruins.
Will cross and potentially come into conflict with IHC. S2G are taking shots from across the way. I think that's Influence Kevin actually coming on through into the engagement, but Kelsey is humbling them somewhat. S2G don't even take a knock in response. That is powerful stuff coming through. A tonic for the nerves for S2G to keep them nice and safe.
4AM, took a couple of shots coming from IHC. It's from Everest side. Slightly worried about that. However, IHC still have to move. 4AM do make their way past them easily enough. Influence Kemin, pass their way over Rozok, get themselves nice and deep in towards this circle. A lot of teams already here. In fact, most teams already in this circle. One of the most central circles we've seen in PUBG Mobile in a long time, actually, John.
It hasn't been super common to see the circles finish in Pachinki, so
yeah,
could potentially be a nice little change back to something that we've seen a lot from before.
Yeah.
Seen, I think, about 3-4 northern circles on the trot.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of northern circles so far. And for Inco, who intended to kind of take themselves out of the picture with T2K, once again, run down by AHC. I mean, talk about taking out the picture. That's T2K getting absolutely painted over there.
Just Legend now on the northern shore to cross in for T2K. Out in the blue zone as well, so severely diminished, and T2K's run might be finished now. With this game in hand, they might have had a chance. They were on 101 point, I think, at the start of the game. But we are going to see teams start to fully drop out now. Anyone below 100 points at this stage will not be making it to the champion spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough road ahead if you want to make it towards that champion spot and you're behind by this much. I think 7th place downwards is still difficult. That requires you to have a chicken dinner on top of a chicken dinner and then a very good game to finish out with. It's unlikely. 33 Svan though. Ooh, that is real bad news. That's S2G. And an absolute winner of a decision for them. However, Inco, Hamzy G, right over the side. A nade as well. Could spell doom for Inco.
Well placed, and they're done for. Cooks it, but it's a little bit long. Nenebete low has backup from Razy, who moves up that ridge line. Nicely found, and look, Nova are going to light them up from the back as well. Jimmy has a good angle into the vehicles. They try and flow around the edge, and Nenebete knows they need to get out of there. But Becca, and he will fall. Squash left last standing for Inco, and they have it all come crumbling down around their ears. S2G picking up those points is almost a worst case scenario for them.
Absolutely, for Inco, this is all just falling apart at the scenes. And we said that you need to play like your life's on the line now. And for Inco, I think they've taken that a little bit too far, because they are playing like this is the only life they're ever going to have. It's too safe. It's too cautious.
Alter Ego, though, being anything but cautious, and why not? You got to rip it towards the end. With 2 more matches to play, they want to put some numbers on the board. We've seen that they are capable of chicken dinners. They've already managed to accrue 2 over the 16 matches, or well, the 15 that we finished, and the 16th match now on the cards. 3 eliminations this game, tying it up with IHC and S2G, both of whom also have 3.
4AM, down to just 3 players. Fireflux in 16th place down towards their south side. Squash finds himself a little bit of safety. And Alpha 7 fairly central. Nova split around them. Again, for Alpha 7, things aren't over yet. Still a good chance with 3 more matches to go now. Nothing is out of the picture for at least the top 5.
The Headshot Hills on the northern side making up a massive swathe of the circle. And S2G control it. Going to be very difficult for anyone to move into it as well. With 4AM on that west side, you can't really swing through without taking a fight. And those 3 players that remain for them will be a strong barrier to move. However, the circle gives them some semblance of safety for the rest of the lobby. And moves down towards Pachinki yet again. Nova on a 2-2 split, looking to regroup now. Look at that, Order and Jimmy sailing across.
It's a really good regroup. Great timing for it. Squash also happy about this one from Inco. Will just be about in. 4AM may try and hold out against S2G, understanding they'll have to pass it along some quite open ground to get towards this circle. They could swing all the way towards that eastern side, but that's very clumped up. It's a difficult ending. It's Pachinki, a lot of fielded area, a lot of awkward buildings to play. Influence Kevin finding that out firsthand. All these windows.
And all this trouble, spelling doom for Influence Kevin. 1 player now remaining. Federal does manage to get the first knock. And a flush potentially coming through as well. Looking for a res, slows down any aggression, pick feet. 4 Wolves will be able to get the first aid off. Nade cooking now, underarm, switches back to over. And a nade into the side room would be the end of plenty a player on Influence Kemin, but instead just gets the double flush, and there's the last as well, as it does get picked away. A 3rd party from GeekFam.
A real shocking performance from Influence Kemin. Not in the sense of it being bad, but in the sense of it's so surprising for me to see them in 13th place. I thought that this would be the Brazilian team that we see taking us all the way towards that top 3 position. Fortunately, they've just not found their footing here in the PMGC 2022 Grand Finals. Fortunate ending for them as well. I think at 96 points, 1 elimination, only 2 matches to go. All but over now to try and get towards that top 5 at least. Maybe some redemption in the top 8 potential.
4 Angry Men with some rooftops to play around, and S2G to slow. So important for them to do so, as much damage as they can. Preferably take them out entirely. Fnatic takes a little bit too much damage and takes the knee for it. Rules crashes into the side of the entrance there, and there's a knock going their way, and he swivels around and somehow plays it around the edge of the smoke and completely destroys Alter Ego. 15th place.
Kind of hope that Alter Ego had left a grenade behind there. Thought he was cooking one. 4AM though, taking massive damage from Squash alone of all people. A good nade over the top, but now 4AM down to just 2 players at the hands of Squash, helping out S2G in a way. And they're going to rock up on this one, taking no chances. This is the perfect opportunity for them to take out the majority of their competition.
This is absolutely huge. A double roll-up coming through from the S2G. We've seen them do this before, and it has gone pear-shaped several times. But they're on the chase now. The last player from 4 Angry Men is taken down, and their closest rival eliminated. DRS now, a big threat for them. One player of theirs has fallen already. 3 players active for DRS, 4 on Alpha 7, 4 on Godlike Stalwart further behind.
All 4M can hope for now is for S2G to go out early, but the way they're playing, the finesse of it, the way that they're just flowing through these hillsides, taking fights and making sure no one can step to them, it doesn't seem likely. S2G are feeling more and more like a champion as the matches go on.
The west edge of the next circle guarded by Nova. S2G have been taking some pretty tricky fights, to be fair, with teams that are main competitors for them. Nova might be their next challenge, but will it prove to be too much?
Taking players outside the blue to pick up vehicles left behind. Smart move from S2G. Trying to use as many vehicles as possible because they know that the run ahead of them is going to be disgustingly hard to hit. So having as many vehicles to ensure as many lives are saved, because I think that they know there are going to be casualties going into the circle. It would be amazing if 100% of the squad made it through, but is it likely? Not really, no.
Nova moved away from the hilltop that they were occupying for a long time. The church position overlooking Pachinki is currently available, and S2G might be the ones to try and take control of it. Vampire a little bit too far south and not wanting to step too far in. S2G are worried there's a team in there already, and why wouldn't you be? It's a seemingly valuable position that should have an occupant.
Yeah, Nova playing for late game there, and because they were playing a split and they are so strong at holding on to positions, they've essentially held on to 2 spots that 2 teams realistically should have had. So you're right, for S2G, this is almost certainly position that has been taken up in church. So they all just lie down underneath it, expecting to be shot at any second. Fireflux, send in.
Vampire trying to slow them down from the south side, and Buriram will be the doorstop for them. That's low, but back to the building. Solus has his teammate swept away from him. Ketch falls as well to shots across the way. Vampire are still chiming into it. Only one player now standing. Solus on the ground floor. They think he might be upstairs, but he's a little bit lower than that. They'll hear the footsteps now, though, and they'll know he's still in here. Kengzo watching the outside, and Solus holding the door frame, waiting for someone to make a mistake here on Buriram.
We'll hold on. Buriram comes down the stairs, but it's Tiger there moving through, and Fireflux continue to have not the greatest of tournaments here in the PMGC. 16th place. Vampire overtaking them must have stung. But again, just looking at this leaderboard, 87 points to 8th place. You know, it is only 19 points away. It is 1 game. So everyone's really done very well during this PMGC. Everyone's put up points. There's not a single team that I think has been dead in the water over here in the PMGC.
S2G found out that the church was free and will be the ones taking it, but you're right, the points totals are so tight. Overall, we are far below a 10-point average at this stage on these games. At the top of the tables, which you would expect 2, if not 3 or 4 teams to be able to achieve over the course of a tournament. And we are over a 5-point average at the bottom, which is really quite remarkable, which is something you don't see all too often. Nade from Rules out to maybe slow down Alpha 7's approach. DRS, remember, the main threat right now for S2G on the top.
DRS looking for something more. Again, like you said, main competitor. Ooh. But a great nade to start things off. Rules is already down on A7. They don't take a single moment, or at least don't waste a single moment. They'll move straight through. 5 eliminations found for them. Again, it's not done for Alpha 7 yet. Dangerous push from S2G, but they make it. No one takes too many shots over towards them. They waited enough time. There wasn't enough firepower, enough guns looking at them. So when they made that approach, He made it by the skin of their teeth, but it was still quite reliable.
6 eliminations for S2G and all 4 of them alive. 9th place for DRS and now Alpha 7 with 5 eliminations, all 4 of them alive, will take up the mantle of the closest chaser in this game to S2G. Shots from top over towards Mafioso as he hides behind the wheels, trying to stay hidden. The Axel ricocheting the bullets away. Mythic hops on into the pickup there. And will be alive for the time being, but there's a nade from Geek Fam and a second as well on the knock. From the nade, it's beautiful. Micah wants to keep it on pouring, and Alpha 7 being torn apart here. Godlike Stalwart might be able to step up to the plate as the next closest competitor to S2G's top spot. The nades do not stop, and Geek Fam rack up 5 elimination points already, with 1 more soon to follow. That's 6.
Refusing to allow anyone from Alpha 7 to survive this one. Just Carrillo remaining now, looking for those placement points in the smoke, but outside, the blue will push him into open ground. It's unlikely that Carrillo stays alive for much longer, and Micah will put him to bed.
Damn rude, actually the one to steal that one away. It looked like Micah had it all lined up, but this is such excellent news for Turkish fans. S2G with 4 teams directly beneath them, all wiped out. They have 4 players alive. They have 6 eliminations on this game so far. They are in a prime spot to take a huge game, so vitally important at this stage.
No matter where they drop out now, I'd say it's a good profit on the game. Even 7th place right now would not be bad for them. For 4AM, it's going to be pretty rough to profit on top of what they've earned this game anyway. And coming into Miramar's game 5, I said this earlier today and yesterday, that for S2G, that's a map where they do excel. We saw it on the first Miramar of the day already.
Circle?
Having that in the back pocket for game 5, this is a place where you can bump up even more points. And 4AM really was suffering on that last Miramar. They didn't get very far. They looked a little bit lost.
All right, what I missed? How did Nova die?
I'm really excited to see what they can do here.
How did Alpha 7 die? How did Inko die?
To pump up some big points here to secure.
I'm going to skip through this match after he finishes.
Buradam 2 players, Wolves 2 as well. If they fall, that would put you in 5th place.
I left my glasses upstairs. I can't read the chat right now.
Just
my shower curse 4 a.m.
Other than, of course, those 2 teams. But
fat chilling, dude.
Can be done. Vampire crunching in a little bit on that south side. They have got the 2 buildings there, and they're pushing in towards Kengzo. DBS in hand for Schwepp.
Oh, dude, why would you run back out of the building?
By Godlike Stalwart, having some angles there to play with. Nova are clashing with S2G in the meantime.
Oh, Nova.
Crazy has
Nova's
some
still
cover
alive?
to play with. Backs off.
Oh, I thought Nova was
high
dead.
Peak,
I don't have my glasses
but
on.
will be very resable for S2G as they play a little small 2-2 split.
The circle's pretty fucked.
Nova not wanting to push too far out, but they'll have to regroup and push into the town if they want to keep it on going on that northern side.
S2G.
I didn't look far down enough on the rankings to see that Nova was still alive.
Forward. Zone 7 right now. 2 more to go. Close to Zone 8. Nova swings round towards some compounds very close towards S2G's position. Very clumped up, so a few grenades could spell doom for S2G. You wonder at this point, how many does Nova still have remaining?
The only Malaysian team here, Geek Fam, have got 9 eliminations now, and it's a team that has fragged out before. See if they can do anything with the 4 players they have on the north side, but Micah does go down. Potential trouble there. Vampire seen, and Godlike Stalwart have been so troublesome on this south flank of Pachinki. An urban finish, we haven't seen it so far. But now Nova, a big test for S2G. Frozen will fall first. The burn from Hamzy is good. It isolates the room and looks to put pressure on Jimmy and Order, one of whom has to leave. Jimmy will be the one to elect to do so. Hops out, and Paraboy on the corner being isolated. There's another player in the kitchen though, and Hamzy could be caught broadside, but he has backup to deal with the threat. Order falls, and now it's just Paraboy at the back. Not too much HP, but S2G have lost 2 players in the midst of the fray. Silas wants the flushes. They want to confirm these points. With 8 eliminations, they'll take what they can get. 6 teams remain, and Paraboy backed off with the burn. S2G, 3 alive, 8 eliminations, racked up to 10. They are on double digits already, and with 5 teams remaining, they have guaranteed a bumper game to see themselves safer towards the top.
This is going to be so hard to chase in the next 2 games, regardless of what happens going forward. For S2G, 3 players still going outside the circle now, though. If they can conclude this game in a top 3, the teams underneath them are going to be quaking in their boots because that trophy is going to look so far away. Might need to go to Specsavers just to even have a hope at seeing it.
Godlike Stalwart still have been looking to control so much of the ground here, but my name Pete.
Oh, I came back just in
spooks it
time
a
to
little.
watch Nova die.
Unfortunately, doesn't manage to
I
get
am
the
the
better end of the
Nova
deal.
curse.
Top will get the flush as well. Kengzo
S2G did
upstairs,
lose one player though.
hiding in the attic. A monster in his own right. King Kengzo, we called him during the group stages for Buradam. See what he can get done here. Vampire nades over the top, laid into S2G. Silas out the window, escapes from punishment on that one, but that's a lot of damage sent in, and into the Molotov from Schwepp. Has to get burnt down on the cross. The smokes are there, sure, and now it's just 2 players for S2G. 5th place finish, not ideal, but they will take it.
Okay,
10
S2G
eliminations.
goes down.
And it's a big game to put a barrier between them and the teams beneath them. 10 eliminations for Geek Fam as well. But is it time for Godlike Stalwart to stand up?
Vampire Esports as well, off the back of that fantastic Sandhawk. Maybe looking for even more. They did say they wanted top 8 today. I told Sir Tani, get top 5.
He's taken that advice to heart.
He absolutely has here.
And imbued that confidence into his team as well.
A little late though, don't you think?
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, really making me bite my fingernails here, man.
But we've seen how tight those points totals are, Blank, and anything can happen. A miracle run for Vampire from the bottom of the tables after match 3.
For Stalwart, maybe even. It's a real chance. I think for Stalwart, this is a big game for them, considering they were one of the closest chasers towards the top of the lobby, over than Alpha 7, and they've still got 4 players going. They can rack up some big points here, John. And this is last zone now. This will push everyone in. Pika having this high ground position, as well as top, is so unbelievably beneficial for them. Anyone who goes onto this open ground, Pika and top, will be able to play off one another to hit them. So really, really good stuff. These smokes are so good, though, from Geek Fam to get through. Kengzo as well, just blockaded into the attic.
Can't afford to go upstairs, though, as Mike is actually ticking away. I think he
4v4
put himself
v4.
on fire. Didn't expect to finish that one out so quickly.
Is there
but
another
do
circle
so
after this? I
they
don't think
will.
so.
4 versus 4 versus 4. Urban finish in Pachinki.
This is crazy.
And the nades start to fly. Vampire with 4. Godlike Stalwart on the south side. Schwepp gets caught. U-High is good for 1. A high elimination game for Geek Fam so far. Nades on in from Vampire towards the Godlike Stalwart line. Schwepp repositioned towards to go for the res from Fluke. And Nade not really going to punish it here, but Mike has already taken a lot of damage. Ravenclaw, high ground, on the 2nd floor of the building. Snipes around the corner, sneaks
Stalwart,
back
though.
on in. Godlike Stalwart can start to move through in the back because Geek Fam have been punished.
The
in the front.
burn,
The
no!
action is going to start to tick away. Snipes the only one to fall on Geek
that's a
Fam.
nasty
Micah
nade.
has the nade, but floods out the front and right into the sight lines of Vampire. Godlike Stalwart getting cut down, and it's chaos. Another potentially on the cards now as Vampire move in. All 4 of them are alive and kicking, and it is a second game on the cards. They just need the last, and it is Vampire Esports. They have hit their stride. Is it too late?
I don't know if it's too late, man. There's potential here for Vampire Esports. I mean, 2 chicken dinners back to back. If they continue on this rhythm, we say that performance fluctuates. Once it's high, it is so, so high. And it feels like we've hit midnight right now around Pennsylvania because they are going strong. I am worried for all these other teams because there is a beast in the night and it is hungry.
Take a look at how
flashing red.
I'm gonna catch up on
the eyes of the Vampire.
parts of
Turn
the game.
their gaze onto the lobby. Strike fear into the hearts of many, I'm sure. PMWI champions, remember, this is a team that has power. We just have not seen it until these last 2 games.
Yeah.
And Blank, with those 2 games, they have done so much in this lobby that is so tightly packed on the points tables.
Absolutely. I like that, you know, Schweppes is MVP. He got subbed out for 2 stops yesterday and was like, I am good, by the way. You won't be subbing me out again. That's just how this is. I mean, this was a couple of very, very good games from Vampire. I mean, that was not an easy finish on either. Sandhawk was a little bit easier, but again, good positioning. Here on Pachinki, that was the most chaotic fight I've seen in a long, long time. I have to give good props to Geek Fam though, John. They did a wonderful job during that game. It was very hard. I felt like they were going to go down 10 seconds earlier. It was a marvel to see them live for that long in the first place.
They moved up to 90 points at the end of last game from Vampire. This time around, they're going to have put a massive dent in the leads ahead of them.
It would be funny if they were like 16th place to first place.
This is crazy. Not in one day, blank in 3 games. Like, they've done it in 2 so far. They would need a third massive performance to try and cheer themselves up towards the top, and what a way it would be to be able to find our PMGC champions. But we're going to head back over to the analyst desk.
Just what is happening right now in the PMGC Grand Finals? We have Vampire coming in from very last place and making and working and pulling it off somehow with a back-to-back chicken dinner, and they will find themselves in a very good spot after that game. Is that the secret? Is that the secret behind pulling it back? You know, Schweppes being alive, finally, not dying in the early game.
I hope being alive is pretty important.
I guess so. Maybe that is the difference maker.
But really, I mean, we counted them out at the start of the day. We're like, yeah, from what we saw from you and me both, and we were like, no, it's not going to be happening for them. Back to back chicken dinner, not just a small chicken dinner, like their big elimination chicken dinner, and that is looking so good for them. And as they said, John and Blank during the cast, could they be doing the impossible and going from 16th to first place in the last day? It's hard, but it could happen.
If they do it, I'll be more than happy. All right? But I don't think it's going to happen, all right? I just don't think it's going to happen.
Let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from that last game, because there are plenty. That was one hell of a game. Obviously, Pubg being the main protagonist of match number.
And
what are some
we
stuff
have
I
to
missed?
mention Alter Ego, of course, just a little bit behind them.
Train to Kill lost too early on.
Because they don't
Is that off drop?
the entirety of PMGC 20 to get out towards
Looks like
North
it.
George, especially with this little bump up at the end of the plane path up towards the western coast. This does give time for Orion to head up there.
Influence came in close to Kang's over Karowski. Federer's there as well, but he's too slick with it. Might be able to get in the vehicle. It's just wasting time until there can be some backup from the rest of the squad. You can see there is a micro Uzi on the bike. Karowski actually in a little bit of danger. Might be going the wrong way if he heads towards Sky only. There's more bullets to worry about, I'm sure. Keeping them separated and actually regrouped up so does not get pushed into danger, into the line of fire. Unlike Vidali, and Inko lose a player early. Really, really good news for all those teams around. They might lose a second as well. As then Ebete jumps into the vehicle and hightails it out of there.
Once again, this issue is coming through for Inko.
They're still in the air.
Still in the air as well. Without a set and fair plane path, Inko really struggles off right off the bat because they don't have that set drop spot like I was saying before. It might even be Inko slipping over outside possible towards North George, waiting for this engagement to conclude. Now HC moves further down towards.
Leave both teams a little bit. HC though clashing with leaderboard at the moment. You cannot let these opportunities pass. But Inko's record is undeniable. Else indeed. IHC though clashing.
Wow, a lot of scrap fighting.
Spot. But they're just staying grouped up for now. Not taking too many risks. It's slap bang in the centre of the circle, and there is room for 2 teams on top of Potato Hill. But they're going to turn their attention their way. Certainly figure pop shots like that. Maybe that will spook the RS into going for an engagement over the top.
Inko take themselves out of the picture. They are
Inko, a surprise from the Brazilian region to be such matches. We're already in a location to play towards that centre. South of Inko as the circle pops on the south coast. I say south coast, sorry, south side of the river. On towards Pachinki. Slap bang in middle of this next zone. Nova maybe looking to move into.
That circle shift.
Potentially vulnerable to some.
And it in Pachinki.
Will cross. With this game in hand, they might have had a chance. They were 101 point, I think, at the start of the game. But we are going to see teams start to fully drop out now.
Towards that champion spot, and if you're behind by this much, I think 7th place downwards is still difficult. That requires you to have a chicken dinner on top of a chicken dinner, and then a very good game to finish out with. It's unlikely. 33 cents fan though. Ooh, that is real bad news. That's S2G. And an absolute winner of a decision for them. However, Inko, Hamzy G, right over the side. And the nade as well could spell doom for Inko.
Oh, this is how Inko dies.
It's a little bit low as back up from Razy, who moves up that ridge line. Nicely found, and look, Nova are going to light them up from the back as well. Jimmy has a good angle into the vehicles. They try and flow around the edge, and Nebeti knows they need to get out of there. But Becca, and he will fall. Squash left, last standing for Inko. And they have it all come crumbling down around their ears. S2G picking up those points is almost a worst case scenario for them.
Absolutely, for Inko, this is all just falling apart at the seams. We said that you need to play like your life's on the line now. And for Inko, I think they've taken that a little bit too far because they are playing like this is the only life they're ever going to have. It's too safe. It's too cautious. Alter Ego, though, being anything but cautious, and why not? You got to rip it towards the end. With 2 more matches to play, they want to put some numbers on the board. We've seen that they are capable of chicken dinners. They've already managed to accrue 2 over the 16 matches, well, the 15 that we finished, and the 16th match now on the cards. 3 eliminations this game, tying it up with IHC and S2G, both of whom also have 3. 4am, now just 3 players. Fireflux in 16th place down towards their south side. Squash finds himself a little bit of safety. And Alpha 7 fairly central. Nova split around them. Alpha 7 things aren't over yet. Still a good chance with 3 more matches to go now. Nothing is out of the picture for at least the top 5.
The headshot hills on the northern side making up a massive swathe of the circle. And S2G control it. Going to be very difficult for anyone to move into it as well. With 4AM on that west side, you can't really swing through without taking a fight. And those 3 players that remain for them will be a strong barrier to move. However, the circle gives them some semblance of safety for the rest of the lobby. A move down towards Pachinki yet again. Nova on a 2-2 split. Looking to regroup now. Look at that Order and Jimmy sailing across.
It's a really good regroup. Great timing for it. Squash also happy about this one from Inco. We'll just be about in. 4AM may try and hold out against S2G, understanding they'll have to pass it along some quite open ground to get towards the circle. They could swing all the way towards that eastern side, but that's very clumped up. It's a difficult ending. This Pachinki, a lot of fielded area, a lot of awkward buildings to play. Influence Kevin finding that out first hand. All these windows.
And all this trouble. Spelling doom for Influence Kevin. 1 player now remaining. Ferrell does manage to get the first knock. And a flash potentially coming through as well for a res. Slows down any aggression. Pick feet. 4 Wolves will be able to get the first aid off. Nade cooking now. Underarm switches back to over. And a nade into the side room would be the end of plenty of player on Influence Kevin, but instead just gets the double flash, and there's the last as well, as it does get picked away a third party from Geekfam.
A real shocking performance from Influence Kevin. Not in the sense of it being bad, but in the sense of it's so surprising
Yeah,
for me.
I'm just rewatching what I missed.
I thought that this would be the Brazilian team that we see taking us all the way towards that top 3 position. Fortunately, they've just not found their footing here in the PMGC 2022.
How did 4AM die?
Unfortunate ending for them as well. I think 96 points, 1 elimination, only 2 matches to go. All but over now to try and get towards that top 5 at least. Maybe some redemption in the top 8 potential.
4 Angry Men with some rooftops to play around and S2G to slow. So important for them to do so as much damage as they can. Preferably take them out entirely. Fnatic takes a little bit too much damage and takes the knee for it. Rules crashes to the side of the entrance there. There's a knock going their way and he swivels around and somehow plays it around the edge of the smoke. And completely destroys Alter Ego, 15th place.
Kind of hoped Alter Ego had left a grenade behind there. Thought he was cooking one. 4AM though, taking massive damage. Swash alone of all people. A good nade over the top, but now 4AM down to just 2 players at the hands of Swash, helping out S2G in a way. And they're going to rock up on this one, taking no chances. It's the perfect opportunity for them to take out the majority of their competition. This is absolutely huge. A double roll-up coming through from S2G. We've seen them do this before, and it has gone pear-shaped several times. But they're on the chase now. The last player from 4 Angry Men is taken down, and their closest rival eliminated. DRS now, a big threat for them. 1 player of theirs has fallen already. 3 players active. 4 DRS, 4 on Alpha 7, 4 on Godlike Stalwart further behind. All 4M can hope for now is for S2G to go out early, but the way they're playing, the finesse of it, the way that they're just flowing through these hillsides, taking fights and making sure no one can step to them, it doesn't seem likely. S2G are feeling more and more like a champion as the matches go on. The west edge of the next circle guarded by Nova. S2G have been taking some pretty tricky fights, to be fair, with teams that are main competitors for them. Nova might be their next challenge, but will it prove to be too much? Taking players outside the blue to pick up vehicles left behind. Smart move from S2G. Trying to use as many vehicles as possible because they know the run ahead of them is going to be disgustingly hard to hit. So having as many vehicles to ensure as many lives are saved, because I think that they know there are going to be casualties going into the circle. It would be amazing if 100% of the squad made it through, but is it likely? Not really, no.
Nova moved away from the hilltop that they were occupying for a long time. The church position overlooking Pachinki is currently available, and S2G might be the ones to try and take control of it. Vampire a little bit too far south and not wanting to step too far in. S2G are worried there's a team in there already, and why wouldn't you be? It's a seemingly valuable position that should have an occupant.
Yeah, Nova playing for late game there, because they were playing a split, and they are so strong at holding on to positions, they've essentially held on to 2 spots that 2 teams realistically should have had. So you're right, for S2G, this is almost certainly a position that has been taken up in church. So they all just lie down underneath it, expecting to be shot at any second. 5 looks, send in.
Okay, well, I kind of know how all the other teams died now. It's just good old Pachinki zone.
Empire trying to slow them down from the south side, and
create a gap, and it's going to be making it harder, and this is why I was saying that I don't expect Vampire Esports to pull the impossible, because
they never showed overall scores. I think they're purposely hiding overall scores right now. Actually, they might show it after this.
The time has come, so see we are fate. Pain and scars of past mistakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it could not be more exciting. It's one hell of a situation right now on the overall leaderboard. And going over to U7, at the start of the last match, that was something interesting with S2G and Inco. They took them out very early.
Yeah, with Inco, they put themselves in some interesting situations that I keep asking myself, what are you guys doing? Because, I mean, they keep losing player early on because they're pressuring for so long that by the time they actually lay down and land, there's people just waiting for them with guns. This is why. This is the reason why I'm wearing their jacket right now. Okay, because if there was ever a chance for this team to respond, for this team to wake up, it would be now. They're currently sitting 21 points behind first place, and if they don't wake up now, they're not going to be able to do anything. And look at that, S2G, 159 points.
19-point lead right now for S2G. I mean, there's just, at this point on time, they're just trying to lengthen their lead against all of the teams below them. DRS, Wildcard, got to be careful, man, because that lead is going to keep on building in these next 2 matches, but they're just looking good. They've been looking consistent throughout today. Even if they gave themselves a bad game, then they followed up with an absolute banger of a performance. I don't know, can anyone take down S2G right now? It's going to be a tough task at hand.
And the crazy jump up to Vampire Esports now in 8th place,
Oh, they're there.
113 points. That's crazy. Wolf Esports here with 113 and Nova.
No.
This is I feel like this is maybe one of the biggest upsets this year. Definitely the biggest upset.
I really can't imagine Nova just staying in that 10th position. It just absolutely feels weird. Looking at the next 2 matches that we have coming up, it is once again Miramar and Arango. Any tips for Miramar already? Because I really thought the last 2 games were super interesting. Are you just going to say Vampire's going to get another chicken dinner, Max?
No. I think we're kind of stretching it right now. But as we tend to say always, right, Seven, Nova are a team that do well on Miramar. This is going to be the battleground where they can bring it back for themselves. So I want to see Nova get himself a game here. I want to see the chicken dinner.
I'm with you.
Let's take a look at the teams to watch that you guys picked. And obviously 3 each once again. I'm kind of curious to see if there is a Nova in there. It's only for you, Max. No Nova for you, Sam. Now, have you given up the hope?
No,
have you lost it?
I mean, I talked about them enough earlier on. I feel like I wanted to give some light to some of the other teams. Like DRS, they were able to showcase some good performances earlier in Miramar. I want to see them mimic that again with S2G. If they can stay alive, if they can just get a top 5 situation and get some, even 5 eliminations, even 3 eliminations, I think they're going to be able to maintain a nice lead.
I'd have to agree. But also, you got to keep in mind that S2G, if they get a chicken dinner, like a big one that we saw earlier, it's done. It's GG. They will be the world champions, okay? So S2G, 1 chicken dinner, and it might just be done and dusted.
Imagine the situation where we have a defending country, Turkey, Grand Finals 2023. Oh, that would be amazing.
That would be the best storyline ever. Okay, I want to see it now.
It really would. And with that being said, we are going over to the commentary desk, John Allen Blank, with the second to last game of the PMGC Grand Finals. Hype it up, boys.
Match 17 on the cards here in Miramar. We draw ever closer to the inexorable end of 2022's chapter in PUBG Mobile history. With 2 more games left to play, this is the last we'll see of Miramar.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing?
Alex said to hype it up.
Oh.
Yeah, so I had to hit him with one. I did debate whether it was a good idea or not, but I was like, I'm in for a penny, I'm in for a pound at this point in time.
You've broken me.
Oh, I'm so sorry, bro. But yeah, we're heading into Miramar, and we've talked about this before. Max has already set it up. This is where S2G could pick up a chicken dinner, a bunch of points, a position which would set themselves pretty much untouchable towards the top of the standings. But is this the Vampire comeback? Is this the Vampire top 5? Is this the Vampire top 3? Can they keep up this kind of pace? Because it's a difficult pace to keep up. If anyone can do it, it is Vampire, the streakiest team in all of PUBG Mobile.
Puerto Paraíso to Torre Almada in the north side for our final Miramar. I would love to see Vampire be able to pull that out of the hat. I mean, they've won 2 back-to-back now. They started the day, and in fact, they started match 13 out of 18.
Pass it Chris now, maybe you'll win, because you know how it works.
Out of 18, with a 16th place record.
I don't know,
57
man.
points they were able to have. In 2 games, they
That's
have
rough.
over No, they haven't. They've almost doubled it. 1 point shy of that mark. And if they're on form, then there's nothing that can stand in their way. But there is a long, long way between them and that top spot if they want to be able to take it. And they have to fight S2G for it. And I'll tell you what, there is no way that that is an easy fight to take.
It really is, and I think S2G feel like they're so close to that prize at the moment. They almost have their hands gripped around the trophy. They do not want to let go. And they are holding on for that chance to defend the trophy on their home turf next year over in Turkey. This will be an incredible story to finish off PMGC 2022 and look forward towards the future, but already T2K set sights towards Vampire.
Maybe looking to spoil it here and now. Stone doesn't even have a weapon, and he's
Stone
on the
is so
hunt.
dead.
Unfortunately,
Stone is so dead.
a stake through the heart of the hopes through Stone to have the 4-player power here, but with 3,
Can you
Vampire
make your face cam smaller?
will try
Yeah, I
and
could do
carry
that.
out
Why
further
is
mischief
King
in this
being
lobby.
substituted? It's because they had a bad day
Nepal
one with
also
King.
challenging out for that #1 spot at the moment.
didn't do
DRS,
too
140
well.
points,
Day one
tied
for Nova.
with 4am. Inco, they
So
fell off.
substituted.
Is an unfortunate truth,
Oh,
to
no.
say the least, for them. Right now, just do not have that confidence to send for that center. So many other teams have set their sights upon those best compounds, and Inco is struggling to find an entrance at this point in time, with the meta of the lobby shifting slightly over the days. But DRS, I think for Nepal, it would be one hell of a victory for them. From the amount of times we've seen Nepal make their way to PMGCs before and do pretty decently well, but never towards that top side. DRS has really turned things around this past year. They look so fantastically strong, and you know what? They are the real soldiers now.
They are the real soldiers. You know what, Blank? This lobby is looking a bit like Christmas leftovers, because it is a turkey sandwich. Turkey at the top, turkey at the bottom here. I know it's the other way around to what you would normally see, but Fireflux at the bottom. The fact that they are the team at the bottom shows you how powerful the entirety of this lobby is, right?
Yep.
This is a team that people fear when they think about the Turkish region, and they have a 5.5 average score in this lobby, which to be a bottom place score is still really, really high in general. So I'm absolutely loving the action that we've seen so far here. Match 17 of 18. The final Miramar, and this is where we find ourselves.
S2G. Certainly, I would say Fireflux is that team that people thought would be on top, but I think for S2G, this has really been a chance for them to establish that dominance and show just what Turkey is made of. And I think that all the clutch players on this team, Razy, Kalsi, Hamzi G, every single one of these players, including Silas, a veteran of the scene. It has been a long time coming for success for S2G, just in terms of the players they currently have on board. And I think that throughout the year, people keep telling me, you know, S2G, man, keep watching out for S2G. And I'm like, okay, I will. And, you know, it was never always towards that top side. You know, I was like, they're a pretty good team. They've got some cool moments.
No more chance for Nova.
And
I'm
they
going to
really
go with
surprised
4
me.
a.m.
Then they really excited me. And we get to PMGC 2022.
I mean, Nova could
now it
still
feels
make
like a
something
chance that they
happen,
can
maybe.
take home a
Just
storyline
maybe.
which will be forever etched into the pages of 2023 and remembered there forwards.
Would be an excellent foundation upon which to build their year to ride to glory. Silas, Razy, Hamzi, Kalsi, all contributing so well to this roster. And looking to try and convert. The 19-point lead they hold is not certain. It's a bit tenuous, but still a bit of a breath of relief for them at this stage.
Once again, Nova takes up a lot of these positions that Inco's been taking.
Uh-oh.
And right now, I think Nova's been holding them just a little bit better. Inco, though, want to reframe themselves towards the top, make Brazil proud.
These teams want the
And now
points
they have to face off against the two-time champions themselves. It's Nova here in the compound. Inco have already made their way in. Nade out the side, won't do too much damage. Frozen, tickle just a little bit.
Nanebete peeks out, gets a little bit of damage over onto Frozen again with the nade. Paraboy not going to be able to suppress the door frame just yet, but Jane is here from T2K, a long-range shot over onto Order. And we'll go for the spray down as well. That's going to slow down Nova on the approach and maybe a little bit of a gift for
is
Inco
done for,
at a
dude.
crucial juncture for them. Nova, they've let it slip just slightly. But they will not give out. Not yet. They have more staying power than that. Paraboy still on that ridge line. Squash suppressing that position. Becca, Nanebete close. Auto shotgun for Nanebete and through the window will slow things down.
Ooh.
Squash
Oh my
from the
gosh.
staircase. Sees the muzzle flash from Paraboy. Sees the tracers pierce the smoke. And sends
That
one
was done
back
for.
straight through the heart of the off angle from Nova. Squash, spray around the side, a drop shot. The Frozen hits the up as well and will be able to find another knock. Squash pivotal in the fight, but Jimmy's still active. Seen too that will not go their way, and Nova's hopes have crumbled. 111 points going into the final game.
GG's, man.
And that is not going to be enough for them, Blank.
You wanted me to cast a
I
Curse
don't
Nova?
think
There
we
you
are
go.
seeing the 3P. I think we can confirm it right here.
There you go.
Right now.
There's a cast
Will
a
it
Curse
be
for
another
you.
Chinese team on top, though? Will 4AM take them all the way, or will we have a different region, country representing that title? And will that title be represented in the home country for 2023? There's a lot on the line here for all these teams. Brazil kicked things off so strongly towards day one. Can they maintain that presence? Happy to see Inco there. They really brought things back. I think that was a fight that they took phenomenally well. They did get a little bit bailed out there by Jane when Order went down for a very, very long shot from T2K. But regardless, it was well placed. It was well played. They got into the building early enough and set up there and after. So very, very well done to Inco. Now sets them just a little bit behind S2G. Still, that lead is fairly strong.
4 Angry Men close to the 3 players from Vampire. Remember, they lost a player to a hot drop coming on through against T2K.
Y'all listen to
Now got 2
Arjit sing
eliminations on the
today.
cards for
Nova's
this match.
62 kill win,
Match number
final
17.
game, trust. Oh my god, face.
4 Angry Men.
62 kill final game. Wait, that's not even possible. The most they could get is 60.
Be too worried about having another team in Los Leones. There is plenty
The
of
most
space.
they could get is
you
60
can house
kills.
comfortably 3 squads
Wait,
in
face.
this location. And even then, 4 Angry Men, they're playing 2-2 split, so they're not even fully in there.
Taking a look around the map.
All I'm gonna
this
say
shift.
is,
Inco
you can't win
Central the first
all the
in a
time.
long time.
Some
This will give
teams
them some
definitely
real
have just gotten
agency
better.
into this game. This could be exactly what they wanted. What
Some
they
regions
needed,
have gotten
John.
way better. Now they'll nade themselves.
Alpha 7
Unfortunately,
DRS
I don't
both
think you
on
can
this
get points
eastern
for
side.
nading
Potential for them to come into
yourself.
conflict on the hills of
Fades.
Impala. S2G near Picardo right now will be playing Edge as well, but they're close to Fireflux, their Turkish counterpart.
And we could cheer for 4 AM if you guys are
Bottom
fans
of
of
the tables.
the China region.
To their south side. If S2G take a straight shot to the circle, they crash into Godlike Stalwart. Further than that, Wolves a little bit further south, but that western side has plenty of cover for them to operate around.
Influence Kevin coming in from the south, in the north. Vampire Esports down towards that south side. Remember, they are 3 players strong. Purely off the back of that
S2G
initial
Inco or
not
A7 to
coming
win.
through from T2K. It certainly caused some big
As
problems
soon as
for a
they
lot
should
of
say
these teams
impossible
at the
Nova,
moment.
and then they will pop off. I mean,
S2G,
it
like you
is
said, John,
impossible
coming
for
in from
Nova.
Picardo. A difficult rotation for them to
They're
make.
gonna need like
They're on the outside. So many other teams have
a
already
50
found these
kill
big
chicken
compounds
dinner
towards
next
the center.
game to get first place.
We'll see if they can find themselves an area, a little crack, a crevice. They can squeeze themselves through towards a good position. They might be able to
Nova
play out
will
the end of this game.
legitimately need to turn
Miramar,
on aim hacks, like all
definitely
4
their
players,
best map here in the PMGC.
and push teams. Just like driving around the map,
fact
they're gonna
that the
need
gap
wall
between
hacks as well to
first
see
and
where all the
11th
enemies
place
are.
blank is
And then you
less
just gotta
than
drive around the
50
map
points
with aim hacks, instant
is
lock on,
incredible. Normally we
and
see that sort of gap
just
between first and
outgun
third.
everybody.
It is so tight.
That's the only way Nova's gonna win
But
next match.
S2G have that 19
Or that's the only
point
way
lead
Nova's
to be
gonna
playing
win
around
the tournament in one more game.
for this game, which means they can be a bit quieter. But with Inco already on 3 eliminations in that central location, they cannot let it rest.
That's the real issue, right, is Inco being in a good spot. Because if Inco is able to catch up just a little bit, S2G's lead coming into that final game becomes the scariest thing. And this
Total
is what I'm talking
elimination
about,
on
the
Miramar?
best
Holy
team
shit.
on Miramar by a landslide.
By far.
S2G
41
fucking
to
figured
25
Miramar out.
Turkish teammates over on Fireflux, certainly.
But dude, look at top. Look
Make
at
them look good,
top.
but look at that
STE.
9k damage coming through
5th
from
place.
top on Stalwart. Closest behind them
9,000.
6,410.
That's
Top
3,000
has
more than.
certainly been
Dude,
putting
how
the
is
rest
top
of the
so
team
good?
on his back. and
Top
just
is the best
dragged,
player of the tournament, man.
Limbs dangling through this PMGC to where they currently are, 137 points. A
Some
team that we
YouTuber from
cannot
S2G
count out,
has
and godlike
50,000 people watching
have
him
been
live.
so hungry for this first place title in such a long time. We can't count them out at this point in time. And they're certainly sticking to their namesake. They are very much stalwart.
Circle shrinks again, leaves Los Leones in the dust. No.
Wait, where is Inco?
settlement other
They
than
were saying
Impala
Inco's in a
right
good
on that
spot.
eastern
Oh,
side.
Inco's here.
In the mix. DRS
Eh.
close to Alter Ego. DRS, remember, a chasing team, currently 19 points behind S2G. So every point would matter if they're able to pick up something sneaky here. Spotting the players starting to roll out from Alter Ego. A spray, looks for one, has to duck back behind because Pondbit's close by and knows that he'll be moving up to deal with it. Potato on that left flank for Rules to be worried about as well. And now Alter Ego can take this fight with knowledge.
There's going to be a real slow
Day 3
fight
will be
here for
played
Alter
again,
Ego.
trust me, bro. Yo, Amir,
DRS,
thank you
though,
for
this
being a
is
member for 9 months now.
A real blockade
Appreciated
that they
it.
did not
Amir
want
OP.
to see at this stage in the game.
I don't
especially
think
down
Day
towards the
3 will
southeast
be
side where
played again. I'm
honestly
sorry.
the terrain is very difficult to traverse. One knock goes through though, over towards Alter Ego, Pombit down, Vampire Esports find one on towards Pick Feet.
The Wolves in their fairly central location will be under threat from a lot of angles. A second knock over towards Alter Ego for DRS.
Oh, look at DRS.
And the teams beneath S2G
Playing a
are
little bit more
circling.
aggressive now.
S2G on that southwest side, moving through Los Leones right now. Have not managed to pick up their feet and gain speed so far, but they are still 4 strong, and it's still very early doors in this Miramar. Stage 3. Too early to call.
Potato sits down, sits back. DRS effectively deals with the challenge in front of them. Doesn't even see a blockade as the front bumper smashes through it.
Potato has been spotted, laid broad as well. Mythic further up the hill, but Killer's more
Take your
preoccupied.
time.
Got that fancy feet, or at least the fancy knee work.
There you
Doesn't
go.
get stolen away. That's another point for DRS. 3 eliminations now. And Mythic somehow gets
What
away
if
with
we
the
were all
angle that he
dreaming
was holding.
today's games never
Pulls
happen
over
and
to the
Nova will
rock,
win in the real
put it
world
down
on the
close
3rd
by
day?
to see that
Oh
it's
my
even harder
gosh.
for Alpha 7.
So much copium in the chat.
They've let it slip away just that little bit in 6th
You guys
place,
are all
but they are still
copiuming
close
so
enough
hard right now.
for 2 matches to make a massive difference.
S2G take a real interesting rotation actually. Slither in behind Fireflux down towards that south side. Play from that position. Looks good to me, in fact, because they'll have some high ground to mess around with. Up towards that northern side, that fielded area, real difficult to play. Impala still just about in. We could have those eastern shifts going through, but I doubt it at this stage of the game. I think our real contenders here that we are watching out for, 4 AM over towards the west. Just outside Vampire Esports, still with 4 players. A major sticking point for them is losing Xi'an early. Tends to go for these outrageous scouts recently, and I think that doesn't necessarily have to go for the best position in the circle, just go for a position where they can play as 4. They play as 4 much better together. I think Svan's trying to take a lot of these games into his own hands. Don't think that's necessary. We saw what they were able to do earlier with the power of that teamwork. But he is a key member of that team.
Could S2G be rotating in behind DRS here? There is an opportunity for them to potentially slow things down. Inco have managed to make their way central yet again, and they will be holding on the crossroads with the Chi Junction to their south, Buraram across the road. T2K behind them. It is treacherous every which way you look. 4 Angry Men. The only team in the top 5 yet to get an elimination apart from, well, S2G and 4 Angry Men. We've said that their playstyles feel fairly similar.
DRS will be on top.
John,
They're going to
this
have one of the
position
best
from
final
Inco
looks.
It's not good. This is horrible. They would like to leave, and Buraram's got them dead to rights here. few shots going through is all it takes, and I think that they're lacking
You got
the
one
medical
nade. You
supplies.
got a nade.
Either way they move, this is pretty much a graveyard for them.
I wouldn't use that nade though. You need a second nade to get a
but
confirmation.
Certainly covering with the hay inside that little shack they're playing in.
The saving grace they have right now is the fact that no one can really push them at this stage. But if they get spotted, that's kind of it.
They're getting knocked down.
They have been
It's a
spotted.
horrific spot.
T2K open up. There's a shot back over towards Fireflux, but you've got to wonder if it's going to really make a difference. They are just getting picked apart here out in the open. There's nothing to do here. Vitaly, last standing, might be able to stay alive as a solo, but that is Inko torn to shreds.
I mean, those 3 eliminations
Inko,
from
Inko,
earlier
Inko.
over towards Nova were decent. Taking a central position
No
like
king,
this.
no trophy.
Up a point for it. And now there's shots over towards Godlike Stalwart that they can take. They do need to have a route into the circle, and 2 knocks have been found. Scry loses a smoke. Unsure about where to really be worried about, but Schwepp looks to mount up. They know there's knocks. They know there's chaos here. Fluke leads the charge. Down and out wide. Vampire, remember, they lost the player early. Scry taken down on the opening run, and up to the vehicle they go. The burnt-out husk of the pickup truck will be now their operating point. A lovely little shot around the edge, looks for more. Pika wants to heal, a breakout wide, gets punished, and now Godlike Stalwart down to 2 active. 1 knocked down onto the floor, Ravenclaw cut out of it. Unfortunately, T2K are just third-partying everywhere they can spot. Pika hiding under the hay. Somehow it's protecting him from the fire. Another nade could prove to be disastrous if it lands on the target. If it's on the money, it's good, but falls short just.
Schwepp sends one back, hopefully on target for Vampire. Another Molotov right into the crevice, but
He's
it goes
throwing it
far
too
again.
far.
Pika's going to send one back, and it's right next to them.
He's throwing all of them
Svan
too
from
far.
4AM takes that shot over towards Schweppes. It looks like 4AM starting to rotate over towards this western side. You can see now Svan's on our screens, taking shots over towards inside that smoke, ensuring there's no players inside that one. Vitaly also in the sights, but 4AM will have to move further in. So will S2G. Calci currently behind DRS John, checking out
No
their
matter who wins
rotation,
this, it
checking
tastes
out
the
their
best.
mark.
Aw, thank you, man. Why is it buffering so much now?
The res back south because Fireflux have managed to spot Svan.
Svan going down again. We said this earlier, is that is like a very bad thing for 4AM to lose.
Yeah,
Now
Svan
S2G
keeps
looking towards their position, rotating almost
dying
hand in
early,
hand with
man.
them. And now 4AM has to play
He
without
keeps trying to
their
get
star
these
player. See if
angles
they
to
can
third-party
realign
teams,
themselves,
and then he
restabilize.
gets caught and gets knocked.
Earlier is that is like a very bad thing for 4AM to lose. Now S2G looking towards their position, rotating almost hand in hand with them. And now 4AM have to play without their star player. See if they can realign themselves, restabilize versus S2G. That mini 14 from Palsy looks extremely dangerous. And MGG equally on so with a beautiful spray from the M4. Needs to reload instantaneously. WWX gets out the way, but there's still targets available to him. Out of the frying pan and into the fire though, because DRS are across the road. Another team in the same situation. They both started on 140 points blank at the moment. DRS are ahead, but it's such a squeaky tight gap. As Fluke gets taken down. Another player knocked, and it's 1 versus 1. Ravenclaw, did he get
Imagine
spotted?
an entire
I don't
North
even know who
America
took
has
it down. It was
millions population,
Boondown with
but
a
teams like
third-party
Pittsburgh Knights.
engagement. And Vampire
Yeah,
will
sadly
be
the
denied.
game's just not popular in North America, so it doesn't matter if we have a bajillion people.
Stalwart.
Game's just not popular
5 eliminations,
enough.
137 points. With that 5 at 142.
This game is popular though in
now
other regions.
just behind DRS in second place. S2G still going strong though. No eliminations as of yet, but I think they're starting to encircle
I might have to put
a
this
lot
in
of these teams
720p,
down towards that
guys.
south side, concocting a trap in this area
If it keeps lagging.
for anyone to fall into, and already it's this ditch that S2G didn't quite push up towards, and 4AM has been forced to find themselves in. And S2G look to be more and more confirming their championship title as these matches go on. Who will challenge them? Will anyone challenge them?
DRS really the only team now that can really have a shot here. Alpha
WWX,
7, they do have
1v4
an outside
S2G.
chance, but S2G take a knock to a nade. It's actually going to DRS as well. Silas.
Oh, you saw him.
Might be Resable here. The last player from 4AM is just over this ridge from
You
Hamby.
saw him.
Spots
There
the
you go, you
backpack,
see
and that
him.
should be curtains for 4 Angry Men. Shuts them down. on 140 points. And in comes a push. Buradam and IHC going head to head. Kengzo close by. Look at a maybe look for a heal. Try and get something done. Tiger is there as well. Does manage to pop the heal from Kengzo, but the burn from Alex sees Tiger low. Last player standing needs to confirm
1v1.
that heal. Kengzo wants the reses as well.
Going for the reset first.
IHC. So we're on the side. Kengzo. Oh no. Doesn't even want to take a moment to breathe.
Oh,
and that might
what,
just be good
Alex?
for Buradam. That moment of unbridled aggression coming through from
That
Kengzo
was,
spelled
I like
their
that. That
downfall.
was sick. That was sick.
Fireflux still going nicely on the edge at the moment, but they will have to move further in towards that circle.
That was sick.
Vitali in the
further ahead of them. There's a foothold.
That was nice. That was a
there.
very smart
ZooTay
push
moving
right there
closer
after he
to the
got the
position
guy
for
that pushed
S2G.
him.
As time goes on, S2G don't even need to get too many more points. The placements will start to
All right, sorry
add up
guys.
from them.
I'm turning
And they
this
had that
down
90
to 720 for a little
Vitali
bit.
in the further ahead of them. There's a foothold.
I don't
there.
know, is
ZooTay
it
moving
my
closer
internet
to
or
the
is it
position
just
for S2G.
on
As
their
time
side?
goes on, S2G don't even need to get too many more points. The placements will start to add up from them. And they had that 19-point buffer to play with. 10 points a game. If they can reach that margin, nobody can catch them. Turkish team that has been 7th place, 2 eliminations. It's not the biggest points total. It could open a window for DRS to try and pry their way in.
DRS has 4 right now. On the southeast side, Hamzy G.
Points total and could
I
open
think
a
it's
window.
I think it's the
for
stream.
DRS
I don't
to
think
try
it's
and
my
pry
internet.
their way in.
I think the
DRS
stream's
is
just
4
acting
right
all
now.
weird.
On the southeast side, Hamzy G falls.
Oh,
Be
yeah.
Confirmed. And now, the turkey sandwich.
The stream is dying.
Closer than ever here.
It's not me not being able to stream on
Falls.
1080. It's
Will be confirmed. And now,
it's the stream
turkey
dying.
sandwich. Closer than ever here. A bit worried about this.
I'll be aware of who it is. Somehow, doesn't do too much there. And Razy continues the bombardment, continues that pressure. Fireflux have slowed
Yeah, I
it
think
down
they fixed the stream.
quite a lot. Solus has broken out quite wide as well. And the line has been established, but they do have to go further. The zone will push them in. 3 players active, live and kicking for S2G. Solus rolls forward into
Good
Kelsey's
shots.
crosshairs and shut down with the M4. The reload is good as well, and no one there to refrag. Ketch and Lutz may be lining up here as Razy swings out around the side of the smoke. Could be caught out to a cheeky little stand-up by Solkay, but he's biding his time with the smoke on the cover. Kelsey.
Oh, you don't see him?
How is he still alive? Have they not spotted him? Solkay either way steps up and Razy takes him down, and 1 player left for S2G. They will fall to Fireflux. 5 eliminations for
Nice
DRS.
wraparound push
2
for Fireflux.
eliminations for S2G. A 6th place finish. It's not going to be a massive points game for them, and that 19-point buffer will be eaten into now.
DRS can definitely take this even further, with the circle not shutting them out just yet. It's getting a little bit terrifying. Law, last remaining for Influence Kevin, will be taken down by Alpha 7 here.
Nicely done by Mafioso.
Brazilian team looking to get back on form towards that top side, have a chance in that
Please
final
watch Party
game
PL
of today.
finals.
Certainly
I'll
still
try
doable
to
for
watch
Alpha
Party
7.
finals for PL,
IHC up in
but
the
not the regular
distance.
season probably.
Next circle will decide all. There is so much interesting terrain in this final circle. But I'd say northeast, northwest, and the south. Whichever side this circle decides to center up on, it should win, but it goes right towards the center, and everyone's forced to push into unfamiliar ground.
Let's go IHC.
But A7 made that move early. Proactive gameplay. We know how fast, slick these guys are with it.
Or DRS.
Alpha 7 have got such a good stronghold now with those silos. To use as cover, they can have some pretty significant control. All that it's going to take is IHC having to leave the high ground on the compound that they hold for them to be isolated. And that's going to happen fairly soon. The zone about to shut in about 10 seconds from now, Blank. Fireflux, south side, will need to push in past DRS. They played spoiler to their countrymen. And now DRS on the chase. Can they reignite the S2G hope?
Fireflux send in DRS.
Nice.
Xi'an
That's a smart
looks out
push.
the window, takes some shots. Lutz is already down to rules, and DRS are holding pretty well
Wait.
already.
Did he just try to run
already
across
out
the
of the
road?
picture, but Rules gets taken down. But look at this, Alpha 7 off
Or
the
did-
distance.
oh, he
They're
got
sending
shot out
in.
of the
They're
car.
taking no chances.
They're fighting off against Fireflux, though not DRS, which means that there is still another contender against their spot.
Ooh, I
to be
love
worried
this
about.
aggression
Gianti
out
is
of Alpha
split
7.
from the rest of the roster. Ketch is allowed to get this res onto Solus, as Gianti not quite finding the utility. There is a burn there, could spread. They do need to move, but he wants to put more into the mixing bowl. Solk low on the outside of this engagement, spotted out by Delta, and 7 eliminations now for DRS. This is big, 4th place already, a 19-point differential between them and the top dogs, S2G, and they want to get more done, but Ketch has other ideas. Forced into the burn. I'm not too sure what you're trying to do there, Ketch, but we'll go down to the play zone, and DRS is still going. 3rd place now, a 17-point minimum gain for DRS.
10 eliminations
for
for Fireflux
Fireflux.
on that one. That might see them a bit further up the rankings and no longer, sadly, in that 16th place. Revo moving up, spots the smokes, knows there's got to be players around this location now. Just about spotted that shoulder peeking out from the top of the smoke. DRS might be going down here in 3rd place. Mythic behind, waiting, ready, raring to go.
Oh man, Revo had that.
If either Alpha 7 or DRS take a chicken dinner here, this is huge for the top of the tables.
I guess they don't need to push it. But
S2G's got to be a little bit more worried.
Revo had that
So
angle.
unfortunate. But for the rest of the tournament, S2G has been absolutely stellar here on Miramar, and it's match 5, day 3, where they dropped the ball with it. This was meant to be their hope over on match 5. That would give them some decent
It is
points,
so bad if
knowing
Mythic gets naded here.
that they are the kings of Miramar.
Mythic should just
But
leave.
at the moment they've been dethroned, there's been a betrayal.
Mythic needs to get out of there, dude.
And the red carpet stained more red by S2G.
The more Alpha 7 can get, the better
Wow,
it
good
looks
knock.
for a Brazilian playing team to have a chance here. They started off so strong. Remember, the first day ended with the Brazilian 1-2-3. Inco, Alpha 7, Influence Kemin all at the top of the tables. We thought Alpha 7 might have dropped off day 2, but day 3
Shit,
has been
Alpha
good
7.
to them. 5 eliminations now as they wither IHC,
Alpha 7
stepping up
smacking
towards them.
right now.
Carrillo wants to take the fight aggressively. It's
Ooh,
characteristic
yeah,
of Alpha
Mythic
7,
goes
but a nade
down.
over to Mythic on the off angle might give them second
Ah.
thought, might give them pause here.
Points, they know they need points, and they can confirm it is good. Anything they can get at this stage of the game is brilliant,
Oh.
but they lose another.
Now
Alpha
Alpha
7's
7's
down
falling
to just
apart.
2, and it looks like Delta's cutting out the vehicles from Alpha 7.
Revo
Now
was good
with the back,
earlier.
the Clutch Maestro from Alpha 7 looks to maybe 1v2 versus DRS, but this could still be a chicken dinner for them as we even the tide here just a little bit.
It could go any way right now. Stage 9 is closing in 5 seconds. Most central, IHC's position at this stage, Alpha 7, will be cut out by the line that IHC have established. Demo is there, but that's spotted by Killer. A beautiful opening pick for DRS to try and move away from this roadside that they've held for so
Oh,
long.
nice
But
shots by
Revo is
Revo.
there for the refrag. And 3 players for Alpha 7 now back in and healthy versus 2 from IHC and 1 from DRS. IHC with 2, Godless, Zeol, both looking to rotate around into the buggy. Might be a mad send. Killer needs to get rezzed here, and Delta will try and stick that one.
The blue is going to push them at some point. Refrag Revo has to do something special. Going forward, Carrillo, Mafioso.
Nice.
For a bit more, he already finds 1. Delta starts to crawl
I
through.
feel like A7's gonna win this one.
Just slightly past that cylinder there to make
Ooh.
sure he
Oh.
can spawn him, but already Godless finds Carrillo. For Revo, it's really important to find that pick over towards Delta, but he's helping out the rest of his team. How much further can DRS get?
Crawling up from the pits, all these teams with so much to play for, scrambling over one another.
Okay.
And it's
That was
Alpha
huge.
7 to push DRS's head under and keep themselves afloat. In Miramar, 3 versus 3.
3v3.
Carrillo taking a nade
Oh.
from Demo, and IHC might slow things down. Oh,
Oh,
that
the
made it a
trade.
little bit closer, but Revo is not going to let that happen to his team. Not here,
Oh.
not now, but he might not have a choice. Godless
That's a
moves
1v.
in, and Devil
Oh,
is
it's
back.
over.
It's
It's
Mafioso
over.
to go, and IHC's taken away from both DRS and Alpha 7. Blank, the top of the tables, is
Curse
so
is back.
tight.
Yep, I just cursed out 7 there at the end.
Right now, tighter than a yoga store. I can't believe what I'm seeing at the moment. But I'm ready to watch some more over
I
in
just
match
cursed out for
6.
7.
Oh my goodness, mate.
It's going to be a disgusting ending to this tournament. I mean,
Oh,
I
man,
am
I'm getting
not
so
sure who is
tired.
going
I
to
need
win.
to sleep.
But I'm sure
It's
it's going to be
6:30 a.m.
absolutely electric when we get to that last game.
Ooh, got 1 game left.
So many teams with a chance here, Blank.
I think
It's got to be at least 5
after
teams
we find out the final
in one
scores,
game who can win this out.
I'm
At
going to
least
bed.
that trophy.
If you guys want to
Sat.
watch the award
Everyone's got
ceremony
teams,
and all that
every
stuff,
single team at
you can
this
tune
stage
into the
here in
official stream.
Jakarta.
But I'm just going to watch for the final game
What
to
we-
see who wins.
What we do know is that the 3-peat is not on the line. It's
true.
going to be a new champion this year. And what better year to have a new champion than the year of
No
improvements,
Nova
evolving
3-peat.
throughout the entirety of the scene, throughout all the countries, all the regions. Everyone's getting better. And it just shows that the 5.5 points average towards the bottom of the table is just unheard of most of the time.
Incredible stuff coming through on Miramar, and IHC, the ones to take it home, right? I don't think you would have called it, but either way,
No,
they slow Alpha
absolutely not.
7 and everybody else around them as well. IHC take the chicken dinner. We're going to head over to the analyst desk.
What an absolutely crazy performance coming out from IHC. Somehow they win that late game fight, and I was so worried for IHC in the early stages of the game, win that fight against Buriram, because that's where it all started.
The unsung heroes. I mean, this is what I was kind of talking about, right? The spoiler roles that were going to be coming into play at one point, and that just happened. Alpha 7 had a chance to put themselves, actually, I mean, they still put themselves in a great position if they were going to that win. By the way, Revo, we got to give him some credit. He played out of his mind in that game, and he definitely did a lot to keep Alpha 7 there within the top 2.
Yeah, Riva absolutely chef's kiss in that game. Absolutely something of beauty. But S2G, the fact that they go out earlier than a lot of those teams towards the end enables a lot of the teams to still have a shot for that first place, for that trophy to claim to be the best team in the world. And they're taken down by their Turkish brethren of Fireflux. I think that qualifies 7 as treason.
I think it does. And what's crazy is that those two teams are just so used to playing against each other. If there was a team to take down S2G at that moment, it would be another Turkish team, right? You couldn't write anything more poetic than that. And I want to kind of go back a little bit more with S2G because we saw them making some of the rotations. We saw them playing super passive, like they were trying to go for those placement points. And I feel like it definitely backfired in a way. And it's something that I always hate to see when teams do. They decide to just switch it up and it ends up hindering them. I'm hoping going into this last game, that is not the case for S2G.
That playstyle could have worked out for S2G if they were able to survive a little bit longer, get more eliminations. The fact that DRS survived so long into this game, the fact that Alpha 7 got so many points, they're back in the race, they don't have that cushion anymore. They're not safe anymore. Teams down below them can still catch up.
27 points on IHC with the chicken dinner, 12 eliminations in that game as well. And I do want to have to highlight Alex. His performance, his fight against Buriram kept them in the game. And Alpha 7-7, 19 points as well in second place. They're still very much in the race.
They are very much in the race. I mean, those 7 eliminations, I don't even know how many of those eliminations were actually from Revo, but the 19 points total, that's massive. You were just talking about it too, Max. DRS.
I don't know why IHC isn't playing in the grand
with
finals.
those 18 points as well. I mean, like, I think Blank said it best. It might come down to 5 different teams having a chance at getting that first place.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 5-6 teams. I am so hyped to see exactly what the leaderboards are going to be looking like right now. But, I mean, DRS, we call them like a more silent team, but they've been ramping things up to the point where today they're getting banger after banger. After banger. Nepal are looking just so good. And T2K, they're like the third-party turrets in the lobby. They're just almost assisting DRS in some way, shape, or form.
And for me, one of the teams that I kind of gonna a small shout out to has to be Inco Gaming. They had the lead at the start of the day. I felt like that team definitely started to crumble there under the pressure of the last and final day. And another one is that we are not gonna have a 3-peat anymore. Nova out first.
That was a heavy fight to watch. Honestly, my heart was bleeding just a little bit there because that was the point where everyone realized it's not going to happen again. It's not going to be a 3P. Coming back to one of the teams that I also want to talk about, which is the fight from SG against Fireflies. You just talked about it. They just took themselves out. SG still took home 6 points though, so they are probably still in the lead, and we only have one more game to go. Does that mean we might see a little bit of a hot drop scenario? Maybe some teams looking out for them in the kill feed? We're going to see some tactic switch-ups?
We do like to speculate about hot drops happening in, like, you know, your PMPL finals and your championships.
Yeah,
and
Nova has the best achievements in the
we
world.
are talking about
for PUBG
PMGC
Mobile.
Grand Finals here. Do you want to play it all on a hot drop?
They didn't play too well this tournament,
that's too much for me
but
to
hey,
answer.
they made it to the Grand Finals.
Oh, okay.
It is close.
S2G, 165 points. DRS Gaming.
Yeah, DRS is going to win.
I would say 7 teams.
7?
DRS is going to
of course,
win
gonna
the
need a chicken dinner
fucking
to the top, get nothing, but
championships, dude.
that is going to be my limit. 7 teams currently in the race.
Okay,
for that first place.
IHC is definitely out for me. For Angry Man, I can definitely see a chance from there. Everybody from up there, I can definitely see them going for that first place. For SG, I said it earlier, I don't want to see them trying to play it differently than how they've been doing. Keep doing what you were doing there when you were getting those wins, when you were getting those great placements, when you were getting those eliminations that put you currently where you are in that first place. With DRS, I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better for DRS. A team that 2 of their chicken dinners are coming from Erangel as we go into the last Erangel. It couldn't be more poetic for them. And then you guys were talking about hot drops. You guys were talking about teams that need to be careful about that happening. Guess what? I'm going to be looking at all the teams here in this second page because at this point, they got nothing to lose. Influence Chairman, I mean, a team that went from 3rd place all the way down to 16th, you better believe that team from Brazil is going to be looking to make a statement, and I would be massively surprised if nobody decides to hot drop anybody.
At this point, you're just fighting for glory. You're fighting for prize pool increase going into this because you have some pretty... It's still no $4 million prize pool tournament. That's pretty significant. But as you can see on your screens right now, it's the final game right here for the Grand Finals of 2022 PMGC. Oh boy, 16 teams all ready to drop on down, and only one will call themselves the champions after this one.
It is absolutely crazy. Let's look at some of the expected drop locations. Now, meanwhile, we have the last couple of minutes to maybe talk about the overall situation. I know you said top 7 is maybe, you know, what
it's a stretch.
It
is really a stretch.
That would mean IHC really does have the opportunity.
Three peats in esports is just impossible.
Scenario, they would need to have everyone in that top scenario to do incredibly bad. Would you say?
I feel like.
Would you say that's how they
correct
should
me if
go
I'm
into this
wrong.
match as well?
Who's
Literally
super familiar with CS:GO here? I feel
and
like Astralis has
go for it.
managed a
Isolated fights,
3P.
let's take it.
I just remember Astralis was dominating for like so long in CS:GO.
Has to go for a hot drop. IHC is the team that would make
Anyone
the most
know?
sense, right? So we'll see if it's going to happen once again. I would
I
say
recall.
maybe don't go for it because even if you
What
do
are
go for
what
the
are
hot
some
drop,
other?
even if you do win
Dota
it,
had a
maybe lose a player.
back-to-back, but not
You
a
lose 2 players.
3P.
They need a chicken dinner
Right.
for this one. You're taking a risk that I think you want to avoid. So I would say, even if the idea is to go for the hot drop, don't do it. Aim for the win. Play a normal game, the game that you just did previously, to get that chicken dinner on Miramar, and that might be just enough to make the cut.
Go for the hot drop. Come on, just give it to me.
Okay, screw it. Okay.
I really want to see a hot drop as well. I mean, at the very biggest stages like this one, I think we've very rarely, if ever, seen that. So that would be definitely an interesting thing to watch. Let's look at the teams to watch from both of you. You have, except for SG, you have different teams. Maybe starting off with SG, because obviously they're in the league. Maybe I want to put you on the spot, actually. Give me some percentage of how likely it is that you think they're going to take home this PMG Grand Final. How sure are you?
Right now, I would say, I mean, with the amount of competition, you got DRS that's been looking super consistent, you got God like Star Wars not being too far away, so many top contenders. I would say we have a 33.333 repeating 3 percentage
Really?
chance. 1/3.
OG won T. Yeah, I know
actually
OG
have
won
like a
Dota
solid
back-to-back,
69 to 70%.
but no
I was
3P.
going to say nice, but then he went 70%, so not anymore. Unfortunate. Nice try.
Going over, godlike Starwood though for you, Max, man. I mean, you just talked about that consistency. Anything else?
I'm still wearing the
Astralis won
jersey.
4
Okay, it's
majors.
keeping me warm. Okay, it's still keeping me
Did
warm right now.
Astralis
I
win
appreciate it.
4
God likes
majors
Star
in
Wars,
a
please sponsor me.
row?
But I want to see them be on top right now. They had the Grand Finals curse happening for the longest time, Seven. Okay, stop laughing at me. Stop it. I want to see them take themselves to win right
Astralis won
here. If they
4
take
times
the
in a
chicken
row,
dinner,
then,
they
I
had
mean,
no
that's a
chicken dinners
4P.
the entire event. it would be something of pure beauty for them to not only get himself a chicken dinner on the last game, but also claim the trophy towards the very end of the Grand Finals.
It would be. I mean, for me, it's going to have to be Alpha 7. Just like you are with Godlike Star Wars. I would have to pick Alpha 7 too. I mean, they just showed up what they're able to do, especially Rebel after that last game. If he's not going to pop off in the next game, then it's definitely going to be over for that team. But S2G, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, just because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see them playing differently than how they usually play. I don't want them to be overthinking this scenario of what's going to be, what are the other teams going to be doing. I do wish, though, that they change where they land, and I do hope that they change where they usually tend to rotate, because I'm pretty sure some of the other teams might be trying to play that spoiler role.
Yeah, I mean, I like what you just said right there. Just play your typical, good old, basic PUBG Mobile that you've been doing so far, that's been giving you so much success in these games. When you start overthinking things, well, look at that knockoff effect. That previous game got obliterated. Unfortunately, it's 5 floods, but it got obliterated, right? So just play a typical game, play what you do best, which is going for good rotations and now getting those eliminations when you're in strong positions. That's what allowed them to stand out, and that might be the reason why they
Nepal,
can.
Mongolia wins. That means Australia is the third best region because they only lost to SA teams and PMGC if they've. Oh my gosh. Oh, Fates.
Semi-good performances there too. If they can just put themselves in a position where they can strike at the end. We saw some great 2-2 splits there too in Miramar that were wonderful. This team has what it
Fates in
takes,
his
and that's why I
Australia
wasn't going to be giving the
esports
100%
copium.
to SG for them to be able to take it home, because I definitely think if it's going to be DRS, then it's going to be Alpha 7 that can maybe take this.
If you notice, S2G have been given an extra point from match 16. Huh?
We get into the last game for Angry Man, because they have been popping off today as well. They got their first chicken
man, look
dinner,
at these
and they
guys.
do have a chance at being PMGC.
It all comes down to this last game.
Winners as well. Any thoughts on 4AM? Do that just have to continue like this? Or
Man, this guy is rocking back and forth in his chair like, holy fuck, man. It's like, holy fuck, man. We can do this. We can actually do this.
Desperation can cause a lot of issues, can cause a lot of mistakes, and in that case, that's what did cause their demise over there on Miramar. Just go in with a calm.
Influence Kim is like, yo, fuck, man. We're not even an actual team. We're two teams combined into one.
When it comes to their peak performances, you got to be
and we got all the way this far. We're chilling.
Overthink your situation. You need to be calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, it's sadly for them. Asman has been getting knocked a lot in the past couple of games. So
it's the same in World Cup. We only lost to Argentina and France, who were in the finals, so we third best soccer team.
He was a massive reason why they ended up with that win. And I got to bring him in a little bit too, because I feel like this is a team that has been struggling with indecisiveness, whether they're going to be able to
guy's praying to the
aggressive
PUBG
or not
Mobile
be aggressive.
gods.
We've seen what they are able to do now with the aggressiveness that they have showcased.
No, he's probably praying to like his actual god that he believes in, not the PUBG Mobile gods.
You are. Come on.
That's true. I am.
Their Twitter page knows. Would you want to see Godlike Star Wars continue with the aggressiveness that they've been playing, or a little bit more?
Yo, Sabru, thank you for the donation. A small token of gratitude for doing watch party. Oh man, no. You don't need to thank me, guys. I should thank you guys for watching with me and hanging out here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And it is once again time to
The only thing I'm missing out on is some sleep.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
But I would have wanted to watch this anyways.
Alex and the rest of the desk. I'm so excited for this last game. Match 18
Here we
is
go.
just around the corner with less than a minute to go.
Who's going to
before
be the
flame flies
champion?
for the last time of the 2022 PUBG Mobile season? Oh, it's all to play for. It could not be tighter.
It's real nerve-wracking right now for a lot of these teams, for a lot of these players. We saw the camera shots. We saw some of these guys. There was praying going on. There was the full anime Death Note L sitting coming through from S2G. They are nervous and no reason not to be at this point in time. But S2G, they have what it takes. It would be an incredible win for S2G to take it all home right now. 165 points currently at the moment. 7 points ahead of DRS. Alpha 7 behind them at 153. S2G need to live here. There are a couple other teams that might be able, with a gigantic chicken dinner, a gigantic win in 4 Angry Men Inco, and godlike stalwart potentially.
You're
But
not gonna
right now
sleep
we're
anymore
looking
because
at the top
DRS is gonna
three.
win.
S2G,
Yo, if DRS
DRS,
wins,
Alpha
then
7.
fucking
This is
more
it.
power
This
to the
is
Paul,
now.
man.
This is where they could become the champions, the new champions of PMGC.
Nova are not even on the front page of the overall standings at this time, with not enough done and not enough left in the tank. You're right, it's looking good that we could crown a new champion to lift the trophy, sparkling in its glory. And now in Jakarta, the last plane path seeks its way from Novo to the Midwest coast.
Southside plane path, Novo. Like you said, the
Oh
west
my
side
god,
coast
it's a
here. We've seen this
stupid
one
plane
multiple
path
times.
again.
We've seen it towards the center of the map. We've seen it
Oh, this
up
plane
towards
path
the northern
is
side.
fucking cancer.
This is something that the players, the teams are all used to here in Jakarta, ready to play out their final game, these final important 30 minutes. And those 30 minutes, those hearts better be pumping, those fingers better be darting. We better be looking at the champion that deserves it all here at the end of this match.
The drums herald us in. Only time will tell now who will take this one home. S2G defending for all of today. As we drop out, DRS over near Milta. Buradam going to be dropping a little bit longer than they are, with potential for a little bit of a sneaky upset there. Inco, they've dropped the ball, but they're not completely out of it just yet. You said they've got more to worry about in those top three spots.
Inco though, this plane path, it really ruins their chances so many times. We've seen a few times now where they've been dropped upon, and it looks like they've gone for a bit of a lineup over on this south coast as opposed to trying to drop all in one spot. I like that, I respect that. Nenabete is even further behind at the moment. No one seems to be dropping close to them. On the other hand, T2K, S2G, very close together. Wolves will be dropping towards Pachinki though. I think for S2G, they've got a little bit of a lone soldier out towards that western side, just the south of 4 AM. Alpha 7 in their drop spot down towards Milta Power, their backup as opposed to North George. They've been forced to play this one a fair few many times here on our angle, having to switch up from the normality of themselves. For S2G on the other hand, this seems pretty
Yo,
easy
Siobhan,
for
thank
them
you
because
for
they drop
becoming
towards the center of the map. They're pretty
a
used
member,
to playing
man.
this type of game
Welcome,
outwards.
Siobhan,
It doesn't really
to
change
the Zoo
too much on
Nation
this plane path
officially.
for this team. It's just a bit of a longer drop, but for everyone, it's the same deal.
The advice given by Nenabete at the end
Watch
of day
out
one.
for Logan Paul. Huh?
Breathe.
Logan Paul is watching.
That's
I'm
how you can make
confused.
it work. Hopefully everybody is paying attention.
Why are you guys talking
Brushed
about
up on their
Logan
Brazilian.
Paul watching?
Because they need to heed that information, heed that advice now. Such a crucial time for the top spots, and the tables so tightly packed. Nobody over a 10-point average and nobody under a 5-point average. This is the closest final we have ever seen.
Nobody hot dropped? Yeah. I think it's a respect
never been
thing.
nail biting quite like this. The
I
popcorn.
think, unless if you have
flying
actual reason to
everywhere
hot
at the
drop,
moment.
no one's gonna hot drop.
Some of it's not even meeting mouths. It's on the floor.
It's a respect thing.
And all these teams are
No
worried.
reason to hot drop.
Just those little moments,
Just
those
to be
little mistakes
assholes.
that might come through. But this is the game where you shore up everything. You make sure every single hole
Yeah,
is
I still
patched
cast
up.
a lot of PUBGM
There's not a
tournaments. I
single
casted a
leak in
bunch
the
of
ship.
tournaments this year.
You can keep on
I
trucking,
was,
keep on sailing,
I
because
did
the
almost like
waves,
every major tournament
they are
besides the grand
roaring,
finals for
They are
PMGC.
high, and the waters are not easy. But smooth sailing does not make good sailors here in the PMGC.
Hold fast to the wheel. Call strong to your team. And look to the horizon. On the tables, there is a top 3 clear. At the moment, looking at how it stands, DRS with 2 chicken dinners win tiebreakers. Unless one of the other 2 teams, S2G or Alpha 7, takes the chicken dinner here, that could be important. DRS, remember, they would win a tiebreaker if it came down to it.
Alter Ego, as per usual, nice and center. Influence coming up towards Yaz. And Alpha 7 passing by Buraram, but again slightly ahead of them. Now Alpha 7, we've seen that they've found it a little bit difficult to keep up on that streak sometimes. The momentum looks good, but when it starts to falter, it falters hard. So losing a player early like this would be terrible news. Luckily, they quickly swing the wheel to the left and veer off to the western side, on towards where Inco and Alter Ego are currently playing, taking a central spot within the circle.
Vampire.
Have a good early morning from that.
They got back-to-back chicken dinners today.
Thank you, Uji.
They started
Logan Paul.
down in the
Yeah,
dumps,
I saw the
16th place,
documentary. I watched CoffeeZilla.
I feel like it wasn't what they deserved, and I think they showed that in matches 3 and 4 of
What's
the day.
my favorite food?
A team like that needs to really find their feet much sooner, though. Can't be
Probably
looking
like
down and
pho.
watching where you step. You need to be firmly planting
I like
those
pho a
feet
lot.
with your eyes.
If you guys don't know what that is, it's
out
like
towards the
Vietnamese
future a lot of
noodles.
times. I think Vampire took too long to
But
make those changes. The desk talks about
My
it. We
favorite
talked about it.
favorite's probably
Making
sushi.
those changes on day 3 and looking absolutely sublime just does not cut it, especially in this PMGC where every single team is horribly, horribly strong.
This is the best quality gameplay we have seen. So much improvement. Strides have been made this year. Such excitement for next. But who will be that defending champion? Who will be able to mount that honor,
I
to
cast
raise
Curse
the
Nova.
trophy here in Jakarta? S2G
Whatever you guys
so desperately
say.
would love it to take the trophy to Turkey and scream to the world, come and get it.
But the pressure's on now, and it's debilitating. Especially being in first place at the moment. Looking down on the rest of the teams, seeing how close they are, how quick they are climbing, and how gritted their teeth are in the process. That is when you can become quite terrified. When you can just look towards the top of the mountain, it becomes a little bit easier. Knowing that all you have to do is continue to move those hands up, to keep gripping those handholds and pulling yourself further up that leaderboard. But for S2G, kicking down and trying to keep those assailants away from them becomes quite tricky, because not only that, you're also trying to keep a handhold yourself. Circle over towards this eastern side now. Looking at some of these positions on the map, S2G have moved across. IHC are behind them on that western side. After a good chicken dinner, they obviously are feeling quite good about themselves.
It's all
I think
your fault,
S2G may have
ZooTay.
to worry about that. Surrounded by Nova on the southwest. Influence came into the north. In the meantime, Alpha 7 moved down to
RPL's
the
casters
compound
are
just
giving
on the
Curse
south side of
handshake to
Yasnaya
T2K.
Fields. Next circle should be popping
Guess it
soon. One of
backfired.
our hardest shifts out of all the circles in this game, and this will determine a lot of where these players will have to move and where they'll have to go. A lot of times we have seen quite a clear position either on the north or
this
south
zone?
side of the river. This time we'll go all the way over
I
towards the east,
mean,
towards
DRS is gonna do
very
DRS
bare and
things.
empty position on the map.
Where's S2G
Not a
at?
lot of places available. A lot of these teams already in though, but again, S2G looking for those big points, big numbers. They're all the way on this western edge. A northern rotation could work.
Oh, they're on
here,
the
John.
western edge? That's not good.
Plenty
S2G,
of options
DRS,
for them,
DRS is in a good spot.
Moving
Coming in
over
from the opposite
tundra
side.
of Yasnaya Polyana Fields on the
That's
south
exactly
side.
how they want to play too.
It's so barren and difficult to use.
Play slow, avoid
Far
fights.
from ideal. S2G move up to potentially control Yaz Bridge. If they can find 4 AM on the cross, it would be a great result. Not only would they be able to accrue the points for it, but take out an outside chance to overtake them in 4 Angry Men. 141 points to their 165. Sure, it's a bit of a long shot at 24-point difference, but
we've seen crazier things.
We definitely have.
I think holding on to this bridge crossing as well is smart. 4AM is forced down towards that south side. It clears up even more of the northern edge, meaning that S2G's rotation is even easier. And this is what makes them the #1 team in the lobby so far, is they're always thinking steps ahead at the moment. Alpha 7 take a knock. Disastrous start of this game. Luckily, there should be a res onto this one. Carrillo drops the smoke, but out in the open currently, Alpha 7 is. Influence Kemin shouldn't be able to capitalize on this one too much. Send a couple of shots through. Carrillo will position the buggy in front to ensure
Nice
that
use
this
of
res
the buggy.
does happen, and then maybe just dip out of there.
Carrillo looking for the res over onto Mafioso. Super important for them to stay as a team. Back over to the buggy, staying alive. Godlike Stalwart clashing with Geek Fam. As S2G do not stop 4 Angry Men from moving south, as the bridge that they chose was a different one. Instead, though, Ching Chen might have spotted S2G looking out for the hold on the northern side. Ray Z, oh my goodness me, he's so open. Takes a shot, takes a hit, and back to cover. Such an important little top down there. Ching Chen could have had such an impact.
Very quick reactions. Razy was all on his lonesome because Silas is currently scouting down towards that middle, scouts towards Alpha 7's position, makes sure that that is in fact taken. And now they have a little bit more information to play around with. Could head towards Yasnaya. Next circle soon. This game is going quickly now, John. Much quicker than you might have thought it would. That's just what happens when the excitement builds to a crescendo now and boils over the top. Little boy will take down T2K Jane on the cross. It looks like we will be heading to this horrific area of the map, to that north side, the fielded area. Not many playable spots there, but Alpha 7 super happy with this one. Still has a decent position on the map towards the center to play around. S2G also still in, but will have to regroup.
Influence Kevin on the north side. Yasnaya is their drop spot. Should be familiar with the terrain, playing 2-2 split. Ooh, as S2G move through to the center. Silas is scouting, is going to pay out here.
Moving down, actually might be a decent compound for S2G to head towards, but Silas is unfortunately cut short. And now they have to go against 4AM. That's just 3. This is terrible news. DBS in hand of Razy already. One very low. Has to hit the shot. Does. This is great news for S2G.
S2G picking up the points.
Men up on the hill.
Oh, that's
Kelsey and
that's
Hansi
confirmed
a little
right
bit further back. The flush is good with the burn from the Molotov. Good Xiao and Svan both launching nades on through.
Oh,
and Kelsey gets tagged. Svan finds Kelsey on the sidelines. And
I'm
Good Xiao
cheering for S2G here, to
wants
be
to
honest.
put another one in. Through the window there, Ricochet's off burst close, but the
you
burn is
forced in.
brilliant. A lot of damage found, instantly has to pop it. The nade in through the window, doesn't quite get the knock, and Svan is low on the upstairs, but Razy in with the DBS.
Oh my
Beyond
gosh,
the heel.
so
You cannot get away
aggressive.
from him. He is on the hunt, looks for more as well, finds the
Dude,
nade
this
in
dude
hand,
can't
and
stop
that
him.
will not be
What the
found. Svan is shutting down the
What
Razy.
the
Oh God! He is vengeance. He is the knight, and S2G have Razy to thank.
2 knocks though still went through. That's to be a quick regroup.
That's
a quick
what he
refresh
decides to
from
do?
them. T2K is off in the distance. They still
In
have
a
more to go here.
1v3.
Razy takes a tag. Kelsey's going to have
They're
to
in
hold
the
on for a little
lead.
bit longer.
It's
and
the very
Silas
last
still
game.
nowhere to be seen. That
His
one
other
tire
teammate is-
been popped out the back.
What
was
the fuck?
disastrous for
That's
the
what
team,
he
but
decides to
Razy
do?
brought it back together for them.
T2K, a major threat at the back now. On the north side, Alter Ego, center.
He literally just
A little bit
has
further
the
south,
biggest
Alpha 7 slap bang in the middle, a major barrier.
balls
But the big news here, 4
known
points
to
for
mankind.
S2G.
That's a point total. They'll put him to 169 right now. DRS
That's what he
Alpha 7
decides
yet
to do,
find
man.
anything
He
during
decides,
this game. All players
holy
back up on their
shit.
feet. Razy has just pulled S2G back from the brink.
I don't think any player of
With
4AM
DBS, he
was
looked
expecting him to
unstoppable.
push like that.
Rolling through like thunder.
No one on
the
4AM
stairs.
expected him to push like
I
that.
don't think 4AM knew what hit him.
Holy
But they
shit,
are now out
Razy.
of the running. A potential chance at the
He's
top
the same
5.
guy who
4AM
had done
were
a
put short
1v4
by S2G,
against
who
who?
has
LGD?
had the time of their lives during
Really?
this PMGC
Wait,
tournament
LGD.
from day 1 through to day 3.
Oh, during group stage?
Consistency, and they ramp it up. S2G, so difficult to handle, and we will not see a
Okay,
Chinese
Fates.
champion
I mean,
either.
still, man.
That
I
much
was
is for sure.
sick,
The circle
Fates.
shift comes through.
As much as you hate
Wolves,
the
Nova
DBS,
all
that was
passing
sick.
through up towards Silas's position now. Hamzy G realizes he has to move down and support. But all through this game, S2G's been fairly split. They need to get back together. Looks like they will grab their teammate and run back to safety, back to regroup. Nova, order. Fireflux feeling the pain.
They played spoiler since S2G in the last game, but Nova might be too tall an order for them. However, they have gone fairly even, but Fireflux falter, and they play split. They split their attention, and Solus rolls in so late to this fight. Falls flat on the face, and Fireflux fail to go any further.
Fireflux going down here. Alter Ego, Influence Kevin, both having a chance now to put up some more points and pass out of the 15th and
confidence.
16th place.
That guy had massive
But all eyes
confidence,
right
dude.
now on Alpha 7.
Razy's a Chinese
S2G
slayer.
and DRS outside on the
Holy
east.
shit, man.
Inco still have to move from a compound that they thought was strong down
I'm
towards
cheering
the
for
southeast.
S2G.
Unwilling
Yes,
head
take
central,
down
but
DRS.
losing one. Bad news for them.
Nothing against DRS,
Playing
I
with
just
three,
like S2G way
Not
more.
ideal at this stage in the game. Zone 4, it's too early.
Crazy, dude. The next year's
DRS
global finals is going to be
diminished.
held in Turkey too. So for S2G to win this
In
right
the face
now,
of it all,
that's beautiful.
a team that I don't think anyone really at the start of this would have called to be here in second place with a chance to take the top spot in the final match. But here they stand, and Nepal behind them.
Exactly, they've really shown the strength of Nepal, but Inco taking horrible casualties as they move through, cut apart by Stalwart. Nenabete hits the deck. There's still players available for Inco, but Stalwart decides to try and get ahead of the pack, try and get ahead of the movement, and Nenabete will fall as Pika quickly makes that movement. Becca now tries to support from up high, but it looks like Inco is going to have an even worse time.
There must be trouble ahead for Inco. And indicative of their performance here in the finals. They slow and they falter in this final game. DRS though with a crucial challenge, losing it down to Delta. Could this be the first contender out?
Oh, God.
Delta somehow dodges the wheel, but a hop out and the bullets are there. And S2G have less to worry about now. Alpha 7 poised in a central spot. The
I was
only team
cheering
now
for
really
DRS to
with a
die.
big chance as godlike Stalwart have more to deal with than they'd like.
Inco is out. They cannot go much further anymore. DRS also down.
Isn't S2G Silas from
The two
Footballist?
teams
I
that
think
displayed great central play
there's
and
some
great edge play will
I know
finally fall.
Solke
Can
on
DRS hold on to
Fireflux
their
is from
third place,
Footballist.
second
I think
place spot?
Silas might have
Or
been
will
from
Alpha 7
Footballist.
overtake them?
Or was it Digital Athletics? Oh, DA.
A shift
okay.
away, and Alpha 7 will have to lead. Godlike Stalwart, 5 eliminations and 4 alive. But S2G in a good compound here.
Oh, they got the zone here
Delivered
too. They're chilling. GG's.
at their doorstep.
GG's.
On the precipice of victory
Give
here
him
in
that
Jakarta.
trophy after that, Silas.
So close to it.
Fucking-
DRS
or
feels
that-
like the
that
pressure got
Razy
to them
clutch,
just a
dude.
little bit. I don't think I've ever seen them falter that badly on our angle before.
That Razy clutch was insane.
But still, an outstanding performance from them this tournament. Any Nepali fans should be proud of what they've achieved here. Stalwart looking for the final members of Bunadam to close this one out. Already 7 eliminations. Stalwart want to take this game further, up to 150 points, make that 151. 2 points behind now of Alpha 7 at the start of this game.
2 points separates them from that third place position. And they will be just that little bit further behind the top. And with S2G still as 4 as they are, it's unlikely to change too much. S2G, if they make top 5 in this match, that should be enough for them. As godlike Stalwart want to rewrite the fate. Tug on the threads and try and control whatever they can. Alter Ego on the west side of the circle. Res needed after a self-nade, unfortunate. IHC wanting to push in. 3 players active, 3 players alive, with the Res still going through. It is even, but it immediately comes back up.
So okay with some
Once more
footballers,
shut
I
down.
know
The
that
lineup is
much.
good. Another player was
Raising
knocked on the
Silas both
inside,
are
and Alter
NDA.
Ego
Okay.
fall down to 1. And the last will find no more room to play. S2G
Damn, really?
picking up a bunch of these points.
Alter Ego's
Stealing
going to
them
be
from
last
afar
place
as
still.
well. Geek Fan
Alter
will
Ego
also
had a
fall.
huge comeback.
Unfortunately for the home crowd.
Well, not a comeback,
Now
but
Alter
like they
Ego
want
and
some
Geek
huge
Fan out.
games.
Stalwart.
Influence Kimmon's
Lose
going
a
to pass
player
him up.
here. Pika now out.
Oh,
Leaving
Influence
Stalwart
Kimmon
at 3
got 1
players going
point.
forwards. Alpha 7
Isn't 10th place 1
moves
point
a
as
little
well?
bit further in, but their eastern side, it's looking tricky.
So Influence Kimmon needs 1 more
It's
kill
looking pocked with teams
to
and
be for
players
sure
all
not last
looking
place.
for a little bit more. Mythic spots that position over towards S2G,
Man, Alter
but
Ego
that
ending in
spot is
last place
just so good.
sucks for
They
the
knew
sucks
they
for
had to
the
fight for it versus
sucks for the
4AM.
Indonesia region or
And
not
arguably,
Indonesia.
if they take this game, they
Oh
have
yeah,
Ray Z to
Indonesia.
thank.
Sucks for the Indonesia region, man.
4 eliminations from Ray Z in that first engagement. The DBS louder than ever.
It's done, dude. It's done.
In match 18, 7 eliminations total. The lead stretches away. The stride is hit.
Alpha 7's gonna need to like
And S2G
win this game.
may have already done enough. Alpha 7 though want to challenge that.
Alpha 7 hasn't even gotten
Knock
a
over
kill
onto
yet.
Scry, bringing Godlike Stalwart down to 2. A nade over top from Revo confirms the point. And Alpha 7 begin their march.
Oh,
Grim
Alpha
as it
7's
may
got to
be.
push.
Pushing back Stalwart. They do not want to give up this top 3. IHC, the only others, would be able to challenge it, but they're far behind at this point. Stalwart down to 2 players. Alpha 7, a second place. They'd
Oh,
be
dude,
happy with at this
S2G's
point in
farming.
time. For
And they get
Brazil,
the
it
zone
would be
here.
a wonderful
It
result.
is done.
But
It is
can
done.
they go even further? With
GG's.
8 eliminations from S2G,
S2G
I
first
don't know
place.
how likely it will be. Ray Z up to 6 eliminations, 9 total now.
Ray Z is
3 for
fucking
Kelsey, 6
hopping
for
right
Ray
now.
Z. Is there anything anyone can do? The compound's so strong.
Oh my god, look at this. They
Vampire
are shooting fish in a
cowed
barrel right
behind
now.
any cover they can cling on to. And Alpha 7 just don't have the points to stand up to it.
They need something huge right now, and they haven't started to make that jump up. And the amount of eliminations available inside the lobby is starting to dwindle just a little bit. And all the while, S2G is
Crazy
picking up
this
more
would
and
probably
more.
be last
Hamzy
PMGC, but
will
I
find
guess
the
they are
knock over
destined. What
towards
do you get for
Vampire
SCG?
Esports. They have eyes on. This God compound is disgusting. Circle moves their way once again.
Do you think switching from
What a
FPP to
finish here
TPP
for the
declined Chinese
PMGC.
team's
10
gameplay?
eliminations, unstoppable.
I mean,
They were unstoppable
I don't
about
think
10
it should
minutes
have.
ago.
Everybody else has been playing TPP.
175 points already found. A monumental ask for
I
Alpha
don't
7
think it's
to be
the
able
Chinese
to overtake
team's
them.
gameplay
Godlike
declined a
Stalwart
lot.
maybe.
I
And in
think it's
comes
the
Alpha
other
7 for the
regions
run. Vampire
got
looking
a
to
lot
hold them off
better.
and maybe play spoiler. The Brazilian roster
Oh, there we go.
fall
Alpha
apart,
7's
and it's
done.
Vampire to pick them up. That might be it. S2G have no one else. Is there no one else? Will no one else challenge this team?
STE
I
is trying to
think
get
not
third
at this
place
point in
though.
time. Stalwart with 2 players remaining.
Star Wars gonna try and get top 3
The
at least.
Turkish casters, the Turkish analysts, they're waving flags on this side. They know it's all but over.
GG's.
The top spot
Oh, Influence Kimmon's last place?
sat
Oh,
proudly
damn.
upon
Influence
right now.
Kimmon is last place.
With only Godlike Stalwart far in the rearview mirror. One more twist and turn is all it'll take
Yeah.
for S2G to raise the trophy.
All the other regions learned from the Chinese teams.
And S2G are looking
And
for
at
them
least
right
for this
now.
tournament,
They have
they did better
eliminated
than
so
the Chinese
many
teams.
and so much of the competition during this one game. I thought they looked nervous, far from it. They were prepared, ready to do what necessary to take home the trophy, to take it back to Turkey and guard it like a dragon. spray out into the open and stay alive, survive. The Wolves, the only other team, as 4, and they're trapped right on the south side. Next circle, looking to shrink. Where will we find it? Finally, it moves away from S2G, but blank. It's too little, too late to stop them now.
Closing this out with a chicken dinner would be beautiful already. And
Oh
not
my god!
over
Oh
towards
my
T2K,
god, dude!
and
Silas,
the
chill the
dominance
fuck out, bro.
continues. A 1-2 punch, and T2K
Oh, not
sent
Silas.
out of the ring.
Who
An
threw that
uppercut
name? Razy?
so deadly.
Yeah, it was a Razy.
The
He said,
force from it
"Calm
can be
the
felt
fuck
from
down."
here.
The sightline's known. Godlike Stalwart will have to move. Razy gets knocked, but nothing can dampen their spirits at this stage. Hamzy, Silas, under pressure from Alex Shaw, but IHC will have to leave their spot too.
Spirits bolstered by titanium, as you say, John. It's going to be very hard to pierce this bubble.
With that 1v4, they
S2G
deserve it.
are living
for
the high
real,
life
dude.
now. And they just want to close this game out for fun.
Yeah, Chinese teams are
12
definitely making
eliminations.
mistakes too.
Potential to break records here. And the run from Silas and Kelsey.
And Chinese teams aren't playing as well as they should.
They want to take this fight.
I wouldn't say the switch from
They want to move
FPP
through.
to TPP made
Like
them
sharks,
worse, though.
they will not stop. Kelsey with the nade. Wants to heal before the fight. And the rest of S2G regroup on the ridgeline with cover.
They even brought motorbikes for the end game. They knew what they were doing.
Spots action, Hamzy. They turn their attention back to the backstab. Everybody else is on this south side, so it is only Godlike Stalwart out there, out in the open. As the Wolves take a fight with Vampire. Over the wall they go, into the breach once more. Silas inside, Razy to follow. Ziol on the top rope, Godless and Alex outside. 3 players from IHC are here and around the ground floor of the building. They will find their fight. Will it be the final one? Only time will tell. Alex puts Kelsey to bed, but Alex is traded off. Will not be flushed just yet. Godless last standing, and S2G have one more to deal with.
God,
They
they're
stay
too
alive.
good.
All
They're too
4 of
good.
them go, and it is not
too
going to
good.
stop here. The
They're too good.
Terminators from Turkey. Crunch down on IHC.
They're too
Nova up
good.
to bat. Is it the last? Is this what S2G are looking to find to take on the reigning champions, the defenders?
Was that a double?
Already out of it.
No, that was a single knock.
S2G one more. One knock on the inside. Order in to play spoiler. It's big, but is it big enough?
Order gets
2
one.
players now
Order
stand
gets
for
2.
S2G, and Vampire are in the wings.
Hamzy G takes an insane spot there. Silas down, Razy extremely low. It looks
Yeah,
like
there's
that might
another
just
knock.
be it. For S2G, how much
2v1.
further can they go? Only 1 player up in Hamzy G. He has to take it all the way versus Nova's 2. 10 eliminations for them.
I don't know why they didn't push with Order.
Now just down to
Order
1.
like solo
But
push that.
S2G,
Order was like, I
what a
haven't
run
had
they've
enough
had
of
of
this
it here.
shit.
No nades
We need to
left
play
for
more
Hamzy.
aggressive, guys. And Order just goes into
They
trying
have spent
1v4.
all they have. And with it, they are rewarded. A clash between Vampires and Wolves. A tale as old as time. And this time around, the Vampires reign on. Nova turn their attention away. And Hamzy, he's been spotted by Order. The leg peeking out. Under the vehicle, is there an angle? Is there a bullet to be found? The needle looking to pierce. And that will be it. S2G, 15 eliminations to close it down. A champion's performance in match number 18.
Yeah, man.
And look
dude,
at
they
that.
fucking killed it.
Elation for S2G.
They fucking killed it.
Emotion
Who won the match?
coursing through their veins.
All right. I like that they showed them winning, their reactions.
Nova, defending champions.
That was good. That was good that they showed that. I know the match is not over,
will
but
hand over
I
the
like that
title.
they showed that. It's cool that we have enough time to watch the game ending too.
But at least show them that there's still other teams out there that can take it to them. Despite that, S2G went through the ringer to even get to that stage, and 15 eliminations. Zone 9, Vampire looking for the turkey today, but we've already found our turkey right at the top.
Now Nova looks to close this one out. That's another one down. Vampire looking for the third. Paraboy is extremely low. Schweppes just has to find a little bit more. Pushed in by the smoke, and that will be it. Vampire take their third chicken of the day. In the year of improvement, Vampire surge up the tables in the final day, but the title at the top for
Fucking
Turkey. The brass
Razy
still
won
hot
that
on their path to
championship
victory.
right there
The
at the end.
boxes lit
That
up
and the zone.
behind them.
The zone blessed them for sure, but holy shit.
It is their time.
Give them the zone with that Razy 1v4, man.
You cannot quite believe what you've seen here. These boys will be taking that trophy home with them, and there it will stay, there it will remain until it's placed back on the stage again, and they will defend the title. Razy has to be proud of this moment. He was vengeance in those last moments of the game, in the first moments of the game. DBS2G here. What a way to finish it. Up the stairs towards the trophy. Turkey sings the praises of S2G. The champions here in Jakarta. Who will challenge them next year? It is the Turkish team, the Terminators, S2G.
Congratulations.
Sheesh. Vampire looking for the turkey, but we already found that turkey at the top. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. Damn, crazy, dude.
S2G have done it, and they are your new PMGC champions. The crowd is going wild. The Turkish casters, I think things just flew around. I think we've got some bottles over here. It is madness, and congratulations to the Turkey
Let's go
region.
Turkey,
What
dude.
a phenomenal final.
Fucking Turkey.
I don't have the words right now.
I'm so happy.
Turkey take themselves the finals, and Razy not only qualifies his team through the league stage into these grand finals, but also clutches things up versus 4AM. This man just, solo-handedly almost in his final game, just enabled his team to hold on to that first place. What a great storyline for the team that will be able to defend potentially their title.
I think they're gonna.
And we talked about them from the get-go. If this team could have just narrowed down the elimination,
I think it's time to nerf the DBS a little bit. Maybe just a little bit, you know?
Win, and they did just that. And what a beautiful way to finish
After
it,
that,
too. They decided to play their game.
I know
They
everyone
ended up
already uses
getting some
DBSs,
amazing
but
circles
get ready
to
for more
themselves,
people
and
to
not only
use
that, they positioned
DBS in
themselves
your
perfectly to be
PUBG
able to
mobile
take it
games
to the
now.
other teams, to be able to get those
Everyone's
eliminations
gonna be
that
using
were risky when they
DBSs
needed
now.
to be risky. It paid off, especially against 4 Angry Man. We were in this. We're in the edge of our seat wondering who was going to be winning that. S2G to win that, I am so happy for them. Definitely well deserved.
Especially when we were talking about it, right, Seven, after that Miramar game, we were
What
like,
a
don't
fucking
overthink
clutch
things.
by
Don't
Razy,
overthink
dude.
your situation. You need to
Both
be
his
just calm,
teammates were
cool,
knocked,
and collected.
and he decides
then what
to
they
go
bring up, a
forwards
15 elimination
and
game
1v4
right
is
up there
4AM.
in the podium finish too. You can't overdo that.
If
It
he
is
didn't
gonna
do
be
that,
S2G to
S2G
claim the
dies
trophy.
there.
What a
And
game,
I
what an
don't
event,
know
and what a
if they
year
would have
of
had
PUBG
enough
Mobile
points to
esports.
hold first place.
You were saying Kalsi is one of the best European players right from the get-go, and I think at this point we can think bigger, can't we?
Oh yeah, he's a world champion right now with the squad. Oh my word, look at that, 190 points. That's not a lead. That's like the Great
third and
Canyon.
fourth
The
are
difference between
tied.
first and second.
They wanted to send a statement,
look
and
at how-
they did. They said,
look
you
at
know
this.
what, this cup
Tied with
next
rank,
year,
tied
later
with
this year is
Elans,
actually
but
gonna go
Alpha
into
managed to
Turkey
get
for
one
the
chicken
grand finals.
dinner. So they break the tiebreaker
They
there.
might be able to defend it at home.
Oh,
which
and
is gonna be the
Vampire.
first time ever for PMGC.
Vampire passes up Inko because they won that last game, and they tied, but they have one more chicken dinner as well.
But so many teams that have been just so close. DRS.
If the chicken dinners were the same, it'd go down to rank
make it
points.
into these grand finals of PMGC, getting himself a second place. very impressed by Nepal region as a whole.
Damn,
And
Nova
second
not
place
even in
is
the first
beautiful.
page, man.
And the back-to-back champions, Nova, finishing in 9th place. I feel like that has to be one of the biggest upsets ever. I was definitely expecting them to be able to get that three-peat. It is not going to happen. SG showcased that. And then with Nova, I mean, this is going to be a scary team. That's all I gotta say, because they're gonna be wanting to get back. They're gonna be wanting to make sure they send a statement next time we see them in the global
Top
map.
with the most
Looking
damage.
at some of the individual awards, I specifically want to go over to the Gunslinger award because apparently Top took that home. It must have been today because he really put on a performance.
Yeah,
That's
today and the
crazy.
last two matches of yesterday,
Top
he's just
in
been
all
able to
3
get
days
performance
was the
after
most
performance
damage
after performance.
every day.
Really, when it comes down to it, we do know that Stalwarts, godlike Stalwarts, still have the potential of absolute greatness. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late for them to show up.
What
you
a
know
player
what? Still
Top
proud of their
is.
performance. A little bit better than last year's Grand Final 7.
Yes.
Maybe next year, if they do make it, will be the win. Just slow improvement over time.
Yeah, hey, little by little. I mean, another team that definitely improved was Alpha 7. For Alpha 7 to be able to finish in top 3, that's very impressive for that region. Alpha 7, always a team that there's always been questions, what can happen?
Yeah.
They're the only team out of that region, especially out of Brazil, that used to perform. At one point, we had 3 teams from Brazil region, 1, 2, 3. So it's good to see that everybody's level is just starting to rise, not just towards the west, not just towards the east, also in the Americas.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about
Alright,
improvements, right? There's
guys,
going to be one
that
team we
does
have
it
to
for
talk
me.
about in this final day. It was Vampire.
That was,
Yes,
amazing
back-to-back
ending.
chicken
I
dinner
like
and a
that
third
ending.
one to finish
That was
off
crazy.
the entirety, not only of the day, but
Alright,
also
guys,
of
I'll
the
take
Grand Finals.
care.
Vampire, we had so many questions. We
I'll
they're not the team we saw
I'll
at
start
TWI,
streaming
but
again in
Vroom,
like
they showed
2
up in
weeks
the
or
last day, gave
something.
themselves some nice improvements on the rankings. I'm telling
I'm
you,
not
man,
sure
that
where I'm
we
gonna stream
didn't know what
though.
was
I
going
might
on, but
stream.
This is the Vampire we want to see in future events.
And this is what I was saying. I mean, they just have so
I don't
much
know.
talent. They were bound to showcase
I'm gonna
it
be
to us at
doing
some
a lot
point. I thought it
more
was only gonna be
streaming for
one match.
poker though,
Boy,
because
was
I've
I
been
wrong. Oh, you were
really
way
into
wrong.
poker.
Not only that,
But
also
I
looking
think
at
I'll
different
also
regions
try and
really
throw
showing
in
up.
some
DRS
like
throughout
PUBG
that
Mobile like
tournament
PL stuff
continuously,
from
pretty
time
much
to
every
time.
single day, they had their moments. They were fabulous.
Yeah, it was a slow ramp up. They started
but
off a
I'm
little bit
definitely
slow,
gonna be
but
streaming
some
on
teams where they just
Twitch.
keep getting consistent point after consistent
So if you
point,
guys
game
do
after
really
game
wanna
after
hang
game.
out with me,
And it feels so good because the Nepali region's got such a massive fan base.
I'll be streaming
when
on
it comes
Twitch for
to PUBG
sure.
Mobile esports, and seeing that fan base being rewarded with these teams
When
getting
I
themselves to
stream my
second place.
poker
And
stuff,
we're talking about DRS, but TGK,
I'm not
for their
too sure
first
about
time went
streaming
here,
it
Sandesh
on YouTube
in
though,
particular, I think he was one of the top
because
damage dealer
it's
right
like
there for his
I
team
should keep
and
my
for the
YouTube
entire
channel
event. Man, I'm impressed with their first appearance.
mainly for
I'm definitely impressed with the Nepali region. I mean, another region, we're
mainly
talking
for,
about
you
regions
know,
that are definitely stepping
PUBG
it up.
Mobile stuff.
Another region
but
that has definitely
I'll
stepped it up
see.
in a big way
You
here.
guys can follow me
For
on
DRS,
Twitch.
you
if
said
you guys
perfectly. They were
do want to
consistent,
catch
they
me
were quiet,
over
and I
there.
think at the end of the day, that's ultimately what
But
ended
I'll-
up hurting
I'll
them
try
a little bit, that they
multi-stream.
were just too quiet. I'm pretty sure this team's gonna go back to the drawing board. They were within an arm's
man.
reach,
Yeah.
and you can see what this means to this
Finally
players. You
hitting
can
him,
see
man.
they've been working for this for years, some of them. They've been working for this for a whole year, and for finally to be able to go back home as a champion.
I mean, it's not even that to build up SGG to the point where they are
Man.
today. It took about 2
Those are
years.
some
2 years of
feels.
so much work, effort, Silas able to play in the past with Class Digital Athletics, being able to give all of that knowledge to the rest of his team, and it just pays off so heavily today in that final match.
Beautiful,
I'm loving
beautiful.
it, man. It's just fantastic to see it just
Alright,
come and
guys.
conclude the way it
Good
has
night
today.
or good morning,
Absolutely
wherever
crazy.
you guys
so
are.
STG will be taking home the lion's
See
share
y'all
of the
later.
1.5 million
Take
US
care.
dollars that we have in the grand final. Lil. I cannot imagine the feeling that these players must be going through right now. We will be having a quick ceremony, I think, in just a couple of minutes over there as well. But man, coming back to the overall ranking, what happened to the Brazilian teams? Because in the middle of the tournament, it really did look like they were going to just take over. Now Alpha 7, they had the chance in that match as well, but they kind of